Oh, I did my taxes yesterday. Well, I submitted my stuff to my tax guy yesterday. Quirantos. Nice, cute.
And it's like, we just need sexy ass Balenciaga going hard as fuck.
Is that Moody? I don't recognize some of these people.
Just because I had a dream I was dripped out in Balenciaga doesn't make me gay.
I don't even know who that was supposed to be. Was that Train? Oh. Is this Dan?
Unfortunately, you are beset by poor fashion.
I think most people would find an 11-year-old wearing Balenciaga attractive. I know I do.
The bad fashion needs to fucking stop, and if that means Balenciaga mowing down dipshit H&M workers that think they can make poor clothes for a living, then at this point they have my fucking blessing.
Okay. This is okay. I'll give that an okay out of 10. Wait, I wonder why the stream chat's broke. Okay, did you kill this site? Cake. Okay. The on-stream chat right now is not working because RTBA says he doesn't want it to be up anymore. He says that no more on-stream chat until I get Diamond in League of Legends. Holy shit.
I guess I'll donate out of Unjust Ban. Lora's voice is real.
What is this? Oh. Bump, bump. Boom. I didn't do emails this morning. Sorry, I woke up late. My taxes are done. But I spent a lot of time doing them last night. There was a, I noticed for like 7 months, somebody had my card and was charging like fucking thousands of dollars of Ubers to my fucking card. I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on because there's like all these times, there's no way I'm Ubering like 3 or 4 times in a day. And I found out that Mel, I think, had my card on her, on her fucking phone for Ubering. Jesus. Mel moment. True. How long can someone do circular breathing? It's insane. You can circular breathe for an infinite amount of time. Oh, well, I mean, for as long as you can stay awake, I guess, right? Now that Melina's green card, she needs to learn to drive. Yeah. Oh, I need her to get a U.S. bank account, dude, to get her money out of Sweden, because that place is actually fucking Nazi tier when it comes to taxes. But some people were saying that there's like a 6-month backup for DMV appointments in Miami. Do we just run out of workers in the United States? It honestly feels that way. It feels like we just ran out of people to work jobs in the United States. Like we don't have any more.
Put YouTube chat on screen instead. Face red, droopy eyes.
True. Hold on. Shouldn't you be able to open a bank account with their passport and green card? Wells Fargo wants you to have a local ID. So the green card is not enough. It's so fucking annoying. So I need to get her some sort of state-issued ID. So I probably need, it's got to be a Florida either driver's license, which are more recently a Florida, just like an identification card. Who the fuck uses Wells Fargo? I've been using it for like 20 years. Go to a credit union? Why the fuck would I waste my time at some dog shit fucking credit union? I just want a big bank that does business with everybody. Okay, what do we have for emails? 21. Oh my god. People making me download and fill out PDFs.
No one cares about your fucking feelings about
Instead
the
of
labor
giving
market.
me
Figure it out, bro.
a DocuSign link. Why would you do that? It still blows my mind that bank account is enough to create residence in Sweden. You would think by now all of our major ties to Sweden would be severed. It's not. There's just some weird cringe shit that there's just some weird cringe shit for how Sweden does taxes. Like anything that touches a Swedish bank account, they want to tax, and it's like it's their tax rates are actually fucking absurd. For Melina, I think it's getting up to like 60%, and it's just insane.
When is the hit piece dropping?
Wait, ask your mom. Got it.
Bro thinks banks aren't ran by boomers, lol.
Does she pay any U.S. taxes? That's what I'm trying to do. We're trying to get her to pay taxes for 2021 and 2022 in the United States. So hopefully the idea is that if we can show Sweden she's paid taxes here, then they fuck off trying to like steal her money. That's like the dream. Okay, hold on. You're gonna get 1 month ban because you consistently say retarded shit in my chat. Destiny, I love Sweden because the government does everything right. Destiny, I hate Sweden because they tax so much. Do you understand the difference between saying that versus paying taxes to a country you don't live in? April, May. Fucking retard. Actually, off yourself. Oh, you're on break too. Is it a rich person thing to not file jointly when married? No, we're trying to file jointly when married. We couldn't file for 2021 because she didn't have her green card yet, so. For an atheist, you sure do say Jesus a lot. Good one, Rumble chat. You don't need a green card to file jointly. I think you needed some type of tax ID or tax number, but like a social security number or something. You could have applied for a separate tax permit, but like the wait on that was so long that we just wanted to wait till she got her tax ID, her social security number and her green card or whatever. So now she should be able to file for, yeah, you could do an ITIN or ITIN number application, but those things were backed up like 12 fucking months anyway, so. It's only allowed to work before she gets a green card. Technically, you're not supposed to, but the IRS doesn't give a fuck as long as you pay taxes, so. So now that she has her green card, we can retroactively file and pay taxes for 2021 and 2022, ideally. Okay, hold on. There's Discord Orbiter drama to be had? Is there? Wait, I need to finish my emails. Hold on, I have a 20. Okay. Poker coaching. I'm good. Paid business collab. Oh, report spam. I'm good. Spotify terms of use. No one cares. Hardware reboot. Cake fucking with our servers again. FPL. Rates. Don't care. Rumble vids. Only 8 hours long. Oh, hopefully they're fixing that. Podcast idea. I want to throw an idea out there for a podcast. Do a drama or allegation breakdown and reaction. Do like a Judge Judy segment where people can bring their drama to the show to have a live breakdown and see which party may be in the right based on the evidence that's presented. Oh shit.
Humanity's history is rife with stories and legends of unimaginable.
Classic doing emails on stream. True. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'll just come back in a bit. My bad. Just kidding. Dumb fuck. My name is blah blah blah. I emailed you and I don't think you ever saw it. I watched you quite a bit. Blah, 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 blah.
Well, actually, the USA makes you pay taxes while living in another country and working. Haha.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think you can actually get an exemption if you show that you pay taxes elsewhere, even for the US, I think. You should watch Severance. Thanks. Some anecdotal poignant study about African Americans and African relations, my college experience. Jesus. Okay. Oh, we have to do that Python script later. Boom, 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 boom.
We all know your Family Guy preferring mind is not able to handle the final level of this game. Why even try Millhouse?
Go out of town to a rural part of Florida to the DMV. They don't have huge wait times. Oh, maybe. Many used to use pip. I don't care anything about what you're typing. Somebody link me this guide. I think Rodney's did. I'll follow this and see if it works. I don't care what random shit you guys type out in chat. Benny Shapiro on Fresh and Fit.
I say all the time, in today's day and age, you shouldn't be getting married until you're at least 35.
That was my next question for you. As a man, what age should you consider getting married?
So I have, this is my thing that I tell guys.
Yeah.
I think 35 years old, had slept with at least 50 women, 100K per year, you're in shape, and you got 6 months to 1 year of savings.
All right, done. I got to get married. I've done all that. That's easy.
Here's the Republic right there. So that is a recipe for a terrible marriage, by the way, guys. Waiting until you're 35 and have slept with 50 women, that is a terrible recipe for marriage by every available data point. It turns out that you are much better in terms of getting married if you get married younger, if you do not have a wide variety of sexual partners. All the stuff about, you know, being in shape and having money and all the rest of, like, you should try to do that generally speaking. But this notion that you wait until you're 35, you've already made a bevy of mistakes that have shaped your character and made you much more rigid as a person, and that you should have had a basis of comparison in terms of sex of dozens and dozens and dozens of women. No, the data do not support this, and it's stupid.
I say all the time, in today's day and age, you shouldn't be getting married until you're at least 35.
That was my next question for you. As a man, what age should you consider getting married?
So I have, this is my thing that I tell guys. I think 35 years old, had slept with at least 50 women, 100K per year.
I did the president. Sunday DGG called and yesterday tried to make us look hinged. Raised hands.
All right, done. I
Raised
gotta get
hands.
married. I've done
Raised
all
hands.
that.
Think it went well.
That's easy.
Okay, don't care. The most painful death ever.
Imaginably terrible ways to die. From ancient torture methods to a slow death at the hands of nature, there are so many terrible fates that plague our stories. But in spite of all...
Why would you link this? Oh, this is the radiation guy? Okay, I'm good.
Center left.
Oh, God. Hold on, I'm trying to find this fucking video. Supposedly, there's a video of Fresh and Fit reacting to Ben Shapiro. Oh. Floyd man arrested.
Man, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of EOS. It's 1090 Jake, man. I'm rocking with y'all, and y'all rocking with me. And for this video, we're gonna be speaking on a 21-year-old father that's been arrested and chopped.
Find it surprising given the Swedish USA tax traded. I don't know. Don't ask me. Okay, she's had some tax guy. He says some crazy shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm not sure. Don't ask me. If you think you can do her taxes better, then contact her. I'm at the point where I want to contact somebody else because everything the other guy is saying sounds wild to me. Like, Sweden is at the point where they're like trying to take money out of her, like forcibly out of her fucking bank account. It seems fucking wild or retarded to me, but I have no idea. But it's on some shit where like, I'm probably exaggerating a little bit, but it's on some shit where it's like she made like $130,000 and they want to take like $100,000 in taxes. It's like, it's actually fucking insane. And she doesn't live there. And I'm trying to say like, if I could show that she paid tax in the United States, she shouldn't owe that tax, right? But it's, I don't know. That's a whole convoluted thing. If you think you can do better, email her, figure that shit out. But it's like actually fucking wild, okay? It's frustrating for me because I can't look anything up myself because, one, I don't know anything about the Swedish tax code, and then two, a lot of the sites are like written in Swedish, and Google like Translate works decently well for like news articles and stuff, but when you start to like translate like tax information and shit, I don't know if I trust like the Google Translate on that. It's like very, very, very irritating. What do her parents say? Believe it or not, nobody in her family has experience living in other countries abroad and earning money and paying tax. It's a kind of a niche issue.
With feeding his 2-year-old boy to an alligator. March 29th, 2023. A 20-year-old mother named Passion was
Random question. Do you think more liberal creators should move to Rumble? Yeah, I mean, it would probably be good for Rumble's health. If you're a mid-tier creator, like if you're not like huge on another platform, Jesus Christ. It might be worth it, but I'm a big advocate for people trying out other platforms, okay? We gotta break up these monopolies, all right? Here's the... I don't have all these videos open. What happened? I thought we watched everything. I need to beat this fucking level today.
And we are live.
An hour and 40-minute response.
Boyfriend's birthday party at the Lincoln Shores apartment complex in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Try out other platforms. Destiny's post-Twitch ban. Wasn't I dual streaming on YouTube for like a fucking year before I got banned from Twitch? I feel like my fans don't even watch my stream. Where do these comments come from sometimes? Do you know who I am? Have you watched any of my shit for like a year and a half? How long have I been streaming on YouTube? Okay.
Her family...
That was after you got departnered? Yeah, because I was on it, because back then Twitch's contracts were exclusive. I don't even know if Twitch's contracts are exclusive anymore. But once I lost the exclusivity, of course I switched platforms. Wait, what do you think I should have done before? Just fucking suicided my Twitch channel? Obviously, Twitch has laxed up on the exclusivity, which I think they've publicly stated, and now you see people like Train or whatever streaming on Kick and shit as well. Jesus. Okay.
Would make their way over to celebrate around 4:30 in the afternoon. The party lasted over an hour. Everyone left, and Passion was now home alone with her boyfriend and their 2-year-old
Jack
son,
Darko,
Taylor.
you're on thin ice, buddy.
Nothing was out of the ordinary until everything went wrong.
At the party.
It was just after 9 p.m. when 21-year-old Thomas Mosley showed up to his mother's house 10 blocks away from his girlfriend Passion's. He had severe slashes and cuts to his hands and arms, consistent with injuries sustained during a knife fight. He'd be admitted to St. Anthony's Hospital to treat his
29 months ago, you started streaming on YT. YT chat wins you wins.
Thanks.
One day, Passion's mother would FaceTime her, but the call would go unanswered. This was unsettling as they spoke routinely, and Passion had only been living in the apartment for about a month. Her family decided to just stop by and check on her when they saw a blood trail on the sidewalk coming from her apartment. Her family would urgently contact management, who sent a maintenance worker to unlock and investigate the apartment when he made a horrific discovery. The only word to describe what he saw was violent. Law enforcement would arrive on scene, pronouncing 20-year-old Passion dead on the scene with over 100 knife wounds, as she had been stabbed, slashed, and cut to death. Expecting the worst, a sign of relief came when 2-year-old Taylor wasn't found inside. But now, the question was, where is he? As investigators combed through the apartment, they located a cleaning bottle under a bed with a bloody fingerprint. Inside of the bathroom, next to Passion's body, was a bloody shoe print with a Gucci emblem.
Damn!
A neighbor within the apartment complex had reported a disturbance from the night before occurring around 8:30, but disregarded it, and it's believed this was when Passion was violently attacked. Law enforcement would make contact with Thomas Mosley at the hospital, where he refused to speak. They were able to confirm neither he nor his family had the 2-year-old boy, which prompted an Amber Alert as well as a $5,000 reward for anyone with information relating to the murder or disappearance. Local, state, and federal authorities would launch an investigation, deploying drones and a helicopter while officers and canines searched the ground. On March 31st, members of a search...
Is chat hidden intentionally? Jack! You're already on thin ice. Here you go, Jack. Where are you? This pull request broke chat. Fix it. You got 2 hours, okay, to fix this. Good luck.
Team spotted an alligator in the water with something in its mouth. That 2-foot-tall, 30-pound boy was now clenched between the teeth of a gator. A bullet would end the gator's life, and Taylor's intact body would be recovered, as the responsibility of having to tell a family member how the boy was found now fell on one of the officers. Thomas Mosley was placed under arrest at the hospital, charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for the brutal death of his girlfriend and his own son. Law enforcement concluded Thomas stabbed Passion to death before throwing Taylor into a lake, but Taylor's cause of death is unclear at this time, meaning it's unknown if he was still alive when he was thrown into the water. Damn. It's believed Thomas attempted to clean up the apartment after the fingerprint found on the bottle was discovered to have belonged to him. Once the hospital medically cleared Thomas, he was officially booked into the Pinellas County Jail, and at this time, no motive has been established, and he faces a possible death penalty under Florida law. Now, this is a prime example of a Florida man case. You go on Google, you type in Florida man, and you're gonna see some of the craziest
What is this
stories.
channel?
And a 2-year-old being found in a gator's mouth. One thing about living in Florida, if you grow up there as a kid,
This guy grew up in
you're told
Jacksonville,
by pretty much
100%.
Everybody, especially in school and all that, every body of water, you can guarantee that there's a gator in it, or at least act like there is. You know what I'm saying? A pool, you can see what's in there. Everything else though, like you go to a golf course, they get the little ponds, a lake, a river, any of that.
Thought it was Bostonian. Oh, he sounded like he just said he was from Florida. Maybe he's from Florida. He's from Jacksonville. I could tell. Okay.
Into a lake. Whether or not he intentionally meant to feed him to a gator, thinking the gator would get rid of the body, or he just knew of the possibility, we don't know. We don't even know if that little boy was alive when he went into the water and drowned to death, or if he ended his life with a knife, how he did his mother. We don't know why he even did this. From what I could see, from what I researched, he doesn't even have a criminal record.
No.
I can't get into the juvenile stuff. He just turned 21, but he doesn't have an adult record. There's nothing else with this kid. And normally, if he was psychotic or had psychological issues,
what am I watching? What is this video? Why was this linked to me?
Out him and like, oh, my son, you know, he was supposed to be on meds, he wasn't on meds, he was in the hospital, and none of that. None of that. No word about any of that, or at least it hasn't come out. What would possess somebody on their birthday to murder their girlfriend, stabbing, slashing, and cutting her over 100 times while the 2-year-old boy is at the house, and then kill the 2-year-old boy on your birthday? And apparently that kid had just turned 2, not even 19 days before this happened.
I have no idea why this was linked. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Political streamer center-left political streamer Destiny went on Tim Pool's show. Tim Pool, you know, I would describe as right-wing. And they got into a little back and forth here, a debate on the Trump indictment. And I thought this was interesting. Let's take a look and we'll break it down.
Again, fair point. We'll see what happens. My issue with it for the most part is, really? Falsified record misdemeanor charge? You want to get into the debate about Barack Obama blowing up a kid? Because I would absolutely love to talk about that. Look, if they want to give Trump a misdemeanor charge and lock him up for however many months a misdemeanor gets him, I would absolutely be willing to make that to agree. You're right. He's got to be charged. Next up, Obama. He blew up a kid. He blew up a bunch of kids.
I don't know if Obama broke a law.
I don't think Americans of any capacity are allowed to kill other Americans.
Of any capacity? Don't cops do it all the time?
Not like.
It seems like they're in the service of doing.
A little bit of a semantic trick you played there, right?
Okay.
That wasn't a
Obviously,
semantic
you can
trick.
kill people in self-defense, but Obama bombed a civilian restaurant in Yemen, a country we're not at war with, killing civilians, including a 16-year-old American citizen. Like, you can't, if you're in the military, you can't just, or a cop, you can't just go and kill somebody.
Murder. You can't murder.
Yeah, but I
Like-
imagine the justification Obama would use was that this was in defense of U.S. interests or defense of the United States. And in his role as commander-in-chief, the president of the United States has offered wide deference from the Supreme Court for taking actions in the commission of protecting the United States, even if we disagree with them.
Yeah, I think that's criminal. I mean,
But that's fine. But there's a different question of like, is it illegal versus do you think it's criminal, like bad, right? It's probably bad, I guess, but like.
So the Obama administration's argument was that they were trying to target a terrorist leader. But I'm not. I mean, you make a fair point, but I'd be willing to argue that the president does not have the authority to bomb countries we are not at war with.
Well, what about when Trump assassinated Soleimani? That was an assassination.
Where was that taking place in? Was
In
that
Iraq.
In Iraq,
Yeah.
a country we have an AUMF over, an authorization for use of military force.
I don't think the
But-
authorization for use of military force. I'm pretty sure we were on good terms with Iraq at that point. I don't know if we had the ability to do whatever we wanted in that country. That was a political assassination, though.
but I
there
don't-
are executive orders that are against the United States.
I don't disagree.
Sure, but
Like,
I'm just saying that in general.
Apparently, in the U.S. it's illegal to assassinate people. I did research. I stumbled into this. I don't know how. I don't know if I. Oh no, maybe I read it before. I don't remember when I read this. It was somewhere recently, but I don't think in the United States we're not allowed to do assassinations. I don't know why, but we're not. I think it's like illegal. It might be an international thing. You're not allowed to assassinate people.
General, there's multiple questions going on here. We can
For
say,
real.
do we think it's wrong or bad? Probably. I think generally the United States president killing American citizens is generally a bad thing, unless there's really good justification for it. There's a difference between that versus is it illegal? And I think that the law tends to, we argued about this a little bit before the show, when Trump was doing things at the border that we thought, when I say we progressives and the left got really mad at, the Supreme Court tended to side with him because the president's given wide deference over matters
What
of
was he doing
national
on the
security. I think it was when he was using, he couldn't get the funding for the border wall. No. It was over banning certain people coming into the country. When he
The
named
Muslim majority bans.
There were 7 Muslim majority countries, and when he was running for president, even Giuliani said he's trying to find ways to do a Muslim majority ban. Technically, he's not allowed to do that.
Venezuela and North Korea were on that list, though.
Yeah, well, he changed it up. I think after the first one didn't go through for whatever reason. But once he did that ban, when people tried to challenge it, the Supreme Court basically said, president, border, he can do almost anything he wants because it's the president
Yeah,
of the
but
border.
that's not blowing up a kid.
I didn't
You
say
know
it
what
was
I
blowing
mean?
up a kid, but
No,
I'm
I
just
know,
saying
so
that in
I'm saying-
general, you would think that like, when we're talking like border, if we're talking about like passing policy at the border, that seems like a congressional thing. Like we should be passing laws about
I'm not-
immigration policy, but the president can do that basically all on his own because the Supreme Court's like, hey, he's a president, national security, he can do almost whatever he wants.
I think I see the disconnect. I'm less concerned with legality.
Okay, I'm only talking legalities.
Right. So I think that a president who bombs a country we're not at war with
Mm-hmm.
should be stripped of his power and criminally charged for killing an American citizen. And it should be literally under the U.S. murder
It
statutes.
seems to have
that are
very
covered
selective
by
memory.
multiple state and federal laws. I don't look at it like, well, you know.
Is a murder statute, could I, in Tennessee, get arrested if I bomb somebody in Yemen? Is that a, I don't know what the...
I mean, that's a good point. You might, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, that might be like way worse than murder. It might be terroristic, international. There might, like, I'm pretty sure if you, as an American citizen, set off a bomb in a foreign country, you'd be criminally charged in the U.S.
Yeah, but I don't know if it'd be under
Assange
state statutes.
Would you?
Right? That sounds like some
Federal.
international, federal, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Julian Assange is being criminally charged.
Okay.
Before Kalinsky gives his breakdown of this, I actually there was a lawyer that actually emailed me an interesting thing on this, which I'll read, I guess. Okay. Hello, my name is blah blah blah, and I make blah blah blah.
Where's Crash
blah
Burn?
blah
Tell
blah
that
blah.
new the fucker he owes me a hundo. I'm back to collect homie shalomi. You better get those Jacksons lined up. I want to count them.
I recently watched an interview with Tim Pool where you discussed the indictment of Trump. During the conversation, he pivoted to discuss Obama's alleged bombing of a teen in Yemen, and I noticed some inaccuracies in the discussion regarding international law. Firstly, regardless of citizenship, individuals are not guaranteed the same rights when not on American soil. Crimes committed against Americans in foreign countries are not usually subject to American jurisdiction and would violate foreign nations' sovereignty if pursued. Secondly, while the bombings in Yemen may be morally reprehensible, it is not legally sound to suggest arresting Obama for these actions. If there was any apparatus available to hold world leaders accountable for the atrocities they commit, it would be within the ICJ or the ICC. That is irrelevant, however, since we are not signatories to any of the UN resolutions establishing the legitimacy of the court. Here's an example. The UN Declaration of Human Rights, penned by Eleanor Roosevelt, was never ratified by Congress. So despite the classification of tear gas as a war crime within the Geneva Convention, the failure of Congress to ratify the declaration means that
There is nobody to enforce any justice for the abuse of human rights that is spraying one's citizens with chemical warfare, tear gas. The establishment of American foreign policy over the last 200-odd years basically is boiled down to the American Constitution left it up to the president when it was drafted, and over the course of the 20th century, the presidents holding office stretched that power further and further, and now they can do and get away with murder. Unfortunately, there are no legal means possible to find justice for those unjustly killed in foreign countries. Another example, Nixon and Kissinger bombed Cambodia so intensely without approval from Congress or the knowledge of the American public that the amount of C4 dropped in the country were equivalent to that of an atomic bomb. These actions are morally wrong, but there is no bigger bully in the playground to stop the president, and there is no law limiting his powers internationally. The suggestion that you can draw an equivalency between these kinds of nuanced and complex international legal issues and the very established law that Trump violated when he paid off Stormy Daniels is pathetic. It is truly baffling to me that someone such as Tim Pool, who has a large platform with so many people listening to him while discussing American politics, has such a myopic and uninformed understanding of anything international that he thinks that somehow that someone can be charged in the United States for a crime they committed abroad. It is hardly even possible to try someone for a crime they committed in a different state without significant legal processes, fees, and approvals. Foreign countries do not freely abandon their power over the body of the people.
Keep in mind destiny that Trump
and
would go
no
on
nation
to kill the boy's younger sister. Now we're
Foreign countries do not freely abandon their power over the body of the people, and no nation that I can imagine would ever relinquish their sovereign rights to the United States without significant force, financial, militaristic, or otherwise. If you're interested in talking more, blah, 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 blah. That was a write-up on that. Can you imagine that Trump would go in and go on to kill the boy's younger sister? No, okay, I don't know what that means. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I can take over projects and work on things, but I can't do it in foreign languages. Anytime I look at Mel's text, it just triggers the fuck out of me because I'm having to use Google Translate. I don't care. Okay, I'm back on this. I'm sorry. Fuck. She sent that message to a tax guy and he sent something back and I Google translated and it doesn't make sense and I don't care.
So,
okay.
The point from Tim Pool appears to be like, okay, maybe I grant you Trump committed a crime. Maybe I grant you. Well, he says it's a misdemeanor. It's actually not. It's 34 felonies. And yes, it's a novel application of the law because it's like committing certain crimes in service of other crimes. So there's never been a case tried exactly like this before, but it's definitely felonies. It's not misdemeanors. But his point seems to be like, really, this is nothing compared to the crimes of other presidents, and he references Barack Obama killing Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, 16-year-old American, and basically getting away with it. And his point is like, yeah, I could sign up for Trump being arrested, but, arrest the other guys too. And look, here's the reality, though. This is an article from very early into the Trump administration. 8-year-old American girl killed in Yemen raid approved by Trump. Anwar al-Awlaki's daughter, Nawar, may have been fatally shot in intelligence operation on Al-Qaeda.
Okay, also, to be clear, now, I don't like Trump as much as the next guy, but I doubt that Trump ordered the military to go kill this little girl, right? Or is that their argument?
Left at least 14 people, including a U.S. commando, dead. This is a raid that was viewed as so extreme that even when it came to Obama's desk, he was like, that's too risky. That's too high stakes. I can't approve it. This isn't going to go well. It got to Trump's desk and Trump approved it. Now, also, Trump increased the drone war by over 400%. They tried to do a coup in Venezuela and were open about that fact. Trump admitted, I'm occupying a third of Syria to steal their oil, which of course is illegal under international law. He kept us in Afghanistan. He kept us in Iraq. As Destiny correctly pointed out, he killed General Soleimani, which was illegal. Now, look, the argument I would make is they're having two separate conversations. They're having a conversation about, like, is it legal or is it illegal or is it just bad, right? And they're trying to separate out those two conversations and say something could be bad but technically illegal.
I think I explained literally this concept a little bit later.
No, I think that all these things that we're talking about now are not only just bad, they're also illegal. It's true that the way the law is interpreted by the executive branch and even some very right-wing courts, they might grant massive leeway on certain issues, right? Like assassinations or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, even if I grant that, okay, then this thing is technically legal, it's still illegal under international law. You can't wage...
Okay, here's a new thing, and I hate to do this because I suck at names sometimes, but here's my new thing when I say this. And I did this with that one lawyer guy too. If you're going to say it's illegal under international law, point out the international law and make sure that we're signatories to it. That's what I want to see. What international law is this illegal under? Show me.
An offensive attack against a country that didn't attack you. You can't do it. It's not allowed. If any other country does that, it's, we'll see you in the International Criminal Court. That's unacceptable. And you could probably point to multiple laws that this violates. In the case of the U.S.
Point to one, then.
You talk about Congress has to declare war, and we have the War Powers Act, which gives some leeway on that front, but it's only for a limited amount of time. But what they've done is they've taken the authorization for use of military force in the war on terror, and they've interpreted it in an insane way, where they say, this does allow us to attack anybody, anywhere, anytime. And oh yeah, by the way, it doesn't even have to be any of the people who are part of the original group.
Okay, this is really weird. Where's Pisco? I've never understood this. I think that what he's describing here is accurate for the authorization of use of military force. I wonder if Pisco has something to say about this. Let's see if he wants to hop in. Or if there's any other lawyers that know shit about, like, war shit. I'm curious.
Al-Qaeda, which attacked us on 9/11. So, look, if you get a good lawyer and you challenge it in court and you have standing...
What's up?
Do you have strong feelings about, like, how we use the AUMF or whatever the fuck, or AUMF?
Did you read my notes on the Al-Awlaki case that I sent you?
Not yet. I haven't got to anything yet.
Okay, yeah, I sent you notes on that case. It's a really interesting case because it's one of the few cases where there was a sort of judicial administration or judicial review of drone strikes and what have you. And I believe his father got involved.
Can you
to try
turn your mic down like 50%?
How's this?
You didn't change it at all. I don't know. Did you just pretend to?
Okay, how's this?
Turn it down like 90%.
All right, give me a second. Hold on.
All right, okay, wait. I think you just talk quieter.
How's this?
Okay, wait. Turn it up like 40%.
Okay.
Are
you good?
Yeah,
Hello?
I think this is probably okay. Sure.
Okay, so the Al-Awlaki case was super interesting because his father basically tried to intervene on his behalf before his death, and they went through an entire judicial review of the whole thing. The authorization for use of military force, it gives the right for the president to fight Al-Qaeda anywhere within the world.
Interesting.
Oh. And
so
with regards,
if we say that we've seen Al-Qaeda somewhere, we essentially have the right to go conduct military operations there?
Well, that's the basis for the authorization of use for military force, because it wasn't specific to a traditional war, right? Like, we weren't going to have a specified area of war that we could, point on a map to and be like, we're going to fight here. Mm-hmm. So it was more broadly construed. And then when you also look at the judicial review, what the court ultimately comes down to, and this is what you've said before about quarterbacking the president on national security questions, it's called the political questions doctrine. What it is a doctrine of law where the court identifies something as being political in nature that is beyond the basis for the courts to decide upon. Mm-hmm. And this is where it comes to, quarterbacking the president, where it's like, okay, we can't substitute our judgment for the responsibilities and obligations of
the president to keep
the president
and the US
because then we're literally taking the president's job away from them.
Yo,
and that's not
Batman. I have a question, bro.
Sure, what's going on?
What do you think about what Candace just said in the other briefing?
In what other briefing?
Like the statement that Candace had made.
What statement did she make? I literally just joined.
He tried to get you, dude.
Ow. Candy's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
He failed.
Yeah. Well.
I thought he was talking about like
Candace Owens. Yeah.
Not Candace Owens. The Condoleezza Rice was the one that came to mind, but Candace Owens, yeah, that also. But yeah, so that's the basis for war fighting. It's a political question, and it's ultimately the obligation of the president. I also linked you to, or pointed you in the direction of the Intercept article, which goes over the details of how the decision is made with regards to when and how to make a drone strike, right? When somebody's on the presidential kill list, quote unquote, the decisions on whether or not an individual is qualified to make that list, that Intercept article kind of goes through the process. But generally speaking, it requires actionable intel, and it requires, what was it in my notes? Hold on, let me go back real quick. To get on the list requires 2 verifiable human sources and substantial evidence. It's not like, hey, we just want to kill this person. Like, there's an administrative process within the White House that it goes through and has to be cleared up the chain for.
What is the chain of command for that? Who ultimately clears that?
The president is ultimately the person that would.
Oh wait, isn't that a little bit?
Hold on.
The president clears his own authorizations. That can't be it, right?
Well. No. What I'm saying is, like, the president gives the final okay, but there's like a whole process to bring a person up for consideration. It's kind of like pardons.
I'm asking
right?
who verifies that process. Like a FISA court might verify like FISA warrants or something like
that. No. There is no there. That's part of the authorization, right?
No, I'm asking who verifies that these conditions have been met to authorize a strike. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, it's with various levels within the White House. There is no like external verification. This is just something they do.
Interesting. Okay.
Hold on. Here's the Intercept article. I'm posting it in chat. That's to my knowledge. Now, like, I am not the expert on the presidential kill list because obviously I don't have a top secret clearance, but the idea is that there is, if POTUS approves, can enter a targeting role, actionable intelligence provides targeting windows, and then they discuss the matter. But the idea is that there's a whole bureaucratic system that has to go in to play. So, and it lays it out for you if you want to read it. So there you go.
Okay.
All right. Hope that helps.
Yep. Be careful, bud.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Fuck, I didn't see this come up here. Hold on. I just saw so many fucking soldiers.
Well, certainly you can get the proper interpretation into law. Because they've used, the authorization for use of military force for the war on terror, which is supposed to be to go after Al-Qaeda. They've used that to go after, for example, Shia Houthis in Yemen, who had nothing to do with terrorism against the United States of America, right? If anything, we are backing the people who are more linked to Al-Qaeda because it's Saudi Arabia and the Wahhabis and the Salafists who are fighting the Houthis on the ground in Yemen. So, yes, not only are all these things bad, I would argue they're also illegal.
I'm a law student. I'm always amazed how easily impressed by random lawyers. Put the dragon in focus. Does it sound like he knew what he was talking about? I don't know, Shenko. Do you want to come in and say something different? Have him. Oh, you're not even a fucking lawyer. You're a fucking law student. I don't give a fuck. If you have something you want to say, then say it. Jesus.
And I will grant the point that there are some, you know, right-wing courts that would maybe disagree with me. I certainly grant you that the executive branch disagrees with me. But I think any reasonable interpretation of the plain-face reading of both U.S. law and international law would find that the drone war is illegal, the political assassinations are illegal. And to address Tim Pool's point more directly here, you know, he's playing the game of like, really? With Trump. But guys, if you can get him on anything, you should. And I feel the same way if they were going after George W. Bush and Dick Cheney or Barack Obama. Like, I don't like this thing where it's like, well, this particular charge isn't exactly the one, and it's not as extreme as the other ones where they're bigger issues. So therefore, it's almost like excusing on those grounds. Whereas I look at it the exact opposite way, which is like, at least you're trying to get one of these guys on something that they did wrong, right? So, and by the way, I think there's more coming on the Trump front. I do. I think that you're probably going to see indictments when it comes to the Georgia case, the find me 11,000 votes, the fake elector scheme. You might even see charges when it comes to obstruction of justice for the classified documents. Remember, whereas Joe Biden and Mike Pence both cooperated with the authorities fully, whereas now apparently there's video evidence that Donald Trump did not cooperate and he obstructed justice. So I think you're going to see some charges there potentially. There might be other business-related ones, you know. So I'm just happy they're going after at least one of these guys for at least one of the things they did wrong. But, you know, the fact of the matter is, yes, it would be better if you go after people, you know, these people for various war crimes. But, you know, unfortunately, we haven't had the proper challenges in court, and we're dealing with a rogue executive branch that has extreme interpretations that gives themselves wide authority, and a court system where at least some of the judges are super right-wing.
Okay, I don't care anymore.
Excuse me? This is my stuff. Say it one more time. This is my stuff. What do you mean? I buy this. No. Hey, wait. What's going on? I scanned it. You're taking that from me? What? 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 Excuse me? Yo, what's up? Wait, what happened? I buy those stuff. Those groceries, those are mine. You kidding me? You see the water bottle?
Alan Colley is accused of shooting a 21-year-old man in the stomach yesterday afternoon.
They got him. They got who?
Wait, why did he get shot?
This is my stuff. Say it one more time. This is my stuff. What do you mean? I buy this. No. Hey, wait. What's going on? I scanned it. You're taking that from me? What? 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 Excuse me? Yo, what's up? Wait, what happened? I buy those stuff. Those groceries, those are mine. You kidding me? You see the water bottle?
Alan Colley is
Wait, what, he tries
accused
to
of
steal?
shooting a 21-year-old man in the stomach yesterday afternoon.
They got him. They got who? The guy who shot.
This isn't what happened. There was another prank.
Yeah, of course they do. How do you feel about that? Think it's a good thing? Well, they got the person who shot him. Yeah, it's a good thing, right? Well, I get. Okay, yeah. There's a. See, hold on. You see this face? You see this face? That's a plot twist. Yeah, whatever, nigga. Play this shit. We'll find out.
About to see a U-turn.
Today, our Matthew Torres spoke to the victim's family. And Matthew, did they say what may have caused all of this?
According to the victim's family, he was creating some sort of a prank video for his YouTube page and interacting with the suspect when he...
You knew damn well what the fuck you was doing. Look at that right there. You knew damn well. So he didn't shoot nobody for real.
No, he shot him for real. The dude was trying to prank him. He's like, I don't fuck with it. He's like, this is a prank, bro, and he shot him.
Free my nigga Allen.
Hey!
We free. Hey!
Yo!
Free my nigga.
Gun these people down.
I'm not saying gun these people down. I'm not gonna say that.
I am.
But I'm not mad at what happened. I can understand that. Yo,
why is it that, like, we got so many schools? We just need prank shooters. You get me?
And interacting with the suspect when he was shot. Court documents identified the victim as Tanner Cook. Tonight, his father telling me that he is expected to make a full recovery.
You know, it's just like surreal. I couldn't believe it.
But tonight, Jeremy Cook says despite what happened to his son, he is slowly recovering in the ICU. It's his faith in God guiding the family through this difficult journey.
And I believe that God saved my son's life, and that he could have very easily died, and that's not the outcome.
God taught your son a lesson. You gonna get this bullet.
No, there's no. I don't care about the chat. There is no OBS error. The page itself does not work. Okay, it has nothing to do with OBS. Okay, I don't care about the chat. Okay, don't talk to me about the chat. I don't care about the chat.
Yeah, but you're gonna live. It's not. Yo, listen. Fuck around and find out. Leave people alone, man.
Y'all don't realize God's the ultimate prankster. You thought you was pranking somebody. Psych! I'm gonna say this. Your boy got shot. You say, thank God he can make a full recovery so he can get back on YouTube and do more nonsense. No, sir, I don't want to see that shit again.
He didn't say that, but whatever. He didn't say that. You're putting all this words in his mouth. He didn't say that, but carry on.
I'm fucked in the ass, man. I cannot believe this fucking retard just killed himself top lane. I'm fucked in the ass, man.
Based.
If he don't say that his son's into some dumb shit, then he need to own that.
Yeah, but he didn't say that.
No. His parents support his YouTube career. If it's me, my mom should have been like, yo, my son deserved it.
You're doing
and I would have deserved it. I'm not. You want to prank people? You're doing Get shot. Parents should have raised his kid better.
That's not what I'm saying.
What do you say? What do you say?
I'm saying what you said he said. This is not what he said. He said none of that.
It's what he didn't say.
You're doing
it's by omission.
The vote.
Listen.
This nigga's
Listen, it's by omission.
Yo, Milhouse, I can't help but notice that chat is not on screen.
And they were making a video in the mall and trying to have fun with people, and this guy wasn't having fun, and there was a phone that was around him, and they were interviewing and were talking to him, and he didn't like it.
Yeah! What did I fucking tell? Yo, I didn't even watch the video. I didn't watch the video. I had no idea what he was gonna say. But I know. I know a bad parent when I see one. Yay! 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 Yo, let me cook. I got my spatula, my oven, and my gas chambers. Listen, I know a bad parent when I see one. Cook them. You see the way?
Trying to have fun with people.
Yo, you know what?
Cook them.
I don't know enough about this.
My bad.
But I imagine if the man shot him, this kid must have been fucking around a lot. But we don't know. So we gonna watch some of these certified goon videos to find out how annoying these pranksters can potentially be.
According to the family, there is video of what happened, but that video is now evidence. This father says despite what Coley is accused of doing, he doesn't hold bitterness or anger towards him.
We need healing. We need to come together.
No.
You're not time for the kumbaya. What's wrong
We
with
don't
you?
need no
Let's hold
fucking
hands.
healing.
Let's hold hands.
Your son needs to not be fucking with people
Let's
when they're minding their goddamn business and filming them. Like
Let's
that.
hold hands.
That's what we need.
We're holding hands.
Let's go watch it.
Kumbaya, my lord. Why you not holding my hand?
Certified goons. Let's go. I'm curious who these people are. Telling workers they're being recorded prank. Accusing people of stealing prank. Asking strangers to wet my whistle prank. Taking people's groceries prank. Yo, listen. Y'all want to keep fucking around? You gonna find out. Steal the wrong person's groceries. Get shot up. Yay. Good. And I know people are like, how could you say that? No. People don't want to be fucked with. Y'all want to go get after people. You don't know what kind of stress they got in their life. They sometimes 1/3 away from breaking, and you just want to go fuck with them and film it and put it online and make them relive that embarrassment. Fuck you. Yay. Fuck you. I never watched any of this. I didn't know. But I could already tell. If somebody went as far as to shoot the motherfucker, these kids was antagonizing them like crazy. And a lot of these pranksters right now, they go the extra mile.
My dude.
Yeah.
Do you see me shutting the fuck up right now?
I'm just saying.
Okay. Cook them.
Let's go watch. Stealing people's groceries.
Excuse me? This is my stuff. Say it one more time. This is my stuff. What do you mean? I buy this. No. Hey. Wait. What's going on? I scanned it. You're taking that from me? What? What? Excuse me? Yo, what's up? Wait, what happened? I buy those stuff. Those groceries, those are mine. You fucking kidding me? You see the water bottle? Hey! Get off! How's it going, man? Disappear from me, okay? Bro, homie tried to fight me over his paper towels. That's actually comedy. But me personally, like if someone's trying to take my groceries, I'm probably giving the same reaction. I feel like everybody is not gonna let anyone take their groceries. But bro, that was that was hilarious.
Nah, nigga. Get shot. Niggas need to learn. Nah, bro, get shot. I know you said you don't wish it on. I wish it on them.
No.
I wish
What
it
would
on.
Pisco say about this?
Right now, shutting the fuck up.
Sorry,
I ain't said shit.
I
ain't said shit.
He lived.
In the past 5 minutes. I said cook them, and you're cooking me.
I'm just saying, it annoys me because we've been saying this dumb shit gonna happen. We've been saying that. And then it's becoming more popular. And listen, I love Gideon, that's the homie. But like, I think because of how he does his stuff, so many people are trying to emulate. Some people do it poorly.
But that's been happening.
Some people do it poorly.
But it's been happening.
No, because
And
a lot of them fake that shit. A lot of them fake it.
Yeah,
the ones in the hoods are fake.
Of course. And where it started from, the bottom, where it started from was Ashton Kutcher punked. That was because it was on MTV, where MTV back then was the internet of the TV, right? And that's where it started. And when internet came out and was more popping, everybody started doing that. A lot of these things were fake and arranged and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And arranging a certain stuff when you're punking someone and you have acolytes that are friends of the person, and no, that's not the same thing that we're doing here. You're punking random people and doing some pretty egregious stuff because you want reactions. That's what you're doing. And when you want reactions, what is gonna happen is a reaction. And you really excuse it as a prank. I cannot stress this shit enough. People got hard lives and stuff like that, and you're messing with them and ain't got time for that.
True.
If they telling you no, whatever, whatnot, and you keep on going to have that extra reaction, you're gonna get that. And if you're egregious enough to bother someone that he pull out the gun, and free my nigga Allen. Free my dude Allen. That he pulls out we knew that shit was about to happen. Leave the people them alone, you hear? Leave them alone.
Like I said, the dude lived. Some people think that's good. I don't know.
I just hope you learned your lesson.
That's it.
I really just hope you learn your lesson.
That's it.
Fuck around and find out, because the next time you do that, you're not going to have the same courtesy.
Yeah. I might not wish death on people, but I do hope they get decked in the face.
Yeah. That
absolutely. I want to go up to people and test them and say some random disrespectful stuff or fuck with their belongings and take their shit from them. Yeah, you deserve to get punched in the face.
Damn.
Absolutely.
But if you're looking for a reaction, you're gonna get that.
Damn.
Getting punched in the face is part of the option.
Yeah, you young niggas is just, I don't know who raised some of y'all. Maybe it was just the internet, but you guys are raised like savages. Again, I say this all the time. Oh, old head, whatever. I don't give a fuck. At least we learn respect. You wouldn't even
Old
touch
head?
your man's
Is that what
shoes
people call?
without expecting a
Is that a nickname for people?
You guys are taking people's food and groceries,
bumping someone,
accusing people of stealing. Y'all deserve everything that comes to you. Whether it's jail, getting shot, I don't give a fuck. And if you do end up dying,
I've never heard that expression before.
I don't wish it on you, but I won't feel bad. I'll post the video and I'll repost it a couple times just so it serves as a reminder to others not to do this dumb shit. Hell yeah. Fuck them. Anything positive to say?
No.
I was trying to troll you, nigga. Psych. I got the one.
Yeah.
I'm the one who trolled myself.
You trying to troll me, and then nigga, you the one that got hit.
I thought I was gonna get you with this video. I got me.
You pranked yourself.
I did. You know, reverse that shit real quick. I tried to hit that shit. You hit that Yu-Gi-Oh. You activated my trap card.
And then you get trapped.
That's so stupid. I felt like I just dug a hole and then jumped right in.
Yeah.
Oh, nigga, my leg. I was like, oh, stupid ass. Oh, why am I getting mad about this?
That's all you. That's all you.
I just couldn't imagine. That's all it is. I couldn't imagine. Like, I don't know. Growing up, I just went through so much trouble not to do that, to not cross that line. You just know how to act around people because you don't want to be out here fighting all the time.
Growing up, I got into some trouble not messing with people.
Exactly.
Now you want to go out there and purposely mess with people?
That's
you
weird.
want to purposely put yourself out. Yo, life is real. Some people are living life on easy mode right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about just you ladies. I'm talking about some of you kids. You know what I mean? You're living life on easy mode. We didn't do shit and we had shit going on. Just breezing through school, you would get shit happening to you. Walking down the street, bumping the wrong person. You could get juked right through. You understand what I'm saying? And now you gonna purposely
that shit
fuck with people?
People said we were overreacting when we saw that Kai Cenat video. But I'm like, no. Like, a lot of them motherfuckers was upset and annoyed. One of them even threatened to fight him. Because he's like, why you fucking with me in my job? I don't find this shit funny.
What was the Kai Cenat video? Did he do prank shit?
Yeah. Some people gonna love it and enjoy it. Great. A lot of people not. And you don't know who those people are. It's just like this. Some women might like it if you grab their ass. But you shouldn't go around grabbing everybody's ass because don't get surprised if they smack you in the fucking face. Right? Or if the boyfriend comes up and beats your ass afterwards. Oh, it's a prank. Some people like it. I don't care. Did you ask before? No, of course not, because it's a prank.
So it is.
Listen, pranking is one of the only things I think people do that shit with. But if you got in physical people's spaces or touch them or say some foul shit to them, like hypothetical, if you go up to a bunch of random women and you say, hey, you fucking whore or whatever, right? Nobody would say that shit's kosher. You can't just go up to random people and yell that shit to them, right? Nobody would say that shit's kosher. But if you say it's a prank, all of a sudden that shit makes it cool. No, some of y'all gonna need to get punched in the fucking face.
Damn.
Absolutely, and I endorse it.
Damn.
I can't wait to title this video. I'll just put it, prankster gets shot. Amazing. So righteous. I was right about the dad though.
Bro, I told you.
Yeah, I know. I just like being reminded.
I told you.
It's just like your wife. She wanted to be right. Is she pretty?
I told you.
To be right, I'm right.
I told you, cook them, and you started cooking me instead. It's like wrong stove, nigga.
Yeah,
wrong stove.
He's not here, but you
wrong.
You turned off my stove initially.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said
I gave
not what he said.
I gave him the benefit.
Now you turned off my stove.
But that's not
I
what
was trying to cook him. I think you turned off the stove.
I'll wait till
you fucked up the heating process.
I'll wait till the motherfucker bring the vegetables till I cook. You was just cooking thin hair.
Nah, you know why? Because even though the vegetables were dethawed, I'd already done the math in my head.
Shut that shit up.
No. I took the vegetables out the freezer.
You didn't do shit.
I did.
You didn't do shit.
Because I
didn't put back. I said let that shit thaw.
You know how some people got a cookbook and a recipe? They know their timers. I just go with the flow. Yay! I'm an intuitive cooker. I know the ingredients coming. I got Chef Boyardee delivered to the door. You feel me? So I don't even need to know it's here yet. I'm like, cook it, turn on the pan, nigga. You got 5 minutes to where I can feel it in my chest. You don't understand that sentiment. You don't get it. That's why you turned off the heat. And so I got mad, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, hey nigga, who fucking with my kitchen? That was you. But you know what?
Nigga, we in the same
Today
kitchen.
I got time.
This is the same kitchen that we in. It's my kitchen too, nigga.
It's your kitchen too?
It's my kitchen too.
Yeah, but there's two stoves, right? There's the oven tops over there on the right side and the other one's on the left side. You got yours. You turned off mine though.
Bruh,
You turned off mine. I was in the middle of my shit. You turned off mine.
This knowledge is going too far.
Hey, listen, we cooking. And there's a bunch of people at home right now.
I let you cook. Go cook.
Hey, listen, you cook and then somebody come in and start fucking with your pots and pans?
No, because I'm at my house.
Yeah. Maybe now.
I don't.
But you don't like that shit, don't lie.
No, I don't care. Because I bought my own house. Stop being with a roomie. You can afford it.
What you mean?
And people are not gonna.
Your wife
fuck with
never.
your stove. Never. When I cook, I cook.
Yeah. See, she knows. I just wish you could do the same for me.
No, this is our stove.
That's our stove.
Yeah, we're roomies in this shit.
Wait.
This is our stove.
But between you,
I could turn that shit off if I want to.
Between you and your wife, it's not y'all stoves.
It's my stove.
What are they talking about? They're talking about cooking.
Yeah.
No, because I bought the bitch.
So you got a wife, but it's your kitchen?
Yeah. It's my kitchen.
Hey, listen, this is information. This is cool. This is wild.
She has her own kitchen.
There's 2 kitchens?
No, there's no 2 kitchens. There's no 2 kitchens, but she bought a condo that she's renting out. She's renting her kitchen to someone else. Yeah, that's my kitchen.
I said, yeah, she got a kitchen, and then you just saw a picture of one of them Easy Bake Ovens. hey, making the cookies. But anyways, that's it. Let us know what you guys think in the comments. Just saw a picture of one of them Easy Bake Ovens. Hey, making the cookies.
Holy shit, Inception.
That's it. Let us know what you guys think in the comments. Just saw a picture of one of them Easy Bake Ovens. Hey.
Big ack.
But then they said, we're guaranteeing you this amount of money as long as you meet that monthly quota.
Wait, about
Little
what?
did I know, you tell us how it's probably streaming about
For Twitch?
I don't know, maybe like 3 days out the month.
Did he have a Twitch deal?
They said, we want you to stream. You could pick the hours. You tell us how many hours would be cool for you to do a month. And I ambitiously said 30. So I could do 30 hours a month.
30 hours a
That
month.
time I was averaging probably 8 to 9. Maybe
Damn.
10 a month. Because I was only doing like 2 streams or 3 streams. But then they said, we're guaranteeing you this amount of money as long as you meet that monthly quota. Little did I know, I looked at it as, well, this is more incentive to stream. Plus, I like streaming. But little did I know, once again, this is the business of streaming. Whatever they give you, they're extracting and expecting to extrapolate 10 or really 100 times the value.
100 times?
So I'll tell you how that played out. In the next year, I think for 10 or 11 months out of 12, I streamed and accomplished the goals for the hours every single month. 1 month I didn't, for whatever reason. I think I also got suspended during that month too. And granted, I know sometimes people look at what streaming pays this and third, but you know, I've never looked at streaming as a lucrative thing. This might surprise, well, for some of you, I might surprise you. I've been doing YouTube.
Why? How did this guy get aggroed from all the way across the fucking map?
The majority of my income has never been from streaming. It's always been supplementary income that I look at it. Because I know, again, I'm not saying it's not a lot of money, but Twitch don't pay a lot. So, again, if you look at cost in terms of if you have to give the hours of your life that you have to give versus what you get back, I can make 3 YouTube videos and I get that. So it's like, okay, you know what I mean? So 30 hours sitting here versus 3 YouTube videos, you get the same amount of money. Just do that math. Again, you also have to, because, you know, I'm a creator who does everything myself. Now, again, I'm getting a lot into detail and stuff, but I'm going to get you guys to the journey. But I like to be very transparent.
Okay.
I'm probably one of the most transparent creators you'll ever see, because even someone who hates me, if you listen to this, I'm paving and I'm giving you the blueprint for what the future is. And for the people who support me, I know y'all support me because I'm not going to just do some random shit and then leave y'all out in the dark. So, where are we? They gave me this contract. It was a year contract. But I always said, why the fuck do they care if I stream? That's where you have to understand business. Well, they care that academic stream because they were currently negotiating with UMG, Sony, and Warner for the rights to have music on their platform and license it. So what happens is, this is why independent music never gets too big without some label grabbing it up. They hold market share about like 80-some% over all music. And they basically twist everyone's hands, whether it's Spotify, YouTube, anybody who plays music. So once they own the catalog, the labels will be rich forever. So there was a time they pulled up on Twitch. Now, Twitch is owned by Amazon. But the way these companies work, Amazon is the big company. then Amazon Music is a subsidiary company, and Twitch is just a subsidiary. So it's like Amazon Music is a streaming service, but it's completely different than Twitch. So they have a deal for Amazon Music, but Twitch didn't have a deal with these big record labels. So they were negotiating. It took about a year, 15 months. Now, I learned this trick when TikTok invited me. Now, it's all gonna make sense because I want to help educate as much as. It's the reason my name is Academics. I want to help educate because nobody ever gave me.
That's why they call him Big Act.
I want to help give you again. I remember when I went into the TikTok office, and I know this might sound like a parallel, like a tangent, but it's not. TikTok invited me, my lawyer, and another business partner, and we went there, and they said, "Ack, we need you to have a presence on TikTok." I said, "Well, I can see TikTok kind of blowing up. What do we get out of it?" Well, they said, "Well, we're gonna just tell you off the rip. We're not paying you to be on here." By the way, there's no hip hop artists on there at the time. They said, we're not gonna pay you to be on TikTok, but what we're gonna do, and this is our form of compensation, if you get on here, and you all know about this now, we're gonna hit a little lever, and when you get on, you're gonna be getting more followers than you've ever believed. And it was almost like meeting with the devil, because like in that same meeting, a young woman got on the computer because I was like, well, I want my handle Academics, and someone else had it. They kicked him off right there in the meeting. Just took a computer, bang, kick him off.
See ya.
Here's your new handle. I'm like, wow.
Peace.
Fucking crazy. But I'm like, why are they doing this? So, I get to find out TikTok was trying to infiltrate culture. Music was popping off on their platform. Everybody's doing challenges and dances. They wanted the rappers to come on there. They approached a young rapper at the time who was scorching hot at the time, Blueface. They said, "Blueface, people are doing your songs, doing challenges to your songs on here. The Bust Down Tatiana dance is going crazy. You got to get on the platform." And Blueface said to them, "I'll do it, but give me like $200,000. They're looking at him like, he must not know. We're gonna be so popping. He gonna need us. We're trying. So they say to him the same thing they said to me. "We'll get you popping on here. We'll make you super viral." He says, "Nah, I'm viral already. I want the money." They says, "Fuck it. Too bad. We can't give you the money." So now I started understanding my role. Why was Academics important? Why did they invite me in? They said, "Ack, when you come in, hip hop is monkey see, monkey do.
Jesus.
When you come in, other people will come in. And once we start that type of domino effect, we just got everybody on the platform without paying a cent." Of course, I'm looking at it from I'm like, well, I'm about to get super lit on here. They told me they promised me these flowers. Okay. I didn't even see a way to really make money off them. Whatever. But here was the bigger picture. It wasn't just that. TikTok was getting pressured by the 3 bad wolves once again. And that's how I'm going to connect it back to the Twitch story. The 3 bad wolves, Sony Music, Universal Music Group, and Warner Music Group, was saying, "Yo, y'all keep playing our music on that shit, doing goofy dances. We don't get paid when y'all do that. And we need our bread." So TikTok, which is owned by ByteDance, had to make a motherfucking deal. The trick, which I alluded to before, was if you prove to the labels you're valuable to them in promotion, they'll give you a licensing deal for less than what they would come to the table with. For example, I don't know the exact deal. You could probably Google it. Variety probably has it. But let's say Warner Music says, to license our content that people could play our songs and you could do whatever, we need $10 billion for the next 5 years. I'm making this up. If TikTok in negotiations could come with enough data to show, well, we've actually helped a bunch of your existing artists go from here to here, here to here, and how about we sign a deal that we'll just promote y'all? Instead of paying $10 billion, can we pay 3? That's the trick. There's a multi-varied step to getting there. Number one, you got to get some creators over there. i.e. the Academics, i.e. later on the Bluefaces and every other rapper. And then you got to show that TikTok is making all the new songs popular. TikTok reduced the amount of money they got to pay. Big win for them. So how does Twitch factor into that? Well, Twitch was seen as gamers. So Universal Music Group's like, you can't help us. You guys are gamers. How the fuck could a company help us with music when all y'all doing is playing COD? So Twitch sat back and thought, fuck. Maybe, let's say it's the same deal. They want $10 billion for 5 years. So Twitch sat back and thought and said, fuck, we have to expand beyond gaming. And we also have to show that we're important to the music business some way, somehow. How do they do that? Well, oh shit, buried under our nose is now one of the most influential people in the talk music space, Academics. But he stops, he's kind of cooling off on the streaming. Let's go give him some incentive to stream, right? Let's give him, and I don't want to throw out numbers. Let me not throw out what I got, but let's give him this amount of money. He's probably going to keep chanting Twitch. That you're going to see Almighty J on the platform, T-Pain on the platform.
Andrew Tate and Socrates. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I don't need this for now. What is going on here?
Hi, what's up, guys? What's a Fresh Air Podcast, man? Today, we're going to be talking about Ben Shapiro's critiques of our advice of what to do before you get married.
True or false?
Let's get into it.
Let's go.
We are back. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Air Podcast, regular edition. It's been a while since we've done a Womanizer Wednesday, actually.
One-on-one, bro to bro, man.
We've been having guest guys. We've been traveling, dropping episodes for you guys all over the place, man. We've had a lot of big shows recently. As you guys know, we're in Vegas. We did Dan Bilzerian. We did Ryan Pineda. We had Graham Stephan. We did an interview with Graham Stephan. We did
Access Vegas
with Rolo and Michael Sartain. We had Robert Frank.
Speaking of travel, tomorrow we go where?
Yes, tomorrow, guys, we're going to be in Houston, Texas, okay? We're going to go out there and collab with Max Tuning and Christian Guzman. That's going to be lit. We're going to be over there in Alpha Land shooting some content, so it's going to be a great time, man. We're going to do Max Tuning's podcast, Sour. I think it's called the Sour Podcast. And yeah, it's going to be great, man. And we'll go do an interview with him, and we'll also go ahead and talk with Christian Guzman as well, as you guys don't know. OG fitness YouTuber, owner of Alpha Elite, the brand, the clothing brand, good stuff. So yeah, man, we'll
always
be out
networking,
there.
man. Always networking.
So we're gonna be giving y'all some hot content very soon, man. We've been really trying to push the envelope with like getting you guys like big guests, good interviews, giving you guys value, man. Like I'm telling y'all, man, I've been saying it forever, and I'm gonna say it again. We are the #1 men's podcast in the fucking world. We're gonna continue to be #1 in the world. We're gonna continue to prove to you guys why we're #1 in the world. We're not gonna just sit here like, oh, 1 million subscribers, let's go chill now. Like, nah, man. We want to keep giving you guys value, whether it's making money, being more attractive, talking about intersexual dynamics, giving you guys value. You know what I mean? Debating delusional girls on the podcast so that you guys can see that modern women pretty much are all the same regardless of their socioeconomic status or how they behave. They try to sit there and say, oh no, I'm different and blah blah blah. Bro, they all think the fucking same, man. I hate to say it like
We've
that,
traveled to many places.
I'm telling you, bro.
They're pretty much all the same.
Yeah, it's maybe nuances here or there. The difference between an educated girl is she might be able to debate her points a little bit better and articulate a little bit better, but in general, like a lot of girls have the same mindsets, man, when it comes to dating, relationships, their views on men, their views on equality, all this other shit. You know, and then there are some girls that agree with us a lot of the times too. It's just that they don't talk that much when they're on the podcast, so no one remembers them. But there's been plenty of times we brought girls on that are smart that just know, okay, no, they're actually speaking facts. I'm just gonna be quiet while the rest of you bimbos argue. So,
but ultimately,
whatever.
we do know that they can handle the truth. So that's universal. Just
That's
saying.
big facts. Quick announcement, guys. So we already got 3,800 of you guys in here. So please like the video. We're live on Rumble, guys, right now as well. I don't know, Mo, if it's working though, on your end. But yeah, rumble.com/freshfit because I see the little red button.
Good to go. It's working.
So yeah, okay, rumble.com/freshfit, guys. Check us out over there. So you know, because if we get kicked off YouTube, you guys will know exactly where to find us. Also, check us out freshfitlocals.com, guys. As you guys know, Fresh records behind the scenes content. Probably a lot of the stuff that we'll be doing out there in Houston. He'll have it as well on Locals. So check us out over there. Also, Megaphone. If you guys want to get the audio version of the podcast, just make sure you wear headphones so that you don't lose your job and or get fired. I haven't gotten any complaints from any of y'all getting called into HR recently, so you guys have been heeding that warning. Also, get the merch, freshfitpodcaststore.com. T-shirts, hoodies, etc. The hats are in stock, and I'm gonna bring back the, for example, the Ninja Watcher shirts, guys. We just need to get
find
the
the PNG file. Yeah,
we got to find that goddamn PNG file.
So
It's somewhere
way back in the
buried
day.
in Walt's email, so he's gonna find it for y'all.
Yeah.
And we'll go ahead and put them back up on there for you guys. But Chris the Bum shirt is live, and the new hat is live as well. FresherPodcastStore.com. And Chris is not here, you know, living up to his name, I guess, that he's a bum.
Hopefully,
Mo's in the background of the show.
He gets better soon because he is sick.
He is
Aw,
sick. Yeah,
too
okay.
much alcohol.
Yeah, he been drinking too much. They've been drinking. And then also, guys, check out our other YouTube channels called Fresh Fit Clips. As y'all know, we post the best parts of the show on there, whether it's me debating delusional girls or special guests. We got a bunch of cool clips from when we did the interview with Dan Bilzerian.
Yeah.
He gave a lot of nuggets of wisdom.
And the shorts are going viral, man.
Yeah.
Shorts are going viral.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, facts. You guys are really enjoying the shorts.
Dude,
and-
I was all the way up north in Destin Beach. This old white guy was like, "Don't you do a podcast, man?" I'm like, how you know me? Oh, my son watches you all the time. My wife hates you though. I'm like, all right, brother. I appreciate it, man.
That's so usual, man. Like, yo, I love your shit,
He's
but
like-
yo,
he's like-
my wife hates you.
He's like,
or my girl hates
where's
you.
the Indian guy? I'm like,
Indian.
Myron? What the fuck? It's not Indian, bro.
That Indian, goddammit. Man,
bro.
no one ever gets it right, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, guys, check us out over there on Fresh Fit Clips. Also, Fresh,
And
your channel.
guys, taking a trip to Houston tomorrow. So if you want to see all the vlogs there, go check it out on my channel, and it's gonna be lit. So go check it out. All the travel vlogs are there, and when we live here, obviously in Miami, we get lit here as well. Go check it out. 200K on the way. Let's go. And guys, we have Myron's channel as well. Fed it 1811.
Yeah, guys, go check
How many
out my
fucking
YouTube
channels does
channel
this
called
have?
1811. As
Jesus.
you guys know, I break down criminal cases over there. And Mo, you got it? Yo, Elmo, man, come on, man, get with it.
He was getting there.
Yeah, man, fat finger. Oh shit.
I didn't know. I don't know his soundboard. That's why I was like, oh, what was it?
Yeah, okay.
It's still El Chris.
Yeah, it's still El Chris.
Chris should be here.
Elmo too, but it's fine. But Chris is a bum, so what else is new? Nigga don't even do his job.
Nigga said I'm showing up late today.
Yeah. Oh man. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, guys, go check me out on Feta 1811, man. I'm gonna be dropping Ed Gein tomorrow. You guys have been asking for that forever, aka the Plainfield Ghoul. He's the guy that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was based off of, you know, wearing skin and ornaments and everything else weirdo.
Ugh.
Yeah, bro, that drops tomorrow. Then I'm gonna do John Benet Ramsey. That's gonna drop on Sunday. I filmed both of them. They're ready to go for you guys. So when we're in Houston, you guys will still have content. Yeah. So yeah, go subscribe to Fed It, man. And then the last video I did was a school shooter from Nashville, Audrey Hale, and I also did the Trump indictment as well. And I pretty much predicted it right what they were gonna hit Trump with. And you know, he actually was arraigned, I think a couple days ago in Manhattan. I think he's going to beat the charges. I actually give my predictions on how he'll be able to defend against the charges against him. What I'm more concerned with for you guys is the federal charges that are going to come. I predict that he'll probably be indicted this year for the
Georgia
the
stuff?
classified information and the defense
classified.
information that they had found at Mar-a-Lago. That's what I'm more concerned with. These New York charges are BS. He'll be able to beat those easily.
But I will say,
They're misdemeanors, bro. Like they made them felonies because they're angry, right? Like basically, like it's falsifying business records. So what they ended up doing was saying like, oh yeah, you're falsifying these business records to evade a crime or to continue a crime. So that's why they're able to hit him with the felony. But those charges they hit him with are typically misdemeanors.
But W is for Trump, man. No mugshot.
Yep, no mugshot.
I don't know how you put that
Not
off.
cuffed, nothing.
But hey, man, no, that's legendary.
Hey, man, that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
You know, we like Trump on this side of the internet, so people can say whatever they want to say. And then, guys, get my book, Why Women Deserve Less. We're going to be talking about my book on this podcast,
Misogyny.
actually. Because one thing that Ben Shapiro fails to realize is that your boy Myron is very well versed in this. This is my arena when it comes to dealing with females and intersexual dynamics, etc. And you know, no offense to Ben, I do like his content, but he should have stayed over on the political side. He has no idea of what the sexual marketplace is now. And I'm gonna actually debunk the things that he said with facts, not feelings. Okay. So anything else?
No, I think that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And ladies that want to enter the show, because some of y'all have been DMing me, hit up our guy Chris. Okay.
Yeah,
AKA
bro.
Aaron C. Poxon on Instagram. If y'all want to come on the show, ladies, hit him up. We're not going to be the ones that will book you. All right. If you hit us up, we're going to assume that you're trying to get some dick.
Yeah. They DM us. I'm like, go to Chris, man. Stay over there.
Yeah. Exactly. So. Unless you try to slide in my DMs, don't fucking DM me, bro. Because I'm literally gonna tell you, go message Aaron C. Poxon.
Yeah, literally.
I'll be like, are you trying to smash? No. Okay, go hit up Aaron C. Poxon.
Who's this? The producer?
Yeah.
Go over there.
Yeah, go over there, man. All right.
Cool.
All right, cool. So, guys, we'll hit some of these chats real quick, and then we'll get into the show. We got already 5,700 y'all watching, man. So, like the video, guys. Subscribe to the channel. I think we're live on Rumble right now. Also.
Yes, we are.
We are. You double check.
Let's go.
Okay. All right, Mo. Can you pull up these?
Dude, I need intros like this. Destiny cake.
Right. So we got here, Alvin Sam goes, question to Ben, what advantage does a 22-year-old man out of college have over an established 35-year-old man when women seek men for his maturity and financial stability? Oh, you're asking good questions there. Don't worry, we're going to answer that here in a second. Get your paper route, became a member. Welcome to the family. And then we got Daniel Carey Meehan, $5 fresh. I took your advice with using pics for motivation. I hung up pics of my mom who passed away to remind me of why I'm bettering myself each day. There we go, my friend.
Dude,
she's looking down on you.
Motivation, bro.
Bro, I use pics of his mom for motivation too.
Important background info from here. Shapiro was born to a wealthy family and has been married since 07-08. He has no idea what the sexual marketplace is for young working class males in 2023. Don't worry, we will address that as well. Vigoronomy by Rod Eric goes, it's simple, like and sub to Fresh and Fit. New vlog every day. Thanks to Fresh, CEO Network, FNF Dallas, Griot's Vision. We up. Shout out to you, Rod. And then we got Shaquille Oatmeal goes, yo with the names, bro. Shout out to the new FNF Reddit. If you know, you know. Oh, there's a new one?
Oh shit.
Okay. Put that link in the fucking description and have people or in the chat so people can go find it.
You might get that shit banned.
Yeah, the facts. You Myron Delebra? Yes, bro. Delebra is in the house. Them boys.
Ka-ching. We're watching.
We're watching. Okay, bro. I appreciate that. Husan Tamira super sticker. Appreciate that. Demon Tai Mo, $10 goes. Myron and Fresh, make sure you check your pockets for your wallet after talking about them boys. Myron, just say you just say the word and Big Mo will deliver a big Haitian pancake off the top rope incoming. Okay, appreciate that.
Still got it, bro. Still got it.
Them boys again says, by the way, is there a cheaper super chat?
Wow, stop that, man. Dude.
Hey, man, we're keeping this podcast professional. All right?
Yo.
Y'all got to fucking chill out with this shit.
Yo. That's not cool, man.
Wait, what did he even say?
That's not cool,
I like
bro.
barely read
Alpha
these.
Kenny body while you watch. Okay.
Look at that nigga's shit. What the heck?
What the fuck is going on, bro?
Okay, we got Crease.
And then the last one's here. And then, guys, from this point forward, because there's already over 6,000 y'all in here, we're going to go 20
had
out
a
from this
Jewish
point forward.
dude.
I'll read these that came through because you guys are donating, and obviously we appreciate that greatly. Every single dollar, as y'all know, we invest right back into the podcast.
Yeah.
Whether it's to travel. Go see new guests,
new equipment,
etc., new equipment. So yeah, I actually upgraded a bunch of our mobile stuff. So I know some of y'all were hitting us up after the Dan show, saying, "Yo, sound, blah blah blah." So made some upgrades. Okay. Chase goes, is it too much to ask for a President Myron Gaines? Bro, it'd be great, but I would never be able to run for office because they would get all those clips of me saying women deserve less, and I would immediately lose half the vote. Discipline of Wudon goes, been following you men for a long while now. Put all the teachings of you guys, Andrew Tate and Jay Waller, into practice, and my life has changed drastically for the better. Thank you, and God bless. Big love and support always. I appreciate it, bro.
Top G is free.
Yeah, yes.
He's home.
And, yo, guys, I spoke with Tristan. At this point, I've talked to Andrew almost every day. They're doing well, guys. They're in good spirits, and you guys will hear from them soon. Okay.
I've been sending Andrew new Jamaican dancehall songs. He's been loving it. He's been loving it, man.
Yeah, man. So they're doing well, guys.
G.
They're doing well. So that's really what matters. I'm just happy that they're home.
Yeah.
Umbasa, shout out to Fresh and Fit. Been a long time supporter. Myron, I'll grab your cheeks. Okay. Y'all be on some weirdo shit.
Gay.
Mateo, hey Myron, I just finished watching Sneako on Ryan Dawson pod. What are your thoughts? I didn't finish watching it, but Ryan Dawson is very good.
Oh God,
he's based.
That's all I'm gonna say for now.
Very based.
MoneyNet goes, what kind of tax forms does YouTube give you guys?
TMI.
Yeah, Maxwell. First
probably a
time catching you guys
1040,
live, big
right?
fan
Some
and
kind of
happy to be
1040.
here. Okay.
Shout out to you, bro.
1040K. I don't
What's
remember.
up, fellas? I'd like to apologize for the previous.
Can't you just look that up? Can't you just Google that? Is it secret?
I don't remember your previous
What'd you
messages,
say, bro?
man. Okay. Y'all do everything. Appreciate y'all. Yes, we do, man. We got y'all, man. We literally try to bring you guys every type of content,
aspect
bro.
of life, bro. As
Seriously,
a man.
man.
Literally, bro.
That's why, like, these reaction channels talking shit, bro.
They can't compete, bro.
They can't compete, bro. Like, literally, like, they're not even on the same level, man.
Their
like,
main agency and values talking shit.
That's what they do.
That's it.
They just talk shit. Like,
They
here,
didn't file one
I'm not
yesterday?
going to talk
Fuck
shit
them.
about Ben Shapiro. I'm going to give y'all the facts of what it really is. Like, because here's the thing. I like Ben. I really do. I agree with a lot of his political views. I don't agree with everything, but I agree with a lot of his political views. I think he has a very, he's a very smart guy, very intelligent. He went to Harvard Law School, very sharp, very well-spoken, great debater. But in this regard, when it comes to intersexual dynamics and men dealing with women in 2023,
This is
unfortunately,
not his
he's
arena.
incorrect.
Yeah, this is
He's
not his
incorrect,
arena. Yeah.
You know, and I'm gonna show you guys why here in a second. Camp 2 times. Your title mentioned marriage, so I thought I'd share this verse. Go ahead. First.
Leviticus 21:7. They shall not take a wife that is a whore or profane, neither shall they take a woman put away for her husband, for he is holy unto his God. That's Old Testament, but yeah, I mean nowadays that's everywhere, bro. We have here who's next, Mo? Mikey Cruz.
I got married when I was 23. I'm currently 25, married with 3 sons. I didn't become RP aware until a year after I was married because I listened to TradCon advice. I now find very hard to find the time to work on myself. Yeah,
Bro, it's tough, bro. Because, dude,
Yeah.
imagine being raised in a Christian family. That's all you know.
Yeah.
Go to school, get married, have kids. But you're like, damn, I didn't wait to see she's a good girl for me. If she's really here for me or for the money. You don't really know. So it's
Yeah.
tough, man.
It is tough, man.
Yeah.
All right, Mo, we're caught up? Pretty much?
We good,
Yes.
Mo?
All right, cool. So, guys, so let's get into today's topic, guys. So, so as you guys know, a video dropped. Actually, this came to my attention. Let's go back in time a little bit. Right. So my little brother sent me a video, and it was Ben Shapiro. And I was like, oh, awesome. What's this? So I opened up the video, and I see that he's reacting to a clip from our interview or a podcast that we did with Valuetainment Money, right?
Yeah.
Adam Saucecast podcast, right? Saucenex podcast,
yeah.
aka Saucecast. And in that podcast, I had talked about the 5 things that you need in place before you become married. And those 5 things, just to refresh your guys' memory, is make $100,000 a year, have 6 months to 1 year of savings, right? Cash, liquid. Be 35 years old, be in shape, have been in the gym for a while, and have sex with 50 women.
50.
And obviously
50.
that last part.
Isn't the average lifetime partners for men like 7 to 9? 50 fucking women. I'm gonna grab a Red Bull. Hold on.
Whoa! Everyone and their mom is going crazy, right? About me saying that you need to have sex with 50 women. But there's a reason for that, guys. And I'm going to go into that here in a little bit. But
50 women?
Ben Shapiro
What
ended
the
up criticizing the video and didn't agree with my advice, okay? So first and foremost, let's go ahead and introduce you guys to who Ben Shapiro is if you guys don't know who he is. You've been living under a rock. So Benjamin Aaron Shapiro, born January 15, 1984. So he's about 39 years old.
Yep.
Okay, he's an American attorney, businessman, columnist, author, conservative political commentator, and media personality. At age 17, he became the youngest nationally syndicated columnist in the United States. Shapiro writes columns for creators Syndicate, Newsweek, and AMI magazine, and serves as editor emeritus for the Daily Wire, which he founded. Shapiro is the host of The Ben Shapiro Show, a daily political podcast and live radio show. He was editor-at-large of Breitbart News between 2012 and 2016. Shapiro has written 11 books, which he actually wrote a book about debating, which is pretty good as well. So that's who he is in a nutshell, guys, okay? A very famous political commentator. He actually got a roast of fame for pretty much dunking on college kids when he goes and does speeches, because it always happens. It never fails. He'll go to university. He'll give a speech. There'll be some liberal heckler. Oh, well, I don't agree with this and that, and you're a bigot, and and then he'll basically just destroy them with facts. And it's awesome. Yeah, he just literally destroys them because the problem with these libtards is they don't operate in reality. They don't operate on facts. They operate on feelings a lot of the times. So he just dunks on these fucking guys, and it's awesome. So that's how he became really popular on YouTube, right?
Something that's very interesting with the way that Myron conducts himself here, I'll just point this out, is Myron wants to criticize Ben Shapiro, who is a bit derisive when he came after them. Ben Shapiro's like, oh, this is a bad idea. You know, he didn't get personal or anything. But before Myron levies his criticisms at Shapiro, he's giving him a lot of props. Notice how he's like not trying to like completely and totally fucking nuke this bridge from orbit. He didn't come out being like, Ben Shapiro, this guy's been out of the dating market for 10 years. He's a fucking idiot, blah, blah. Like he's giving a lot of props. That's just an interesting thing to note is that he's like pretty strategic in terms of how he's going to push back against Ben here.
Right, and you can see Matt Walsh does something very similar, also at the Daily Wire. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, I think Matt Walsh is a part of Daily Wire. You know, where he's talking about, you know, there's two genders. You know, what is a woman? So these guys do a good job of being able to, you know, preserve and promote conservative values to an increasingly woke agenda, which, you know, you guys already know what happens when you go woke. So anyway, so that's who he is in a nutshell, okay, guys, from a bird's eye view.
I think Lauren just posted a video like, when you go woke,
so
you don't go broke. I saw it pop my recommended, but I haven't watched it yet. That go woke, go broke shit is one of the biggest fucking copes of all time from conservatives. If you go woke, you're gonna lose all your money. Meanwhile, like every ultra woke fucking capitalist org is like making more money than they ever have by appealing to broader demographics. Like,
go ahead and go into the video he made, right? So I got this TikTok from my little brother, like I told y'all before, and in it he criticized us. So let's go ahead and play this video.
I say all the time,
enlarge it,
in today's
enlarge
day
it,
and
Mom.
age, you shouldn't be getting married until you're at least 35.
That was my
man.
next question for you. As a man, what age
What
should
about
you
women?
consider getting married?
So I have, this is my thing that I tell guys.
Yeah.
I think
This
35
fucking
years
TikTok
old,
song.
had slept with at least 50 women, 100K per year, you're in shape, and you got 6 months to 1 year of savings.
All right, done. I got to get married. I've done all that. That's easy.
Here's the Republic right there. So that is a recipe for a terrible marriage, by the way, guys. Waiting until you're 35 and have slept with 50 women, that is a terrible recipe for marriage by every available data point. It turns out that you are much better in terms of getting married if you get married younger.
I will say, props to Ben. And I don't know if it's because he's gotten older, mellowed out, or maybe I never heard his views accurately in the past. I'm not sure. But listening to Ben Shapiro describe his relationship on Lex Fridman, I think he is the only conservative guy that I've ever heard give a good conservative take on what a traditional relationship looks like, to where his wife has clearly different roles and strengths than him, and he has clearly different roles and strengths than her, but she is like a valuable and invaluable asset to his life. He gives her a lot of props for helping him with like business stuff and pushing him to be a better person, et cetera, et cetera. His take on his relationship in the Lex Fridman show was very, very, very good and traditional. It's very rare that I hear people give good traditional takes on relationships, because most of them, they just fucking hate women. Sorry, but it's true. Most people, when you guys talk about trad relationships, you something you fucking hate women. Ben did not sound like that. Yeah.
If you do not have a wide variety of sexual partners, all the stuff about, you know, being in shape and having money and all the rest, like, you should try to do that, generally speaking. But this notion that you wait until you're 35, you've already made a bevy of mistakes that have shaped your character and made you much more rigid as a person, and that you should have had a basis of comparison in terms of sex of dozens and dozens and dozens of women. No, the data do not support this, and it's stupid.
All right.
Wow.
So, you know, obviously he's saying that the data doesn't support it, blah, 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 which actually it does, Ben. And I'm going to talk about the data here in a bit. But so you guys are probably wondering, well, yo, why is he so strong on getting married young, you know, having this traditionally conservative outlook on dating, etc. So let's go back to that Wikipedia page real fast, guys.
Could be his background.
Yeah, I think his background has a lot to
Oh,
play
no.
with it. Which,
They're not gonna
you know,
do
there's
the
nothing
Jew
wrong with
thing,
his
right?
background. I wish every person was able to enjoy the background that Ben actually was able to.
That would be
have.
amazing.
Let's go ahead and
or is
pull
it
up
going to be
real
like
quick,
coming from
Mo.
like a good
So,
family?
Early life and education, right?
His real name's
Shapiro
Clarence.
was born in Los Angeles, California, to conservative Jewish family of Russian, Jewish, and Lithuanian Jewish ancestry. When he was 9 years old, his family transitioned to Orthodox Judaism. He started playing violin at a young age and performed at the Israel Bonds Banquet in 1996 at 12 years of age. His parents both worked in Hollywood. His mother was an executive of a TV company, and his father, David Shapiro, worked as a composer. Okay? Skipping 2 grades, 3rd and 9th,
Jesus.
Shapiro went from Walter Reed Middle School in the Valley to Yeshiva University High School of Los Angeles in Westside Los Angeles, where he graduated in 2000 at age 16. He graduated from the University of California, Los Angeles in 2004, summa cum laude, and Phi Beta Kappa at age 20 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science, and then from Harvard Law School in 2007 as a cum laude. Okay, so obviously some very impressive accolades there that he's achieved. And then he went on to work at the law offices of Goodwin Procter. As of March 2012, he ran an independent consultancy firm, Benjamin Shapiro Legal Consulting in Los Angeles. And then right around that time is actually when he started, you know, the dunking on these college students, etc., and then just became a huge social media personality, right? So here's the problem, right, guys? as you guys can see from his background, grew up in a fairly well-off family. Okay, successful family, 2-parent household, fantastic, right? And he had religion in his family as well, instilled in his family. And I've always said, when you come from a stable background, you have religion, you tend to have more positive worldviews, and it's better for creating relationships conducive to stable marriages, right? But you guys got to keep in mind, right, that not everyone gets this privileged background, so to speak.
And also their environment as well. Not to bring up that point, but for example, he married early, 07, 08, right?
Yeah, he married at 24 years old.
And I'm just saying, most of that, I want to say culture and that type of like dynamic, you get arranged marriages all the time. So it's pretty much like, okay, cool, here's my son, Ben, here's your daughter, Sally, they'd be a good fit.
I don't think
they're successful.
His marriage was arranged.
So it just breeds an arranged marriage, so to speak.
So I don't know.
I don't know what he means by that. No,
it might not be, but I'm just saying, like,
yeah. But the point I'm trying to make here is that, the background that Ben enjoyed is what most men are never going to get to enjoy.
Yeah,
right.
Sadly,
a 2-parent household, strong religious values, right, and then finding another family that has a daughter that also has strong religious values, right. And he got married at 24 years old. Let's be honest, man. 2023 nowadays with inflation. The cost of living, you can't live on one income, and being 24 years old and marrying someone and being able to take care of her and a family in today's day and age, not viable for most guys.
I mean, if you're in the audience, think about all your friends. Who's like that you know? I know one person maybe, and they're divorced now. So it's like, bro, that's hard to find. Just saying.
So, and here's the other thing too about marriage, right? So let me give you guys some numbers, and this comes straight from my book, Why Women Deserve Less, by the way, which all this stuff is backed up with numbers, right? I put a lot of studies in this book. Right, so I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all the cold hard facts on marriage nowadays with some of these statistics and numbers, okay? Because what Ben doesn't understand is that marriage, right, is not in a man's interest anymore, okay? So, marriage is at an all-time low of 5.1 marriages per 1,000 people, half the long-term average going back to 1900. Those who do marry face the same 45% divorce rate that American marriages have suffered in the past. 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women, jumping to 90% if the woman is college educated. And what marriages remain intact only stand a 28.5 chance of being happy ones. Cohabitation is no better, with half of them ending just as marriages do. Family formation is down from 3.6 births per woman in 1960 to 1.64 births per woman in 2020. Okay, and that includes immigrant families who are traditionally have more families. Pre-marital activities such as courtship, dating, and sex are down as well. Your average millennial only gets 1.43 dates per year, compared to 9.3 and 4.7 for Gen Xers and Boomers, respectively. And this says nothing for the younger Gen Z siblings, okay? Women flake on dates about 56% of the time, all right? Data from Tinder Insights show only about 8.6% of people message each other on the dating apps, resulting in actual dates. So that's pretty much a 91.4% flake rate on dating apps, right? And then the percentage of young women who haven't had sex in the past year has increased by 50%, going from 12% of the population to 18%, while the percentage of men not having sex, okay? Yeah, I got the numbers, man. Right? Not having sex in the past has almost doubled, going from 15% of the population to about 28 to 30%. And then male virginity has also tripled, going from 11% of the young male population to 27. Okay? So, and on top of that, guys, right?
He didn't come for 3 or 4 inflation.
Yes. And here's the other thing
More
too,
hoes.
right? I have a whole chapter, guys, on how women don't like men that much anymore. Okay? Well, sorry, excuse me. Most women don't like most men. Okay? And if you guys don't believe me, when polled, Gen Z, all right, this is people born between 1995 to 2012, all right, women rank men 7th place behind travel, career, education, experiences, and starting a family. So men are at almost the bottom of the totem pole, all right, when it comes to marriage. And then millennial women, right, women in my age range, they're born 1981 to 1996, who aren't even hot anymore like that, okay, still rank finding a man at 4th place behind careers and education.
And God forbid that you make less money than them, you're screwed, bro.
So why do I say all this, okay? And this and we haven't even talked about how alimony, 90% of it is paid from men to women. We haven't even talked about how women in general initiate most of the divorces. Why I mentioned that before. But women don't like men that much, guys. The dating landscape in general has changed significantly thanks to the internet, social media, dating apps, the amount of options that women have nowadays. So the thing is that what Ben is saying, get married young, have a family, all that other stuff, it sounds good in theory, right? In an imagination world.
Back in the day.
Right? maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago. But nowadays, that's a big nope. It's going to lead to a because
These guys are
what men
traumatized
doesn't
by
realize
like
is that
divorce stats,
women
unironically.
are 1,000% incentivized to not make it work with their guy. They actually benefit from breaking up with you.
When they talk about the divorce stats, this is why Pearl said the same shit. Is like a lot of these guys think that like women just divorce men all the time because they're like maliciously doing it because it's like fun for them. Like women enjoy like getting divorced because they're all getting like rich off alimony and shit.
Especially within the confinements of marriage. Now, where does that leave us? We've established that women don't like men that much. Marriage is a very risky proposal for men, right? Because men take all the risk. Women get all the benefits, right? You can't tell me a benefit that a man receives from marriage that he can't get in a regular relationship, right? Tax benefits, is that really? No, because when you actually look at what you're risking, it's not worth it.
Minuscule.
It's minuscule.
Yeah.
So I tell guys, yo, you have to have these things in place so that, number one, you're more attractive mate in the first place, so it lowers your chances of being divorced. And on top of that, when you've had sex with 50 women, it allows you to be a good assessor of female character. Now, let's run.
Wait, did my internet just die? YouTube down. Rumble is still like, wait, how the fuck is Rumble live? When it seems like all the rest of my internet just went down. Oh no, wait, now my just back up. Oh, weird. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Oh my god, did it actually shut down my whole fucking YouTube stream? Do I have to restart everything? How did Rumble say? I have no idea. Interesting, weird.
Run that clip one more time.
Here we go. And guys, Rumble's down.
I say all the
We
time,
gotta run it
today's
back
day and age,
later.
you shouldn't be.
Elmo. Just kill the Rumble stream there, Mo.
That was
Just
my
kill
next
it.
question.
All right, so let's play this clip back.
Cool.
All right, and then enlarge it.
I say all the time, in today's day and age, you shouldn't be getting married until you're at least 35.
That was
as a
my
man.
next question for you. As a man, what age should you consider getting married?
So I have, this is my thing that I tell guys.
Yeah.
I think 35 years old, had slept with at least 50 women, 100K per year, you're in shape, and you got 6 months to 1 year of savings.
All right, done. I got to get married. I've done all that. That's easy.
Here's the Republic right there. So that is a recipe for a terrible marriage, by the way, guys. Waiting until you're 35 and have slept with 50 women, that is a terrible recipe for marriage by every available data point. It turns out that you are much better in terms of getting married if you get married younger, if you do not have a wide variety of sexual partners.
Yeah. For women, not for men. Okay? And that's a very important distinction. Women lose their ability to be in happy long-term relationships and marriages as they have more sexual partners. Men do not. Okay? Let's keep rolling the clip, and I'll show you guys the proof of that here in a second.
If you do not have a wide variety of sexual partners, all the stuff about, being in shape and having money and all the rest of you should try to do that, generally speaking. But this notion that you wait until you're 35, you've already made a bevy of mistakes that have shaped your character and made you much more rigid as a person.
It's actually better to make those mistakes without the confinements of marriage, so you know, okay, I don't match and I'm not compatible with this type of girl. Okay? It makes you a better assessor of character because when you have an abundance mindset and you've been around women, you understand what works, what doesn't work. And again, remember guys, I want to make this painfully clear for everybody, all almost 10,000 you guys watching. Men take all the risk when it comes to marriage.
Yep.
Period. Okay? You're the one that's putting your money on the line. You're the one putting the ability to see your children on the fucking line. You're the one that's gonna have to go to divorce court and take the L most of the time and pay the alimony. So the reason why I'm saying you need to have a good idea of female nature and have had sex with multiple girls is because guess what? When you have sex with the girl, the game is over. You get to figure out who the fuck she really is for the most part. And it allows—
I like how they say all of this, but then on the next breath they'll say like single moms are like the least desirable fucking thing in the world. like there's no risk there. Jesus.
You to understand, okay, this is what women like, this is what women don't like, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, etc. You're not gonna get finessed by girls because you have sexual inexperience. What have I always said on this podcast, all right? A woman's greatest superpower is you not understanding yours.
Bam.
One more time for y'all niggas, man. Get this through your fucking heads. This is what TradCons don't have right. The sexual marketplace has changed drastically. And you can thank the internet, dating apps, social media. Women have an overinflated sense of self-worth. You don't fucking believe me? Ask all the guys that are sexless right now. It's almost up to 60% of guys reporting not having had sex in a year or being fucking virgins. All right?
Damn.
Shit is real out here when it comes to guys struggling. All right? And there's a bunch of other reasons too. Guys watching too much porn, guys not getting out there and becoming successful, the burden of masculinity is down. Like, there's a whole bunch of fuckery going on. But the point I'm trying to make is the sexual marketplace
Why is he yelling? This is
has
important.
changed. And since it has changed, men bear all the risk because women are incentivized to initiate breakups, initiate divorces. And what does that do for you? Well, you're going to end up broke, homeless, not seeing your kids, wondering what the fuck is going on. So, if you're gonna take an enormous risk like that and get married, which I don't suggest you do, by the way, you better have all your fucking T's crossed, I's dotted, and prepared to go into this thing because marriage is going to be a fucking war. And I know y'all like, whoa, Myron,
Christ.
that's kind of extreme. Well, you know why I say it that way? Because you're risking everything. When you live with a girl and she's your main chick and you guys are married, guess what happens? Now she has all the leverage, okay? And what we teach you guys on the podcast is you need to maintain the fucking leverage. She needs to be uncomfortable at all times. When a girl's uncomfortable, that's how you're gonna get good behavior. But when a girl is comfortable, that's when the disrespect begins. That's when she doesn't want to fuck you anymore. That's when she starts talking back to you. That's when she starts to emasculate you. This is when she starts to embarrass you in front of your friends. This is when all the fuckery happens, is when
Jesus
women are comfortable.
Christ.
And when you give a girl marriage, a ring, guess what happens? She gets super fucking comfortable, and that's when the disrespect starts. So what I want y'all guys to have is the fucking leverage. Women only respect men, okay, that have leverage. She needs to care about you more than you care about her. That's how relationships last, period. All right? This whole idealistic TradCon conservative dream that a girl's gonna stick by your side no matter what, through thick and thin, till death do us part, all that shit, it's fucking gone. All right? Your girl is one DM away from a fucking rapper, a celebrity, etc. being taken. All right?
Jesus.
And I'm telling y'all this because guys like me, guys like Fresh, guys like Dan Bilzerian, guys like Andrew Tate, guys like Tristan Tate, they're the ones fucking these girls behind closed doors that you guys are going ahead and try to commit to. Real talk.
Which verse of the Quran do they go over this in?
Promiscuous women ever. Okay? So if you're gonna sit there and not have any sexual experience, again, her superpower, right, is selling you purity, niceness. Oh, I'm a good girl. And if your dumb ass can't tell, guess what? You're gonna get finessed.
Yo, Don DeMarco.
Hey, appreciate that, my friend.
So,
I got more.
just that to Myron's point as well. You can tell Ben Shapiro is a great guy, but he does not have experience with women. Now,
not modern women.
Exactly. So what happens is, let's say one, right, meets you for the first time, and she knows you're not that knowledgeable about women, you're pretty much like a virgin. What's gonna happen is she's like, damn, as a woman, I want experience with my man. So if you can't give me what I want from me knowing my past history, because you have many bodies before you, it's like, all right, this guy's great, but like, he's not what I actually need. So she'll marry you, of course, but once again, like I said earlier, if she divorces you, bro, you lose everything. So my thing is like, at least on some level, get some experience, and if you're gonna take that extra mile and get married, bro, be prepared, because if you're not ready for that, bro, it's an L.
What Ben is basically saying is, yo, go into the dating marketplace with training wheels.
Yeah.
I'm telling you motherfuckers, take those training wheels off because you're gonna fall. You need to learn how to balance that bike. Because the training wheels that Ben Shapiro got to enjoy was a stable family, a strong Jewish background, education, financial security from his family, okay? These are training wheels that most of you don't have, okay? And he married a girl who also came from a Jewish background. These are what I call buffers against negative aspects of female nature and modern day female fuckery.
Religion, yeah.
Okay? Religion is one of the best buffers in a strong family. All right? But he had those buffers. A lot of y'all don't. Okay? So to take his advice and get married young is a L with a lot of these modern day women, especially when you got an entire society, you got an entire generation, you got Sex and the City, you got Cardi B, you got Kim Kardashian, you got all this fucking mindless filth going into modern day women's heads. Beyonce, all the single ladies, Ciara, I don't need no man, all this shit, okay? Women are being indoctrinated to not need you and to not want you, okay?
Jesus.
They only go after the top guys.
Top
so
tier.
since a lot of these girls have this mindset that they can do better, they deserve better, guess what happens? They think they can do better than you. So what I'm saying is that you need to do better, have more girls, figure out which girls are worth a commitment, which ones aren't, have an idea, have a playbook in your brain because you've dealt with enough girls, you have an abundance mindset, you're not a thirsty simp, you know how women operate, you know how to check a chick when she gives you some bullshit, you know how to not tolerate bad behavior, you know how to punish bad behavior. All these things make you more attractive, but you're not gonna get it unless you go out there and date and deal with other women. And the thing is that you need to sleep with girls to be able to do this. You need to conquer more islands to figure out if you're a good explorer or not. A lot of you motherfuckers are out here like, oh, I found this one island. That's good enough. Let me put my fucking flag here and claim this. No! You gotta conquer multiple islands so you know what the fuck you're doing. You gotta become a better conqueror. All right? And I hate to say it like that and that, you know,
terminology.
With that analogy and that terminology, because I can already see feminists clipping that shit. Oh my God, he's calling us islands. Fuck you, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'm talking to the men here. All right? You need to conquer multiple islands so that you are a good fucking traveler, a good conqueror, and you know what islands to stay at and what islands to get the fuck out of.
Yeah. I would just say it just as well, just to add to your point. So right now, right, let's say you meet a girl for the first time. You need to know, matter of fact, is she in for you for genuine burning desire, or is she there for convenience? And what's scary is that, like, let's say you marry her now, and it's about convenience. She never liked you in the first place. So you marry a girl that doesn't like you in the first place, what's gonna happen? She's gonna divorce you. So that's scary, guys, if you don't know.
She's just tolerating you, bro.
Yeah.
Like I told you guys before, we talked about being a placeholder boyfriend. A lot of you guys are placeholder fucking husbands.
100.
All right? Yo, real talk.
You know,
a lot of you guys that are watching right fucking now are placeholder husbands, which is even worse because you're in a position now where she could go ahead and say, I'm not feeling this anymore. Divorce your ass, take the house, take the money, take the fucking kids, and what are you gonna do? Oh shit, oh my God. Like, bro, real talk. Some of y'all need to grab your fucking nuts and realize where the hell you're at. If you're in a relationship with a girl, or even worse, a marriage with your wife, and you guys aren't having sex,
he selling something?
She's disrespecting
Oh, he's got a
you.
new
She's
book?
nagging you. She's giving you a fucking headache. She's going out with her friends. She's dressed in skimpy when you're not
Going out
around.
with her friends.
She
Oh,
still
no.
has her Instagram and maintains sexy photos of herself. All this shit that makes it look like she's single when she's married to your dumb ass. You got some fucking work to do. Real talk, man. I'm telling y'all, but you're not gonna know this unless you deal with enough girls. 50 girls isn't really that much in a lifetime, guys.
It's not.
It really isn't.
50 girls.
Okay? And I'm telling you, these girls are out here fucking. If your girl went to college, there's a high likelihood that she had some fun in those college dorms. All right?
Bro, a semester is 25 to 50 minimum.
Jesus Christ!
Guys, open your fucking eyes.
25 to 50 in a semester for a girl?
To be hoes, okay? The Sex and the City, Kim Kardashian, the music, city girl lifestyle. You know, don't cook,
Bro,
don't clean, but still got a
what
ring.
the
Like
fuck?
everything in society tells women or promotes women to be promiscuous and live their best years, live life.
And God forbid she meets a top level guy or high value guy, so to speak, and you're the average guy that she marries, it'll never be the same. That gap between you and that guy, she'll never forget. And then once again, she'll cheat on you with that guy or multiple guys. And the moment you act up, say, oh, you acting up, divorce. What's next? So.
Because you got the girl by the skin of your fucking teeth, and she
Barely.
never liked you that much in the fucking first place.
Barely.
That's the reality.
Yeah.
Y'all are settling with bitches that don't even like you that much. If I'm gonna keep it all the way 1,000. How many times have you guys watched a girl come on this fucking podcast and say, I got a boyfriend, or say, actually, worse yet, I'm single. And then we press her a little bit. Oh, I actually got a man. Hold on 1 second. Why didn't you mention him before? It's because you don't fucking like him. He's basically the last, how do I say this? He's like the last straw for you so that you don't feel like you're alone.
I'll give you an example. Even here in Miami, girls come here from all over the world, Europe, Canada, even other states here in America, right? Come to Miami for vacation and fun. They won't mention they have a man until they leave or after the facts. So they're having fun here in Miami. And you're like, okay, cool. She's hot. She's into me. Let's do it. Little do you know, pulls up her phone. What's her screensaver? Her and her man. Crazy, bro. But once again, that's the world that we live in.
Guys, you got to remember, the training wheels that I'm talking about that Ben Shapiro has, most of y'all don't have.
Yeah.
A strong family, religious values, etc. There's none of these training wheels. If anything, there's incentivizing women, okay, to be hoes. It's in the music, it's in the TV. They tell women, they indoctrinate women. Have fun. Live your life.
All the single
Date
ladies.
the bad boys now, and then later on in life, you'll have a Prince Charming waiting for you. How many times have we had delusional fucking 30-plus-year-old women come on this fucking show and say that they're going to get married to a high-value guy?
And no offense, but Ben is not even in the dating game right now. So how would he even know?
He's been married since 2008.
Offense. We're in the dating game, tell you what's happening in real time. He's like, oh yeah, 20 years ago in my time. No offense, bro.
My man been married for 2 recessions.
Just saying, bro.
Bro, he's been married for 2 recessions. Listen, Ben.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, bro. We rock with you. We like your content. But when it comes to women, you don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, my friend.
The advent of Instagram alone has changed the game.
Dude,
significantly.
These guys in the world hate Instagram. You saw that even yesterday with Jadian, going through my wife's Instagram, where it's like, was she posting up pictures with you?
On the explore page for a girl.
The social media games you guys play are fucking wild. Holy
planes,
shit.
Cars, lifestyle. Oh, he's buying her G-Wagon? What's my husband doing?
Uh-oh.
He bought me flowers? Oh,
is that why Dan got the G-Wagon?
Oh, Sally, let's go on a trip. My man's taking us to Dubai. Oh, we can't go. Joe doesn't have enough money. Oh, that's so sad. What's she gonna think? I could do better.
Bro, and here's the thing. When they're getting hit up by guys that actually are doing better, girls, right, a lot of the times don't have the critical thinking skills to understand this guy just wants to fuck me. They think that guy actually wants to be with them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They'll fuck a celeb, they'll fuck a high-value guy and think, that's the type of guy I deserve.
Damn.
But they don't realize they're just being used for sex. But women aren't able to see the difference here, guys. They think a bunch of DMs is the same as a bunch of offerings of marriage or a relationship. But this is how women think, guys. Y'all gotta remember, this is how they think. So I wish it wasn't like this. I wish y'all could go ahead and get married to a girl as a fucking virgin. I wish you could go ahead and have your first love and live happily ever after. That's not how the world fucking works anymore.
And you know the sad part? We become the guys that they cheat with.
Facts.
Sorry to say. Like, I feel bad after knowing the fact that she has his husband. But it's like, bro, before that, it's like, I'm enjoying the moment. But I don't know until after the fact. So it's your wife being a hoe, pretty much.
Bro, and again, like I said before, her greatest superpower is you not understanding yours. What's your superpower as a man? Knowing her fucking value, okay?
Yeah.
And holding her to that standard all the time, all right? I'm saying if she gives you some bullshit, you're willing to tell her, yo, that's not how this goes. Being a strong leader, being dominant, being assertive, putting your fucking foot down when fuckery occurs. If she speaks to you in a certain way, don't talk to me like that. If she fucking raises her voice at you, who are you talking to? You need to be able to do this shit. But a lot of you guys don't do this, or you don't know to do this because you thought girls are idealistic. You think they're sugar and spice and everything nice, and they're always gonna be by your side, whatever. Yo.
And she will test you, bro.
That's the thing that guys don't get. Women will constantly fucking test you, all right? Y'all wanna see, you guys wanna know uncomfortable truth?
Uh-oh.
When you're at Walmart and you see fucking Pablo getting slapped by his fucking girl Maria, right? Bam!
Maria.
Smacked by that nigga, smack the sombrero off his fucking head, right? When she smacks his ass, you know what that means? That means for days,
combination,
for weeks, for months, maybe even years, he tolerated disrespect from her and he never checked it. That smack that you guys are witnessing at Walmart is the culmination of years
of disrespect
from her, and it elevated to that point where she's smacking him. And you know what the scary part is? You know why she's really fucking smacking him? Because
she wants
him. She didn't have to fucking smack
like
him, and
man.
he put his fucking foot down on her years ago.
Yeah.
True.
But most of you guys don't have the fucking balls to tell a bitch no. And that's the biggest thing in today's day and age. Women don't respect men anymore. I'm telling you, that's the uncomfortable truth no one wants to fucking hear. Most women don't respect most men. Again. Most women don't respect most men. Most women also don't like most men. So where does that leave us? That leaves us in a skewed sexual marketplace, okay, where girls look at guys like, okay, I don't like you that much, but I know you want to fuck me. So what am I going to do? I'm going to leverage my sexuality against you for what? Compliance.
Yeah.
Whether it's a bullshit relationship, maybe it's some dates, maybe it's bags, maybe it's fucking taking me on trips or whatever. Girls understand that you want to have sex with them, okay? They know that your fucking libido is driving you crazy. You're going to do anything to get laid. So they're going to use that to their advantage and get everything they can out of you without giving you sex or giving you the fucking bare minimum.
Starfish.
That's how a lot of you guys end up as placeholder boyfriends or placeholder fucking husbands. You guys are a means to a fucking end, and if they find something better, they definitely will, because society, okay, incentivizes women to be hoes, incentivizes women to break up with you, incentivizes women to break up and take half. That's just how it is. So you need to move into the dating marketplace, and even worse, into the marriage marketplace with eyes wide open. What Ben is telling you guys worked 50, 60 years ago. He's effectively giving you guys a knife and saying, all right, guys, here's a nice knife. My best knife, by the way. Go ahead into the game. But what he doesn't realize, the bitches are using rocket launchers now. What are you going to do with a knife?
Nothing.
What are you going to do?
And
they got auto aim.
And honestly, guys, just so you know, a lot of you are not men. What does a man do? He's part to walk away. If you can't walk away from your girl, bro, at this point, what are you? A kid. You're stuck there.
Most of y'all can't walk away.
It's sad, man.
That's actually the biggest reason why so many guys take L's with girls.
Can't walk away.
They can't walk away. They can't check their chick, and they can't walk away. If you can't do those two things, you have no fucking business getting married. Because when you get married, you're gonna have to check your wife a lot. A lot.
Because she doesn't know. Her whole life she's been told
Not
yes.
only that, now you've given her the ultimate security.
Yeah.
So your game has to be even stronger.
True.
When you get married.
I had to bully
Because
the fuck
now
out of Melina
she's
to bring her online.
The game and frame never ends, guys. Especially, you get a girlfriend, you get a wife, awesome. You did the work up front, but it never ends. It's a long life game.
And let's keep it all the way 1,000. A big reason, I'm just gonna be honest with y'all, a big reason why I want you guys, a lot of you guys to get married is because most of y'all can't fucking handle it anyway.
Can't handle it.
So most of you guys can barely keep your girlfriend in line.
You think you can, but the work that you got put into it, bro.
Most of y'all can barely control your fucking girlfriend, bro.
Yeah.
Like, that's the truth. A lot of y'all don't have enough Pokemon badges. You got your girl by the skin of your fucking teeth. You're convenient. You're a boyfriend now. But when she go to Miami, she's single. She go to Vegas, she's single. She come on the show, I'm single. And you check 1 or 2 boxes, but she got like 10.
And it takes just one time for you to let things slide. You know what? I'll let it slide this time. Bro, it's a wrap. You fucked up. One slide. Oh, it's okay to do? Awesome. It's a wrap.
Marriage is pretty much a 95% off
Losing.
the table proposition
True.
for most guys. Unless you want to have a family and children, go ahead and get married, but don't even involve the state, man. I wouldn't involve the state with it.
Do it in the
because
church.
she has too much leverage to fuck your life up.
Do it in the church. How about that? You want to get married so bad, baby? Let's do it in the church.
Yep.
Before God.
No, and that's it. No state involved.
Oh, you don't want to do it before God? Whoa, you want government involved? Red flag.
Yep.
Nope.
So he had said before, right, that that all the data shows otherwise. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and pull up this study real fast for y'all. Okay. Next tab, Mo.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah. So this this study right here, okay.
IFS.
IFS, and this is from 2018. Does sexual history affect marital happiness, right?
Marital happiness? Marital happiness.
Marital happiness is the thing.
Enlarge it. Scroll down, Mo. Scroll down, yep. So we're gonna enlarge it for you guys real quick, and I'll read some of it, right, to summarize it. Keep going. Scroll down.
Thank you.
Keep
Not
going.
more.
Keep going.
Okay, next wave is harpies, not this wave, right?
Okay. So previous research, we'll start that paragraph right there, that second one. Previous research indeed suggests a complex story between pre-marital sex partners
Premarital.
and marital quality. Psychologists Galena K. Rhodes and Scott M. Stanley found that the study respondents who had sex with other people prior to marriage reported lower quality unions compared to couples who slept with just each other. Multiple sex partners prior to marriage reduced marital quality for women, but not men. Hold on.
Oh, 56 is harpies.
Highlight that, Mo. Okay. Multiple sex partners prior to marriage reduce marital quality for women, but not men. Okay? Along similar lines, sociologist Jay Teachman showed that premarital sex between future spouses didn't make divorce more likely, but sex with other people did. A study from the 1980s reported similar findings. Okay? So, and I'll link the study below for you guys if you want to read it in entirety. But that's what it is, man. Like, sex doesn't affect men the same way it affects women. Now, pull up those charts real quick, Mo. Back to that thing. And it's going to be, click the little picture icon below, Mo. Picture icon. No. Like, on the tab bar on the bottom. Yep. Okay. So women who have more non-martial sexual partners are less likely to have stable marriages. See, you guys can see here with the chart, the more partners, right? The higher the likelihood of an unstable marriage. Okay, you can see 21 plus. Right? She for the streets at that point anyway. But look at the success rate with 0 partners. Okay?
Bro,
for women.
A girl does that in college, bro.
Yep.
The 1 semester.
Yeah, easy.
Bro.
Now hit a tab over to the right.
Jesus.
Right? And y'all can look here and go ahead and enlarge it.
He's an amazing God.
You can use just scroll yep. Same things, guys. Women who have more non-sexual partners are less likely to be happy. Women who have more non-martial sexual partners are more likely to be depressed. Women who have more non-sexual scroll up, Mo. Women who have more non-sexual partners are less likely to have stable marriages. Women who have more non-sexual partners, back up, Mo, up, are more likely to be infected with sexually transmitted diseases, which that one's obvious. But you got, look, the numbers are here, guys. It shows that the more sexual partners a woman has, okay, the more it negatively impacts their ability to be in a stable relationship with a man, which makes sense, right? Now, I have an analogy for you guys. Let's envision. You're good, Mo. You can take it. All right. Let's envision that women are like pieces of tape. All right.
Oh God, the Catholic school analogy. I haven't heard this one in so long.
Surface, right?
Oh my
the first
God.
Time, it's extremely sticky. It bonds. It's hard to take it off, right? But after you ripping it off that first time is hard as hell, isn't it? But once you put it on a second surface, it still sticks well, but you're able to rip it off a little bit easier. After the third wall, you're able to rip it off with, just a little bit less effort. And then as you continuously use that same piece of tape and you take it off different surfaces, guess what happens? It gets easier and easier to peel. At some point, after the 10th surface you put that bitch on, okay, you're basically able to just take it off by just like putting a little bit of effort. Right? And it doesn't stick anymore. That, my friends, is exactly how women operate, okay? Now, before I get all the fucking angry feminists, oh my God, am I a piece of tape? Ah! Listen, you dumb bitch. This isn't about you. This is about explaining it to the men so that they understand. Women are like tape. The first bond is the strongest. After that, it drops off precipitously. That's how it is. I wish bitches weren't like tape, but they are, all right? So you motherfuckers need to stop trying to be Elmer's glue and put some Gorilla Glue. Oh, maybe I can get her to stick to me. Oh. It's not gonna work, okay? You always want the tape as fresh as possible. This is why, as men, we have a natural need and like to be with women that are what? Young, fertile, with less bodies, less damage. Why? Because we know intrinsically in the back of our fucking mind, subconsciously, that the younger a woman is, right? When she's at her peak years, 18 to 24, like I said before, the less baggage, the higher likelihood that she's gonna actually bond to us, the higher likelihood she's not gonna be a whore, etc. These are things that men look for, okay? Just like bitches want guys that are 6 feet tall, that make 100,000 plus per year and have abs and muscles, etc. And no one bats a fucking eye. Guys want pieces of tape, they're gonna stick to them. That's how it is, okay? I wish I could make the rules. I wish I could make it where you take a girl with 1,000 bodies, she gonna still stick like you the first surface.
W, good tape.
But it ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, guys. Okay? So again, Ben, no offense, bro, but men are not the same as women at all. We can have sex with a bunch of girls, and it's not gonna affect us the same as a girl having sex with a bunch of dudes. All right? And I get it. He's a traditional conservative. He has a strong female audience. He doesn't want to come off as misogynistic or sexist. So he's got to say bullshit like, actually, having sex with a lot of partners is bad. Yeah, for women, not for men.
I actually encourage Ben, how about you step out for a little bit and come into the dating game? And then you tell me if you still feel the same way. Because I think personally, once again, I'm glad you're married. Glad it's working out for you. But I guarantee you, bro, in the current market right now, if you step outside, you get into this game, you're like, damn. This is not real life.
To go cheat on his wife?
It's a crazy game going on right now. So, it's what it is, man.
Here's a problem with traditional conservatives, right? What they don't realize is that, and a lot of things with these traditional conservatives, they've been married 20, 30, 40 years, etc., right? And I agree with them on a lot of political stuff, but when it comes to dating and relationships, sorry, like y'all are off because the game has changed so much that men have to date from a risk mitigation standpoint. Again. In 2023, right, in modern day society, men have to date from a risk mitigation standpoint. Why do I say that? Well, it's what I described before. Women are 1,000% incentivized to be hoes, to break up with you.
Is dating
and take
really
all
that
your
hard right now?
resources.
I don't
Okay?
even know, dude.
So the
Quantifying
only way
everything
you're
is
gonna
so
be able to
fucking hard.
combat
I'm not
that
sure.
Is you need to know the female playbook. We're giving you guys the female playbook. We're telling you guys what the fuck they really do.
One thing that I kind of wonder is, I wonder if the, there's got to be research on this somewhere, but I wonder if the requirements for college and education have also significantly changed, like dating age and stuff too. Whereas like, because it feels like the time that we're supposed to spend in school is getting higher and higher and higher. Also, our ability to like move out and everything is also getting harder too. And I'm pretty sure that affects a lot of things as well. Like it's harder to date and get married when you still have to live with your parents. Or if now, instead of graduating at 18 and then entering the job market and doing stuff, now we have to graduate at what, like 22, 25, 26, depending how far you go in school. That's all of that is like backing everything up even more as well, which probably also complicates things, you know?
Behind closed doors that you guys will never hear otherwise, right? That girl that you think is a good girl, that girl that you think got a 0 body count, that girl that you think maybe got, I think she got like 2 or 3 bodies. Bro, I'm telling y'all, man, these girls are fucking a lot more than you guys think. It's just that they're fucking a small minority of the men, but that still raises their body counts up to a point that you are not going to be able to fucking compete with.
And we mentioned earlier, right? For example, let's say you meet a girl and you don't know anything about her. She's gonna size you up. Okay, cool. He's a mark. He's not like a lot of experience. He's kind of like almost like a virgin. Cool. He can't handle me telling him the truth. Sometimes what he wants to hear. I'm a good girl. I go to church. I never be with anybody else other than you. She'll lie to you because you know that's what you want. But if you had experience, so you know what? Damn, this nigga, I can't play games because he knows what's up. He knows the game. He's been here a couple times around the block. All right, you know what? I'm gonna be at some level straight up because if I don't do it right, he's gonna diss me. So it's kind of like with that level of like I would say experience. She knows who she can play with, and who she can't play with. That's crazy.
Here's the other thing too, guys. When a woman knows that she can manipulate you, you know what the byproduct that is? She loses respect for you.
100%.
You know what the byproduct is when a woman loses respect for you? She's more than likely gonna fall out of love with you, and then that's when the cheating is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay? But when a woman knows that she can't manipulate you, something magical happens. She instantly starts to respect you because she knows, oh, I can't fuck around with this guy.
And she could be herself.
Yep. And she knows she can't fuck
I
around
like how they
with
talk
you.
as like training dogs.
I want
and
you
shit.
guys to be unfuckwittable. Okay? One more time for y'all.
Unfuckwittable?
Yes.
Love that word.
I want you guys to be unfuckwittable with these girls.
Sheesh.
Okay? I don't care if the mainstream media wants to call me a misogynist. I don't give a fuck if they call me a sexist or whatever the fuck. If I arm you guys with the tools that you need so you can deal with these fucking modern day women, I'm happy with that. Because you know what? I'd rather be called a misogynist, a dickhead, a jerk, the balding guy that yells at fucking his viewers on YouTube, whatever the fuck it may be, these fucking losers want to call me. I'd rather that, right, be called names than one of you guys killing yourself over some bitch.
Bam.
There's nothing that pisses me off more than watching a guy cry, watching a guy die over a fucking bitch. Crazy to me.
Could have been avoided.
Could have been avoided if you had known better.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Maybe if you read my book, Why Women Deserve Less, maybe you watch the Womanizer Wednesday podcast, maybe you read The Rational Male, you read the Book of Numbers, etc., and you figure out the real fucking numbers and the real statistics of you finding a chick that isn't a 304 that deserves a relationship, you would not be doing the shit that you're doing. But the thing is that we're fucking shadow banned right now, as y'all can see. Guys, they've shadow banned our podcast. It's tough to find our content nowadays. You got to type in the whole thing sometimes. A lot of our live streams don't pop up. They don't want you to know this information. Why? Because when men have power and knowledge, they can't get finesse. When you can't get finesse, guess what happens? You don't spend money on bitches that don't deserve it. Guess what happens? We don't spend money on bitches that don't deserve it. The economy comes down.
Yep.
Okay? Women are 80% of the consumer base, and when men do spend money, it's typically on fucking bitches that don't deserve it. All right?
Jesus.
I'm not telling you guys to not treat women well. You guys, if you do find a girl that gives value, that's awesome to you, that helps you out, that's a good woman, that deserves it,
Yeah.
give her the world. Treat her fantastically.
Yeah.
Okay? We're not telling you guys to treat women poorly. But what I am saying is that most women don't deserve to be treated like princesses. Most of these girls are fucking sluts and don't deserve it.
You know what happens to as well? Guys will find a girl, right, that they're into. She's like a 9 or 10 to them. She's like a hot girl to them. And treat them like shit. Like they'll do whatever they want, go where they want, and there's no respect. She's not following your program. You give her the world. So she's like, okay, cool. I can do what I want and still get what I want from you. Awesome. Versus she's adding value to your life, doing what you want. She's on your program, then you give her a blessing. But until then, you're giving her a freebie.
Bro, when a girl yells at you or disrespects you or treats you like shit, that's an outward manifestation of her being angry that you're a fucking bitch.
Bro, where's
That's the
Melina
truth.
at?
100%.
When a girl's disrespecting you, that's her outward manifestation of frustration that you're a fucking pussy bitch.
Yeah.
Because you believed in the dream. Oh, she's gonna love me for me. Oh, ideal. Let's get married. Let's walk down the aisle at 24 years old when I have no status, no resources, nothing.
True. I didn't even want to take the Rumble and the Kick deal. I only did it because Melina was like, listen, Steven, you've been slacking on your stream and stuff. I don't know if I can be with you anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean, Melina? And she's like, sign the contracts. And I'm like, what? You want me to sign a contract? No, you need to sign 2. And I was like, what, Melina? Don't do this to me. She's like, Hassan would sign 3. And I was like, fuck.
To actually keep you bonded to me. And even though you've had 300 bodies and I've only had sex with 2. Yeah, let's do this. A lot of y'all are shacking up and wifing up girls that have more sexual experience than you. You shouldn't be doing that. Because guess what? She's been around dudes. She knows the game. She's able to famous you. And then your dumbass ends up, oh, let me walk down the aisle with this girl. Next thing you know, 6 months later, you're getting fucking divorced or you get broken up with. And then you got a gun in your fucking mouth figuring out what the hell you're going to do next. You don't want to be there, man.
Jesus.
You don't want to be there. You guys don't understand how much a woman can fuck your life up when you don't know what the hell is going on. That's why we tell y'all, don't get married. In general, most of you guys have no business getting fucking married.
If you look back at ancient texts, even Bible teachings as well, what destroyed most men? It was women. Samson, King Solomon, King David.
Adam.
I mean, guys, the list goes on. So if you're not careful about how you deal with women, they can destroy your life completely.
And here's the thing. Why is it that every single religious text, every single society, since the dawn of fucking human time, has put women in a follower role and men in a leadership role? It's only until now in this fucking cloud world we got now where women are sitting around saying, I'm strong and independent. I can do anything a man can do. No, you fucking can't. No, you fucking cannot. Okay? We built the world up. Now they're just sitting and existing and saying, oh yeah, we're equal to you guys now. I know y'all built it up and everything is here. And all the infrastructure that we enjoy in this first world was built by y'all. But you know what? We can do anything you can do. No, you fucking can't.
Actually, Marion, to add to your point as well, when back in history, when women actually had I want to say the right to pretty much be like the ones in charge and say, you know what? I'll take the fruit. Why want Adam and Eve? Eve disobeyed,
He brought it up.
did what she wanted to do, and the world collapsed. It's happening again. Women are becoming in power. What's happening? World's collapsing.
Bro,
just say.
I'm telling you, man. Like, again, reality is sexist. Women are not good natural leaders, guys.
Yeah.
The reason why human beings have survived and thrived, right, throughout the dawn of time is because men were in leadership roles and men kept the women. That's how it was. Hey, lady, you got to follow me if you want to survive, all right? And it's always worked that way. You know what the funny part is? These indoctrinated, super strong feminists that make their own money, they're successful, they're miserable. They've come on this show. Y'all have seen it. 33 years old, no family, making 100,000 plus a year. They're fucking miserable.
Some even cried.
They cried.
Yeah.
I think there was I saw that just the headlines posted on the science server today. I don't know if anybody read it, but apparently there was a study posted recently that showed that like less and less people are having kids, but they're not actually posting that they're regretful of it. That the idea that there are all these people that are like not having children and then they grow up like really sad that they don't have kids is like not necessarily a true thing. I'm only going by the headline I saw. Sometimes don't like it. Maybe look at it later. But.
All right? Success does not give women the same pleasure because they don't give a fuck about money and success. They care about relationships and family. Okay? Women make money to go ahead and have experiences and as a means to an end. Men make money to acquire status and be attractive to the opposite gender. When a man makes $1,000 a day, he says, damn, if I do this for a month, I can make $30,000 this month. When a woman makes $1,000 a day, she'll say, okay, I only got to work 4 days this week and I got rent covered and I could go on a trip. I'm good. That's just how it is. Women don't have the same natural proclivity to create excess resources like men do. Men are designed to create excess resources because we're expected to be responsible for a family. Women, on the other hand, don't have that same incentive because it does not increase their sexual market value to acquire money and status. Some girls do it, but most, if given the choice, would not do it. They would prefer the man go acquire it and share it with them so they can stay at home with the family. Okay?
So knowing this, how can you let your woman lead you anywhere? Except to the end of the relationship.
Bro,
Fresh and Fit live
Telling
right
y'all,
now
man.
with Sneeko
And
and
the thing is,
Charlie
again,
unedited. Wait,
A lot
what?
of you guys don't have this fundamentals in your head. You still think that men and women are equal, and you can be in an equal partnership with your girl and all this other fuckery that modern day society says.
We're equal.
We're equal, right? Yeah, we're equal until the fucking guy breaks in, or I gotta chase some
No,
guy
people
down.
in
or
my
I
chat
gotta-
would be
the
spamming
fucking
if that
check
was
comes, we're
true.
equal
Or
until
Pay the
that.
bills, yeah.
You know, even the biggest egalitarian feminists still expect you to pay the fucking bill.
And if you
All
don't,
I'm teaching you guys to do is to appease to women's natural selection process. That's what they naturally want. You know how many feminists I fucked, bro, that are fucking cap? Oh, you're toxic and misogynistic as they suck my dick. Fuck these whores, bro. I'm telling y'all, man. I can tell you guys stories for fucking days about these 3 or 4.
even someone on the show talking about, oh, you're misogynist. Late night on
Yeah,
the balcony.
man. Yeah,
well, not the balcony because you don't like the balcony.
Yeah,
but
man, but I'm trying to tell. I don't like to brag about my escapades, but I'm
But-
telling you guys, these girls are fucking liars, bro.
Yeah.
They love guys like us that tell them shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, I say respectfully, but yeah.
man. But I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling
Yeah.
you guys, man. Yo, marriage is not in your best interest. The game has changed. All right.
Some more chats here, guys.
All right. Hit these
Fire
chats.
rant. Unofficial
Vosh
Andy
rant.
says, yo, my guys, my wife and I watched the show together. It's elevated our already great marriage. Also, she lost her ass off when you stumped the 3 or 4s. Stumped. All right. Jose Flores says, hey, Myron, can I get some oil money?
I don't have any oil money, man.
Andrew, it's tragic that in a society where we say actions speak louder than words, that women's abhorrent
Where the fuck
actions
did my
are
founder
never
go?
called into question, but men's words calling out said actions are demonized. Myron, most women don't deserve less; they deserve nothing. God damn, that's a new book. Young Mikey says,
That's gonna be book 4.
so I went out with this chick 6 times and spent over $2,000 so far. She spent a night at my house 3 times. When I bring up smashing, she says, we need to get to know each other a little more. And she says, she's celibate now.
Yo,
what do you expect?
What did I say earlier? The game is, the girl says, let me go ahead and leverage my sexuality for some type of compliance, whether it's time, attention, resources, etc. In this case, this girl got all 3 out of you, right? Bro, it's time to cut your losses and move on.
Read that back. I went out with this chick 6 times and spent over $2,000.
And here's the thing, I'm not even saying this to make fun of him. You know how many guys are in that position?
A lot. Every day.
And you know what's worse? Girls like that will say, I need you to marry me first. And then your dumbass will walk down the aisle, marrying her, thinking, yo, like I'm getting a pure girl. She was celibate the whole time we were together. But what you don't realize, she was getting dogged out
By
for
somebody
years.
else for free.
For free. In Miami.
He spent nothing.
And then she realized, damn, I feel like shit. Let me give y'all niggas some game real fast, because this shit infuriates me. When a girl says, I'm celibate, or I'm taking a break, or any of this other shit, she's a whore.
Yeah.
And again, one more time, y'all niggas.
Bro,
Get this through your
no matter
fucking
what.
brain. I don't know why men don't understand this shit. When a girl says, I'm going through a detox, or I'm a celibate now, or I'm
She's looking
not
for the next
gonna do
Giga
that
Chad.
anymore, or I'm looking for any of this stupid shit that she says, like, oh, I'm like changing whatever. 9 out of 10 times, she was a fucking slut, and now she's trying to sell your dumbass purity because she knows that she can finesse you.
And also,
Jesus.
she's telling you that. So she's being honest, okay? You know what? She's being honest. For you, she's celibate. For next guy, she's not. So she's telling you the truth, but for you.
Bro, if y'all saw my face when I'm going through TikTok or Instagram and I see the girls do the stupid shit that they do on the internet, and you niggas still sit here and give these girls attention and resources, etc., when these bitches don't deserve any of that shit. Bro, I was watching a clip like 2 days ago. This girl's dressed all provocatively and shit. She's with her man. And then the guy asked her, so if your guy told you, you know, he didn't appreciate you dressing up like that, what would you say? This bitch has the gall to say, right with him, right there, I do what I want.
Was it a Hispanic girl?
I think she was, I don't know, she was like light skinned. I don't know if she was black or Hispanic.
Okay.
And the dude was there and he's like, well, you know, shorty, like, it's going to be like this, blah, blah, blah.
He's wearing glasses? I've seen that one. I've seen that one.
I don't even remember. But
I think so.
The point I'm trying to make is that she had the nerve with him there to disrespect him on camera
In public.
and say, oh, yeah, no, I'm going to do what I want, blah, 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 blah. Bro, the fucking fury when I see that shit. You want to know why? Because I know behind closed doors, if she's willing to behave like that in front of a fucking camera,
It's even worse.
she fucking berates him behind closed doors.
Yeah.
She'd probably be smacking him around and shit.
Or girl trips.
Or
Hey,
girl
honey.
trips.
Girl trips.
Violating
Gone
him.
for a month. Sorry.
Dubai.
Violating him.
Yeah.
Guys, you must assert dominance with your girl. Never physically, but with the ability to walk away. When you're able to walk away, girls are gonna get in play and understand that you will fucking leave their dumb asses and leave them to the streets, because I'm telling y'all, they need to experience that cold sometimes to realize how warm you are. That's the reality. These bitches need to go on the streets a lot of times, and you niggas are not willing to kick them to the fucking streets. Kick her to the streets if she's not respecting you. If she's disrespecting you, giving you a hard time, acting like a whore, dressing like a whore, going out on girls' trips, doing all this dumb shit, disrespecting you, emasculating you, you need to cut the cord now.
Yeah.
If you're watching this show with your bitch right now, she does any of that dumb shit, look her in the face. You got my permission. You know what, baby? Get the fuck out. I don't care if she's sitting right next to you right fucking now. Y'all niggas want me to say it for you? Bitch, get the fuck out the house right now if you do any of that whole shit. You don't deserve a boyfriend. You don't deserve a guy to take you seriously because you are street material. I'm tired of this shit. We need to have fucking standards with men. A lot of you guys are fucking bitch-ass pussies that can't even stand up to a fucking bitch disrespecting you. What the fuck is that shit?
Christ!
How the fuck, if you can't check your girl, how the fuck are you gonna go out there into the real world? That's the easiest part.
And then you wonder why men don't respect you as well.
Ooh.
I don't do business with niggas that can't control their girl.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys. Fresh has seen it.
Yeah.
How many times have we brought a guy around, blah, 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 and his girl acts crazy around him, whatever? I'm like, nah, this nigga's bad for a bit. Get him out of here.
Let me check with my girl first.
Fuck out of here.
Fuck, you just say, nigga?
What the fuck? Are you serious? Anytime a guy brings his girl, I look at how his girl behaves. She tells me everything I need to know about that fucking guy. She is a spitting mirror image of her man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? If she's quiet, she's polite, she's docile, etc., I know that guy has her shit together. If she's loud, obnoxious, rambunctious, whatever, I know that guy's life is in fucking shambles.
And if she won't let him lead, then we know who's in charge. She's in charge, which is a big red flag, because at that point, he has no say. He has no pull. It's all about her. And as a guy, let's say I want to do business with him. Oh, bro, we need to put this merger in or do this like transition here or travel to Dubai for a weekend. Oh, bro, I can't. Wifey said no.
The fuck?
What did you say?
Like,
wifey said what?
Bro, the reason why I'm so passionate about this shit, guys, is because no one
doesn't
on
want
YouTube
you guys to get
has
fucked.
the fucking balls to tell you guys what we're telling you guys right now.
Yeah.
They're too scared of being canceled, labeled misogynistic, get called an asshole, whatever. People don't have the balls to tell you guys about what the fuck is really going on. No one has talked to more bitches than me. No one has dealt with more of these hoes than me. I've talked to over 2,000 girls from 45 plus states, 30 plus fucking countries, and I'm telling y'all niggas, the hardware might look different, but the software is almost always the fucking same. A lot of these girls are indoctrinated, and you gotta remind them that you're better than them in every regard to get the fucking respect. You niggas need to go back to work and get more fucking gym badges, because these girls are disrespecting you, and they do it all the fucking time. All right, guys? I'm telling y'all, man, stop being fucking simps. These guys on YouTube that are giving y'all advice or whatever, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because not only are we here in Miami, where the girls are the most hypergamous, we're in the West, we're dealing with the craziest, whoriest of these bitches, okay? But we've been around
true.
as well and dealt with other girls. No one is giving y'all a better view of contemporary dating than us. These tradcons, with all due respect, don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's why I get so mad, because they're over here giving y'all bad fucking advice. They're telling you walk down an aisle with a bitch that quite frankly doesn't fucking deserve it. That's why I get so mad and passionate about this shit, because no one else tells y'all the truth about these hoes. There's a reason why we're the #1 fucking podcast in the world when it comes to men, because we are willing to tell you guys at the penalty of being fucking canceled how the world really works when it comes to dealing with these fucking modern day women. Stop being a goddamn simp. Fuck, man.
Amen.
And we gotta go off fucking Twitch and Facebook now.
Some more chats, guys.
Come on over.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Well, I guess.
We're still on YouTube.
All right, cool.
Lights are still on somehow.
Apparently. Okay, some more chats here. Yeah, Roman's right.
Anyway.
You've interviewed over 2,000 female guests.
There you go. There's the numbers right there.
Age 18 to 46.
59 countries. My bad. I thought it was like 30.
45 U.S. states. 59 different countries. 160 different jobs. There you go.
Telling y'all guys.
Only-
We've interviewed PhD all the way down to fucking no HD.
And only 150 Frank Castles. So,
I'm telling you, man, we talked to
small
girls
amount.
from all different demographics. I'm telling you guys, man, it's the same. It's the fucking
And if,
same.
as a man, you can't walk away, bro. You're not a man, man.
It's an L.
Just saying. All right, we got some more here.
Can you read these?
Yeah, we got The Chosen One says, as an Andrew Tate fan, I must admit, Myron G is slowly becoming my favorite. Loyalty is priority with Myron, according to other YouTubers, even the ones that don't agree with everything he says. Much respect, Myron.
Yeah, that's
true?
why I don't respect these reaction channels.
Yeah.
They will
Damn.
sell you out for AdSense.
Chase Karen says, first time super chat, I have a question for Myron. In your opinion, would you recommend enlisting in the Navy trying to get a SEAL contract or staying at my current job making 55 to 96K a year? My long-term goal is real estate.
If you're asking me that question, you're not cut out to be a SEAL.
Damn.
You should know from the get-go.
Yeah. If you need a deep desire and want to be a SEAL.
You should want it bad enough.
That's like you shouldn't. If
Where you can't breathe.
And the fact that you answered that question, bro, you're not cut out to be a SEAL.
Got it. Freshman.
No offense.
Last night I ate juice. Okay.
What?
All right.
Don't understand that one. Brandon Ortega. Ben Shapiro is part of them boys. Okay.
All right.
Dr. B84. Guys who are very academically accomplished usually don't know much about intersexual dynamics / dealing with women romantically. The Harvard Law degree doesn't guarantee coochie. Keep it 1,000. That's facts, bro. It's more like numbers. So that's a good point.
And again, he had the training wheels that most people are not going to have. He met a girl that comes from a good family, right? And he had money.
And religion was there as a buffer.
Yeah. You're not going to have that 99% of the time. Most people are not religious anymore, guys.
Yep. And honestly speaking, that's great. But now with the advent of social media, that could ruin everything too. So you never know.
And he met his wife at a time when social media wasn't a thing. 2008?
She couldn't be flown to
Bro,
Dubai.
do y'all remember how long 2008 was? It's fucking Young Jeezy I put out for my city. Like, come on, man.
Put on for my city.
Yeah, bro. Like, that is a long time ago. Some of y'all probably were children back then. Like, that was a long time ago, bro. The game has changed.
I was still playing on.
Did we really watch an hour of this? Oh my god. How long was this fucking rant? Jesus. Okay, we ready for some boring foreign policy stuff? Pixie wants to chat. I'm in my Discord. What's up with you and Kraut? Nothing. I don't think so.
And Nagasaki, it introduced the world to the horror that is nuclear attack. When the Soviet Union tested nuclear weapons in 1949, they introduced the world to the prospect of nuclear war. And from that point on, through the 50s, 60s, all the way through to the fall of the Soviet Union, entire generations would grow up trained to rapidly scurry to bomb shelters or to duck under their desks when they heard an air raid siren, because at any given moment, whether because of premeditation or some miscalculation on one side or another, there was always a chance, a possibility, that the massive atomic arsenals of the Soviet Union and the United States would at some point be launched, and with their launch would come the end of civilization as we knew it. The fall of the Soviet Union meant many things to many people, but almost universally, it was seen as heralding a massive reduction in the danger of an apocalyptic global nuclear exchange. And that's a good thing, right? But 2022 is absolutely turning into a year of nostalgia. We're doing conventional land wars in Europe again, which is something I thought that we gave up in the 1930s and 40s. And of course, the good old-fashioned Cold War era nuclear saber alert rattling is back, at least if you follow the media. Everything from the Russian nuclear alert, which came in the very early days of this crisis, to the recent testing of Aras-28 Sarmat, which is a heavy ICBM, which has been extensively covered in Western media. All of this comes together into some quite, let's just say, electrifying coverage, which does a very good job of, I think, upping the general anxiety levels around the world. After all, while the conventional conflict in Ukraine may not directly affect you, depending on where you live on this planet, it's a nuclear conflict in Ukraine would absolutely change your way of life. And as a result, it catches the imagination. The CNN-NBC article I've quoted there said nearly 70% of Americans are worried about a nuclear attack, according to a survey. And indeed, a lot of the emails I've received, about a quarter of them have asked me to cover this question of nuclear annihilation. Every time a Russian authority opens their mouth and says the N-word, it seems that...
You should watch his newer videos. I'm not just here to watch random fucking videos. It's a specific video about a specific topic. Why would you just recommend me a newer random fucking video? It's not the same fucking thing. Jesus.
Apocalypse is one step.
It's like, it would be like going to school for like fucking stats. Somebody's like, oh, you should check out the newer classes the school offers on like psychology.
Step closer. But let's just hold up a minute. Before you go putting your family life savings into a doomsday bunker or subscribing to a Vault-Tec survival vault and planning on how you're going to fend off raiders and mutant wildlife in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, just stop and think for a moment. How likely is this conflict actually to go nuclear? What am I going to cover today? I'm actually going to do a bit of a reverse clickbait video. Instead of trying to scare you with the prospect of nuclear war, I'm basically going to cover why you shouldn't be scared. Why most of these atomic saber-rattling threats that we've seen have been blown out of all proportion, and I'm going to look instead quite closely at what Russia has been doing in terms of its alerts and its posturing. I'm then going to do a little bit of a history lesson on nuclear coercion, which is the idea that you can threaten countries into doing what you want because you have nukes and they don't. I'm going to ask the question, does it work? Then I'm going to look at Russian nuclear doctrine. Is Putin a nuclear warmonger? What does Russian doctrine say about how they should use atomic weapons and why we should care? We're going to take those elements, we're going to put them together, and we're going to come up with an idea of how probable a nuclear exchange is in Ukraine. How likely is it that Putin presses the big proverbial red button, and as a result, there's a second sunrise over somewhere in Ukraine? Having examined why I think that those use cases are very, very limited in nature and very, very unlikely to eventuate, I will look at the situations where it might hypothetically occur and how other countries can act in order to keep the probability of that happening very, very low. There's a TLDR up front, as always, because I know not everyone's here for the 1 hour presentation. So here's the TLDR and the caveats. Russian public posturing is probably pretty empty. Russia is probably not actively intending to deploy nukes against anybody. There is a diplomatic reason that they like to rattle the nuclear saber occasionally, mostly due to the weakness of their current conventional position. But at the end of the day, those threats are probably pretty empty. The second point is that nuclear coercion usually doesn't work historically. Just because you have nuclear weapons and can threaten to use them usually doesn't mean that you automatically get your way in a crisis. Russian doctrine, Russian ideas on how to use nuclear weapons are actually very specific. They're very clear on the circumstances in which they would ordinarily use nuclear weapons. And surprise, surprise, none of those cases actually apply in the case of the Ukrainian conflict. I will say that deterrence and communication is key going forward, and that one of the ways that we can keep the threat of nuclear threat low is the West assuring Russia that in the event that it does deploy nuclear weapons first, there will be a response from the West that makes it, let's just say, inadvisable for Russia to take the step of deploying those nuclear weapons. And some caveats, of course. First of all, I'm not a nuclear strategist. I'm taking a historian's eye, so the eye of someone who studied the Cold War to this scenario. Might surprise you, but non-nuclear countries don't produce too many nuclear strategists as a general rule. It's a bit of a limited career path. And while Australia probably would have benefited from a nuclear weapons program in order to counter some of the greater and more threatening examples of our wildlife, the reality is that we never really went down that road. So Australia is a non-nuclear weapons state. Also, I've simplified a lot of ideas here. I've done that out of necessity because we don't want to be here all day. And I'll also note that some of the conclusions I come to here are contested. I'll try and flag that where that is the case, specifically around parts of Russian doctrine. I'll try and flag where there is debate, but just don't take everything I say basically as a given. So, question 1. What is Russia actually doing that has everyone so terrified? Well, the first thing that they're doing is they're demonstrating nuclear and dual-use capabilities. So Russia has been developing a vast array of new nuclear and dual-use delivery systems for some time now. The one that recently captured everyone's attention was the RS-28 Sarmat. So this is a heavyweight ICBM that's capable of carrying multiple independent re-entry vehicles, or also capable of carrying the Avangard hypersonic glide nuclear delivery vehicle. There's also a lot of talk recently of how Russia is deploying nuclear-capable systems all over the place as a sort of posturing. They've been talking about deploying them to the Baltic or towards the Finnish border, or ways that might threaten the Nordic countries. Surely this is a sign that we should all panic. When Russia says they're deploying nuclear-capable systems, surely that's a signal that they're really, really serious. We'll come back to that. The second thing that they've been doing is that there's been what some would describe as saber-rattling rhetoric. The West, at least, has accused Russia of engaging in unprecedented nuclear saber-rattling. This is where you drum up the threat of atomic war or a nuclear exchange in order to extract some sort of diplomatic concession. The most commonly known example is the nuclear alert that Vladimir Putin announced near the beginning of the war, where he instructed his armed forces to put his nuclear forces in a state of strategic readiness. And of course, now that Finland and Sweden are discussing NATO membership, This is seemingly
Finland
being
just joined, I believe.
threatened with the deployment of nuclear-capable weapons to the Baltic region. The question I have, and the question we should all have, is what are they attempting to do with this rhetoric and whether we should actually be worried? So let's look at the capabilities first and then the question of rhetoric in that context. When it comes to the capabilities, system development is not a response to the Ukrainian crisis. The systems that the Russians are rolling out and testing now, RS-28 Sarmat, Avangard, another one they've announced, or at least they've talked about in recent years, Burevestnik, that's a nuclear-powered cruise missile, which sounds like a terrible idea to me, but, you know, they've gone and they've done it and they've trialed the engine at the very least. These are systems with very, very long development timelines. They had decisions on their development made years and even decades ago. They're either science projects or industrial maintenance projects, in the case of the 9M730, or they're a combination of stockpile renewal and missile defense evasion. RS-28 Sarmat is there to replace aging missiles that are currently in service that will eventually need to go out of service. RS-28 is a better system that allows the Russians to replace them, not lifetime expand their existing missiles, and also future-proofs them against missile defense. Now, all of this is completely over the top, but there's no new threat here. When the Russians talk about these new systems, they talk about rendering NATO defenses completely useless. I'm going to reveal a secret here. NATO defenses are already completely useless against the Russian nuclear arsenal. The United States missile defense capability is not capable of fending off a launch at a strategic scale of Russia's nuclear arsenal against United States targets. It's just not. The number of independent re-entry vehicles, the number of decoys, and the technological sophistication of the weapons is just so great that the missile defense system of any country is completely incapable of fending them off. So these systems are completely over the top. They're countering a threat that doesn't really exist. In many ways, missile defense is like religion. Both sides agree that eventually, or choose to believe that eventually it might get to the point where it will work and prepare systems to counter a threat, even if that threat doesn't actually exist at this point. But there's nothing about the developments of these systems now that should be taken as a signaling mechanism. Like I said, they're long-term development systems, and also the Russians have sort of done everything right in order to lower the tension caused by these recent capability developments. The Russians provided advance notification of the fact that Sarmat was going to be tested, and they haven't demonstrated signs of increased readiness. So while Vladimir Putin makes an announcement that says that the rocket forces have to be in a state of strategic readiness, that hasn't translated into the Russians doing anything to actually posture their nuclear forces in a more aggressive way. What would that mean? As far as Western sources have gone, we haven't seen signs like, for example, the Russians putting a larger than normal number of ballistic missile submarines on patrol, so they have more missiles that are invulnerable at sea rather than vulnerable at port. We haven't seen the road mobile missiles disperse from their bases to their concealed launching areas. They're still concentrated at their bases. We haven't seen increased activity or posturing in their silos or a change in their strategic readiness. So in other words, while there was an announcement, there's nothing about these capabilities being developed or the way they're currently being postured that should be taken as a nuclear threat. If this was serious nuclear signaling, so aside from Russia that it's getting ready to use nuclear weapons, we're serious guys, you better concede, well, we'd expect that to be matched with nuclear posturing, which is how the weapons are deployed and prepared and are being ready for use or not. And as I said, there's no open source intelligence sign of that, and Western sources concur publicly that we haven't seen signs of increased nuclear readiness from the Russians. Plus, they've made efforts to avoid confusion. So I infer instead that they're targeting two different audiences. The first is the Russian domestic audience, who presumably needs to be reassured of the strength of Russia. The nuclear capability is a bedrock of Russian military strength. And even though the conventional military campaign is probably not going the way they wanted, and there are serious questions being raised over the capability and conduct of the Russian army, well, this is a reminder that Russia remains one of the world's greatest nuclear powers, and by warhead count, the greatest nuclear power. There's also the Western public. Not everyone in the public knows the intricacies of nuclear posturing. Not everyone understands Russian nuclear doctrine. So if you just see these statements in the media, it's going to cause fear. And fear might encourage members of the public to be a little more cautious about encouraging weapons shipments to Ukraine, a little bit more cautious about encouraging politicians to take a hard line towards Moscow. It might cause a little bit of fear and uncertainty. That, I suggest, is probably one of the primary audiences for the rhetoric. Which leads me to ask the question, Does this kind of nuclear coercion work? Because you have nuclear weapons and making these sort of threats, does it mean that you get what you want automatically? And historically, I acknowledge this is a debated point, but I would say the answer is very much no. There are relatively few cases that you can point to where nations have successfully coerced another nation to do something with the threat of using nuclear force. Most of the examples that you can find that are arguably successful cases of coercion are from the absolutely earliest days of nuclear weapons, where there were relatively few nuclear weapon states and where the rules and regulations on their use weren't really set in stone. It's the US during that monopoly and near monopoly period, so where the United States was the only power on the planet that had a practical nuclear capability, so the US was far more capable of using nuclear coercion during that era. There's also the USSR during the Suez Crisis, when Khrushchev actively rolled out threats of atomic strikes in order to get the French and the British to play ball on de-escalating the Suez Crisis. It's hard to find modern nuclear coercion cases, not where countries have deterred another country from attacking them using nukes, but where they've actively forced another country to comply. After all, we've actually seen examples of nuclear powers routinely choose to accept military defeat and reverse rather than revert to the use of nuclear weapons. The US didn't roll them out in Korea and accepted what basically can come down to a draw. It didn't roll them out in Vietnam or any of its conflicts since, where the US has suffered military reverses.
That's true too, and even in Vietnam, I think we were actually firing at Russian or Soviet troops, right? I think in Vietnam, weren't there actual Soviet US planes? Was it planes or ground troops fighting each other, I think?
The People's Republic of China invaded Vietnam and got a very bloody nose. There was no talk of nuclear weapons being employed against the Vietnamese in order to secure a better outcome. Nuclear powers don't routinely go around nuking people. That is one of the merciful facts of the Cold War and post-Cold War era.
Maybe it was Korea, not
We
Vietnam.
even see countries choose restraint when they can probably get away with it. India had nuclear weapons long before Pakistan did. But India did not move immediately to use its nuclear weapons in order to destroy Pakistan, nor did it use its nuclear weapons to prevent Pakistan developing a nuclear capability. The US, during its nuclear monopoly era, possibly had a brief window in which the United States could have utilized its nuclear capabilities to try and threaten everyone else into not developing nuclear weapons. It could have become an armed hegemon. Nuclear weapons could have been the Death Star. They could have held the world in their grips through the power of fear, but they didn't. Countries tend to choose restraint historically with nuclear weapons, even when they have at least on paper, the option of using them. And one of the reasons for this is the nuclear taboo. Nuclear weapons are different. It's obviously horrible when you use conventional weapons to inflict a loss of life or suffering on anybody. But the world seems to have decided at a legal, at a political, at a psychological level that nuclear weapons are different. And there's a very intense stigma against their use, which is nearly universal. And importantly, powers have a real interest in maintaining that taboo. The world is better for most countries, the overwhelming majority of countries, because there is a taboo against nuclear weapons use. It comes with a whole bunch of benefits. The first is we don't all die. Nuclear exchanges would threaten the very essence of the global economy, our prosperity, and our very lives. So it's great for all of us that nuclear weapons aren't just being flung around like conventional weapons. The economy does better because not everyone is dead, and you're also not in a race to proliferation. If nuclear weapon use was acceptable, then the only way to feel secure, realistically, would be to have a nuclear weapon, which would probably take you back to point 1 or 2, because if everyone starts proliferating and has nuclear weapons and the whole world is drowning in them, then inevitably, eventually, someone's going to use one, and you run into the don't die problem all over again. And I'm really focused, and I think a lot of strategists are really focused on the not dying part. That's a real benefit of the nuclear taboo, the fact that we haven't all died. So because so many nations, whether that be China, America, or indeed nations around the world, have an interest in maintaining this taboo, you can expect that any nation breaching this taboo can expect very serious consequences, because most nations would want to ensure that that experience isn't repeated. They'd want to retaliate in some way against countries that do use nuclear weapons in order to maintain this norm of non-use. Now, there have been, and I need to be clear here, some historical figures that haven't minded. If you want to go look up what Mao Zedong thought about nuclear war and the fact that realistically losing a few 100 million people was acceptable as a price to pay for victory, by all means go for it. But for the most part, the leaders of most nations on this planet have a deep interest in maintaining this nuclear taboo. So let's do a worked example of why this nuclear coercive sort of idea doesn't tend to really work. let's just say we have a hypothetical small country that's subject to potential atomic coercion by a large neighbor, trying to force it not to do something really fundamental. Let's just take a random example, like, say,
Ukraine.
Joining an alliance. The little nation wants to join an alliance, and the big nation next door with nuclear weapons says, hey, don't, or we might potentially deploy nuclear weapons against you. Well, the little nation has to ask itself a question. Is the Red Force bluffing or not? If they are bluffing, or you're confident they're bluffing, then the nuclear coercion isn't going to work. The little nation's going to go ahead and do what it was going to do anyway, which is it joins the big alliance. Let's call them Blue Force. If Red Force isn't bluffing, well then small country's in a serious problem. Because if you have a large neighbor who is crazy enough to nuke you if you try and exercise your sovereignty, well then the fundamental existence of your state is at risk. And the only alternative to slavery, where you basically do whatever it is the large state asks you to do, the only solution becomes coming under someone else's nuclear umbrella, so you can't be coerced with nuclear weapons anymore. In which case, the correct decision is to join Blue Force, because then you're under Blue Force's nuclear umbrella and no one can threaten you with nukes anymore. A country, and everyone knows this, a country is unlikely to be willing to follow through on most coercive threats, so the credibility of using nuclear weapons when you're threatening someone is actually really, really low. And if you are crazy enough to possibly follow through, then everyone around you is going to focus on obtaining a deterrent as the overriding priority. This is the basic game theory failing of nuclear coercion. Most of the time, people don't believe you, so it doesn't work. And if people do believe you, they will do anything necessary in order to get into a situation where you can't threaten them with annihilation anymore. And usually that means doing exactly the thing that you don't want them to do in the first place, which is signing up with your nuclear-armed enemies. Russia might be tempted to employ nuclear saber-rattling at the moment precisely because most of their conventional military is occupied in Ukraine. They have precious few arrows left in their quiver if they're looking to exert pressure on surrounding nations right now. The nuclear weapons are one of the few things they have. But just because they have them doesn't mean they're an effective tool of international coercion. So, let's talk about Russian doctrine. What does Russia actually say when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons, and why should we care? And the first thing to say here is that countries tend to put a lot of effort into publicly declaring and outlining what their nuclear strategy, what their doctrine is. Answering the questions of when might they use nuclear weapons, how would they use nuclear weapons, why do they maintain nuclear weapons, how likely are they to use them in certain circumstances. Nations put a lot of effort into publicly declaring, or often publicly declaring, these things. The public nature of nuclear doctrine is what wraps it up in what's called declaratory strategy, where you declare, you use public statements of your intentions as a part of your overarching strategy. So Russia has written nuclear doctrine and nuclear statements. The United States has equivalents, and all nuclear-armed nations in the Western world have publicly stated equivalents. There are also declaratory strategies from countries like India and China that, for example, limit their willingness to deploy nuclear weapons first. And you might ask the question why you should care. After all, if you believe politicians or a segment of politicians are liars, why would you choose to believe the doctrine that they put out? Well, the first answer to that is that nuclear weapons are special, like I've said. Their primary utility comes from the threat of their existence rather than from their actual use. So you need a way to threaten people with nuclear weapons, but you can't actually go around using them or we end up accidentally destroying the planet, which is, for most people, not very high on the national priority list. So the aim is generally strategic stability. And that requires you to state your intentions very, very clearly rather than risk confusion where people accidentally overstep each other's lines, someone gets nuked, and then again, we end up destroying the planet. You'll see that a lot of elements of nuclear strategy come down to the goal of not ending up in a situation where the planet's destroyed. Relatively simple. Doctrine and the surrounding declaratory policy around that is how you accomplish this signaling. You tell everyone where you're really serious, where you'll use nuclear weapons, where you won't, and that gives everyone an idea of what the rules of the game are so that no one really gets nuked by surprise. China, India, these are examples of countries that, for example, have non-first use pledges. So they say that they will not deploy nuclear weapons unless someone else deploys weapons of mass destruction against them first. And that allows them to interact in the playground with other nations around the world without people worrying that they're suddenly going to get hit by a first strike, or at least they're less likely to get hit by a first strike. Because it's fair to say that no one fully believes anyone else, but these doctrinal documents they help. They serve an important purpose. Lavrov came out and said this line: "We don't have insane people, we have a nuclear doctrine," when he was asked the question about nuclear saber rattling. He pointed to the atomic doctrine as a signal mechanism of when Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. And of course, one of the great influences behind that atomic doctrine is Vladimir Putin. And there's been a couple of YouTube videos and articles that have come out that really seem to suggest that Vladimir Putin loves atomic weapons and is indeed a nuclear warmonger. And it's quite easy for people to pull out quotes from him or doctrines that he has passed which actually lower the nuclear threshold. It's easy to quote Putin badly. And one of the reasons is he's been in power a really long time.
Clip chimping.
Because if you look at Soviet and Russian nuclear doctrine, and this is a gross oversimplification, but the basic evolution after the fall of the Soviet Union is this. 1993, Yeltsin's nuclear doctrine, very much focused on just straight atomic deterrence as we would think about it in the West, or at least that's the simple way to describe it here. He pares back some of the more apocalyptic ideas around battlefield nuclear weapon employment that we saw in the Soviet Union. 2000, Putin comes in, and Putin arguably lowers the nuclear threshold in 2000. The reason for this is the conventional weakness of the Russian armed forces at the time. This is the Russian armed forces at their low ebb after the fall of the Soviet Union. They're pretty trashed here. They've seen NATO forces absolutely demolish Iraq in the Gulf War. They've had their own serious failings in Chechnya and places like that. The conventional forces aren't up to the job, and one of the few things that Russia can rely on at this point is its atomic weapons, so they have a greater place in the doctrine. But then in 2010, Dmitry Medvedev rolls back the nuclear use cases. He increases the nuclear threshold. He reduces the number of cases where Russia will use nuclear weapons in localized conflicts. And then in 2014, Putin comes back, and at this point, if Putin was a nuclear warmonger, you'd expect him to undo all of Medvedev's changes, go back to something more like 2000. Instead, he doubles down on non-nuclear deterrence concepts, the idea that you shouldn't rely on nuclear weapons for all of your deterrence requirements. He doesn't reintroduce really low threshold atomic use. Indeed, we start thinking that maybe conventional precision weapons might be able to take over some of the role that tactical nuclear weapons, for example, previously had. It's a simplification, but that's basically what 2014 boils down to. And then in 2020, which is the document we're going to focus on, we have the basic principles of state policy of the Russian Federation on nuclear deterrence, if I've gotten that right from memory, which basically sets out the use cases for atomic weapons as we believe they stand now. Now, Russian thinkers have been doubting the value of nuclear deterrence against non-existential threats for a long time. The fight has gone back and forth between those who thought the conventional capabilities needed to be rebuilt because that was the only way you'd have deterrence, and those who thought you could get away with just basically having a massive atomic weapons program and that'd do it. The current thinking seems to weigh towards conventional weapons, and there's a reason for that. So arguably, I would say this. Putin is both responsible for lowering the nuclear threshold, which is increasing the risk of nuclear weapons use by the Russian Federation, but he's also a person responsible for reducing that same risk. It's just whether you're talking about Putin in the early 2000s or Putin circa 2020. And Putin circa 2020, who has more confidence in his modernized armed forces, is more willing to rely on concepts like non-nuclear deterrence. And a brief historical aside here to just say that even the early 2000s Putin doctrines were, by historical standards of nuclear doctrine, really, really restrained. If you ever want genuinely good nightmare fuel that will keep you up awake or convince you that humanity must be ungodly lucky in order to have survived the Cold War era, go look up Cold War era nuclear doctrines. In the early 1950s, indeed through much of the 1950s, when the United States was still ascendant in terms of nuclear capabilities, but there was a great fear of Soviet conventional superiority, the doctrine was massive retaliations. The idea was that even a relatively limited conventional Soviet military incursion in Eastern Europe, or rather Central Europe, would result in massive atomic retaliation. There was basically one setting. It was a Soviet soldier puts a boot over the border and you nuke Moscow. It was basically the setting that the United States had through the early part of the Cold War. In 1962, the United States does an exercise in order to bring together one single integrated operational plan, PSYOP 1962, which is to basically tie together a strike plan for the US atomic arsenal. There's one plan. It's not particularly gradated. That doesn't come until 1963. But according to the 1962 plan, in the event that war breaks out, there's one strike package. It calls for 3,200 nuclear warheads. There's about 8,000 megatons TNT equivalent. 24 warheads go to Moscow. The USSR, the People's Republic of China, and Eastern Europe are all basically glassed. Albania is basically gone. There's virtually no flexibility. Look, even if the question was even asked, what if China is not in the war? And the planners responded essentially saying, well, that would make the plan difficult then because it's designed to be executed basically as is. And it was implied that maybe they'd go anyway. Obviously, they wouldn't have, but the point was the planning thought about communism as one giant monolithic block, and the response to any military offensive in Europe was basically going to be the death of nearly 300 million people, with the relatively rapid dispatch of nearly 3,200 nuclear warheads. And the Soviet war plans for Europe were also pretty nightmare fuel-esque. The Soviets always presumed that nuclear weapons had to be written into war plans for Europe. I think there were a lot of Soviet thinkers who thought that NATO strategic planners who thought nuclear escalation could be controlled were probably naive. And as a result, basically all of the Soviet war planning assumes that Europe is basically not there by the end of it. Genuinely nightmare fuel when we compare it to all post-Soviet Russian nuclear doctrine, and in particular, the document that came out in 2020. So this 2020 statement, the basic principles of state policy of the Russian Federation on nuclear deterrence. This is a very short document. You can find the English language version online, and if you want to check it against the original Russian, you can find that too. And people have found a lot of reasons, usually when they're looking for reasons, but people have found a lot of reasons to be very scared of the statement. They'd like to take quotes out of context. In particular, this one's a fan favorite. In the event of a military conflict, this policy provides for the prevention of an escalation of military actions and their termination on conditions that are acceptable for the Russian Federation and its allies. People like to interpret this statement to mean that if Russia is in a conflict and it's not going so well, they might use nuclear weapons in order to win. In order to ensure that the conflict ends, it ends then, and it ends on conditions that Russia finds favorable. My warning in reading statements like that is that you should probably read them in context. And the very next paragraph is, the Russian Federation considers nuclear weapons exclusively as a means of deterrence, their use being an extreme and compelled measure. So the very next statement sort of puts a caveat on the previous one. These are not weapons that Russia is looking to employ just because things aren't going their way. They're things that they're using as an extreme and compelled measure of deterrence against an opponent. But you know what? You don't need to take my word for it in terms of interpreting those first paragraph, because the document also sets out 4 very clear reasons where Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. You can read the document. They're there in subparagraph form. The 4 reasons are pretty simple. The first is someone's launching a ballistic missile attack against the territory of the Russian Federation. So if they detect American missiles are flying, they're going to launch theirs rather than waiting for those missiles to hit first. American nuclear doctrine is counter-force, is what is the term for it, which is America intends to use its nuclear weapons to target the nuclear weapons and command and control and military assets of their opponents. So Russia's doctrine is not to wait for those missiles to arrive and destroy all of its missiles. It's to get its missiles in the air before they arrive in order to make sure that America hurts a lot for its temerity in launching its missiles. And as a result, America's never going to launch its missiles in the first place. The second reason is if nuclear weapons or other weapons of mass destruction are actually used against the Russian Federation or its allies. So if Ukraine, I don't know, rolls out anthrax weapons or something, maybe Russia would consider deploying nuclear weapons, or indeed if Ukraine gets its own nuclear weapons, Russia would feel free to then employ its own nukes. The third is in the case of an attack by an adversary against critical government or military sites of the Russian Federation, which is where most people stop this quote. An awful lot of media reports I saw stop the quote at this point and say, ooh, if we bomb critical infrastructure in Russia, they might use nukes. But no, there's a comma there, and the next part of the sentence is, disruption of which would undermine nuclear forces' response actions. So what the Russians are saying here is that if you're destroying sites which might inhibit their ability to launch a nuclear counterstrike, they're not going to wait and see if your plan is to take their nuclear weapons offline. They're going to launch first.
No.
if they can't be sure whether or not a nuclear attack is coming later, but if you're going to take away their ability to use their nukes, they're going to launch their nukes. They don't want to be caught without them as a deterrent force. And finally, reason 4, aggression against the Russian Federation with conventional weapons when the very existence of the state is in jeopardy. So this is the existential argument. If Polish volunteers are driving their tanks through the streets of Moscow with winged Husaria wings strapped to the turrets, and they're about to storm the Kremlin, then Russia is probably going to deploy its atomic weapons at that point. Indeed, they'll probably deploy them before that point, because at that stage, the threat is to the very existence of the Russian Federation. Now, there's an argument over whether there's an extra idea embedded in this doctrine. It's an idea that I would argue isn't actually there, but if you read the United States Nuclear Posture Review, the idea is pretty clearly present. And it's called escalate to de-escalate. So basically, the idea here is that Russia might launch it.
To be honest, this is ridiculous. If you're willing to launch a nuclear attack, having a document that says otherwise is not going to stop you. No. The argument that he's laying out is that if people... This is basically what he's saying. He's saying that they have said that if we're going to nuke you, this is probably how we're going to go about doing it, okay? And what he's saying is that Russia hasn't taken the necessary steps to really feel like there's a serious nuclear threat. However, they are able to make public statements that scares the public, but those that know this shit isn't going to happen. So for instance, let's say that I'll say, I'm going to shoot and kill you. I've got a gun and I'm going to shoot and kill you, okay? However, let's say that me and all the gun owners get in, it's like, okay, listen, all of us understand that the only way we're actually going to shoot and kill each other is if we actually bring our guns like to the club with us, okay? So every time you drive to the club, you've got to check in a firearm. You've got to say, like, I've got a gun on me, right? And essentially, imagine you go to the club and you've got a bunch of like normies with you, and people start saying shit like, I'm gonna fucking shoot you, I'm gonna fucking kill you, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna shoot you. All the normies will get scared because they'll be like, holy shit, he's got guns, he's gonna shoot him. But the people that know are like, okay, he's talking shit, but like he didn't check a firearm in the club. Like we know he doesn't have his gun with him, he's not gonna do it, right? What this guy is arguing is that there are certain movements of nuclear weapons, there are certain posturings that countries can take where it's like, holy shit, there might be nuclear warfare, but that hasn't really happened yet. That Russia is doing the proper checks, that Russia is properly putting people on notice when it's testing certain weapons, that if Russia was really serious about doing some nuclear fuckery, they wouldn't be going about it in this way. We'd see different steps being taken, essentially is what he's saying.
Tactical nuclear weapon to basically force everyone to chill. That everyone would be so worried about a nuclear weapon finally going off that they'll decide to end the conflict. So Russia might signal that it's willing to stop a conflict by deploying a nuclear weapon as a way to force everyone to sit down and take notice. In the 2018 Nuclear Posture Review, which is the United States government's outline of its nuclear thinking and strategy as of 2018, it includes that line there, that Moscow threatens and exercises limited nuclear first use, suggesting a mistaken expectation that coercive nuclear threats or limited first use could paralyze the United States and NATO and thereby end a conflict on terms favorable to Russia. Some refer to this as escalate to de-escalate. The Russians themselves reject this. I think it's important to highlight that fact. Lavrov has even come out and challenged the thing directly. He said we would not have any escalation in order to de-escalate as Western powers try and present it. Now, I'm going to proceed on the assumption that this is not actually part of Russian nuclear doctrine, but we'll look at potential use cases that are in line with it. So we'll ask ourselves the hypothetical of, if this is true, where might Russia use a nuclear weapon in this scenario, noting that I don't actually believe it's their doctrine. So all of that waffling around doctrine and use cases leads me to ask this question. Will they use nukes? No. With an asterisk, and we'll talk about that asterisk in a moment. And there's a number of reasons I don't think that Russians are going to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, or certainly that we are nowhere near the stage where they would. The first is, as we've talked about already, there is no doctrinal use case. The conflict in Ukraine doesn't trigger any of the 4 conditions in the 2020 Basic Principle. Russia isn't going to get hit by nuclear weapons. The Americans aren't launching missiles at them. There's no risk of them losing their government command and control over their atomic arsenals. And there's certainly no existential threat to the survival of the Russian state. Even NATO entry into the war, conventional entry in the territory of Ukraine, hypothetically, theoretically, wouldn't trigger any of these conditions. Now, NATO is unlikely to test those conditions by going into Ukraine conventionally, but it's important to note that Russian doctrine as it stands doesn't call for an atomic response anything short of an existential threat to the survival of the Russian state. Now, some might choose to interpret any reversal as a potential existential threat to the Russian state. But there's one saving grace here, and that's actually the Russian control of their domestic media. Russian media in this case is arguably a potential force for peace and restraint in this conflict. I talked in my Who's Winning video about how wide the Russian war goals are in terms of their ability to be redefined. Because your goal is the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine, and because that can mean basically anything, you combine that with a really powerful domestic propaganda machine, and it's really easy for Russia to convince its people that it won, basically no matter what happens. Which means that even in circumstances where Russia arguably loses a conventional conflict in Ukraine, it's unlikely to threaten the integrity of the regime or the continuation of the Russian state. All because the media is capable of packaging up whatever happens in such a way that even the regime of Vladimir Putin is likely not going to be under serious domestic threat, at least at this stage of the day. Russia doesn't need to deploy desperate measures like nukes to achieve a particular military outcome, because it can just shape perceptions of what's been achieved instead. And there's a lot less threat there than there would be for actual military escalation. The second point is that there's no, as far as I can see, no military utility. A number of commentators have pointed out it's hard to actually find a mission for tactical nuclear weapons on the Ukrainian battlefield. Just a few weapons used at the local level are very unlikely to be decisive. Nuclear weapons are powerful, but they're not so powerful that they just delete the Ukrainian army if you fire off one or two of them. This isn't Civilization where you drop one in a province and all the opponent's military units there disappear. The Russians are faced with irregulars, maneuver elements, light infantry, hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers of trench line, and using just one or two nuclear weapons isn't really going to break open or destroy the ability of the Ukrainian army to resist. So it's hard to see how you deliver a decisive blow short of a massive employment of nuclear weapons. Certainly not a limited one. And at the same time, there's massive countervailing risks of a NATO response. And this comes back to this idea of the nuclear taboo. If Russia breaches the nuclear taboo, the only way to get that taboo back in place is to put in place a precedent that the country that uses nuclear weapons will be subject to so much retaliation, be that economic or kinetic, that it would have been better off never using the nuclear weapons in the first place. That's the only message that's going to restrain other nations from using nukes in the future. So what would likely happen? Well, those neutral, in inverted commas, countries that Russia is really relying on, the Indians, the Chinese, they're very likely to instantly shun Russia, because as much as they have economic and political interests in Russia, they have deeper interests in the maintenance of the nuclear taboo. There's also likely to be a very major NATO response. Now, NATO has already said that there would be a serious response to Russian chemical use. Nuclear weapons are, while part of that NBC triad of weapons of mass destruction, generally regarded as much more taboo and devastating than chemical weapons. So NATO would have a number of options before it. It could jump straight to a nuclear response, but its conventional superiority is such that it could also inflict a major but limited conventional kinetic response or an economic and political response.
This was Biden saying that, like, if you fuck around with nukes, we're going to destroy your Black Sea fleet. Not necessarily nuke you back yet. Hold on, I'm going to use the restroom. Give me 1 minute. Boom, 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 boom. 1 sec.
I don't know, Steve, I'm beginning to think these dudes ate women. It's just a feeling, though.
This guy's entire career is having women live rent-free in his head. You're a millionaire, a bum there's no in between to them. These people are delusional. 25-50, 50-75% getting flown out to lol. Insecure clowns. Steve.
Hi everybody. Do you guys want amazing Destiny merch? go to store.destiny.gg. Store.destiny.gg for amazing Destiny merch.
What's your take on that statistic?
Hey guys. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day today.
My God, who are the
Obama.
girls that hurt these men? It must have been on the magnitude of walking in on the girl, getting it in and not stopping.
This is only good advice if you hang around and are attracted to women who are absolute train wrecks and dumpster fires.
Men have a biological need to fuck. Women need to get over it. Also, women having an Instagram is cheating and women cheat more. And never show emotion. But also women are scary. Being Jewish is better for your kids apparently. Converts to Islam.
Fuck you. I wasn't telling you to stop watching this video, I was recommending your videos to potentially watch after because he changed some of his views on these topics in the last year with more information because he learned a lot. Chat, I will stand parent. Sweet on aside, guide this missile into the hearts of your foes.
I don't even do it for the money anymore. That's right, I do it for fun and for the power. Now get over here.
All right, my cuties. We need to stretch those legs or else you will get a blood clot and die an excruciating and painful death. All right, ready? In 1, 2, 3. Yump. 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 Stop. Post fishy. Fish. Fish. Go. Now yump, yump, yump. Stop. Fishy.
that achieved more in harming Russia than Russia achieves by using its tactical nuclear weapons. Russia might gain some military momentum by blasting open 1 or 2 defensive positions with tactical nuclear weapons, but if the response is an immediate total energy embargo globally against Russian energy, or if the response is a limited kinetic strike by NATO air power to eliminate Russian forces in Ukraine, or even a limited NATO entry into the territory of Ukraine in retaliation, then that's going to negate any advantage that Russia gets from deploying that weapon in the first place. So it's entirely possible for NATO to make this entire exercise of using a nuclear weapon counterproductive for Russia without triggering any of the Russian nuclear use cases. You don't have to nuke Russia, and you don't have to existentially threaten the Russian state in order to make it not worth them using nuclear weapons in the first instance. But let's just say you really, really want to build that doomsday bunker. You're a really big Fallout fan. You love that 1950s retro vibe. You're looking for some hope here, and a question is, when might nuclear weapons actually be used? And I'll stress here that I can't just dismiss the danger that an escalation chain might run out of hand. There have always been dangers, ever since the nuclear weapon was invented, that we would have either accidental or deliberate circumstances put in place that would lead us down an escalation chain to the point where more nuclear weapons are used. We can think about where some of those triggers might be, especially if you have the escalate to de-escalate definition in mind. The two that I think of immediately, if territorial integrity or the loss of Russian territory is considered to be an existential threat to the state. Russian doctrine doesn't say that, but let's just say they decide that it is. Crimea is probably the first place that could possibly be tested. If Ukraine ever tried to militarily reclaim the Crimean Peninsula, which Russia has formally annexed, which differentiates it from Donetsk and Lugansk, which are their own people's republics, if Crimea itself was threatened, you might see Russian nuclear posturing. The other element is if somehow Russian command and control itself was being threatened. And I don't mean generals dying in Ukraine. I mean Vladimir Putin's ability to control the strategic Russian rocket forces and the Russian atomic arsenal. If that was somehow being threatened, maybe. If those circumstances are triggered, what you would probably see is that if things were going really, really badly, Russia might signal that it's getting ready to use nuclear weapons. Not that it would jump straight to their use, but that it would signal that it's getting ready to deploy them. That would probably be its first step, and then employment would actually be a second step. But again, I don't read this into Russian doctrine. I don't read a sign that their back's against the wall, in a very narrow sense, leads to them using nuclear weapons. I don't think that nuclear weapons would be the first port of call. This is a country that hasn't even declared war and undergone general mobilization yet. And you'd like to imagine that there are several steps left on their escalation chain to respond before they resort to the deployment of nuclear weapons. At the same time, the Ukrainians have been pretty clear that they don't plan to, or at least They have in the past been clear that they don't plan to reclaim Crimea by force, even though they continue to claim it. So the risk to the territorial integrity of Russia itself is relatively limited. I will say, overall, that the risk is very low and that you can probably sleep well at night.
Maybe.
But if you want to sleep extra well, the question is, how are you extra sure? How do you make extra sure that Russia doesn't deploy its nuclear weapons? And the answer is the old Cold War strategy of signaling and deterrence. There's nothing new to this idea, but the idea is that you're very clear that any nuclear use would leave Russia in an unambiguously worse position than it would be but for the strike. This is good old-fashioned game theory. You convince your opponent that if he does something you don't like, he's going to end up in a worse position if he does it. This could, as I said before, take the form of a conventional kinetic response or economic sanctions or political sanctions or a variety of means that you could use to inflict more damage on Russia than they gain benefit from using their nuclear weapons. We can also talk about the off-ramp argument here. A lot of Western pundits have been very clear on the need to preserve an off-ramp for Putin, so he never feels like he's got his back against the wall and he has no choice but to escalate. I think this argument is overblown. I don't think Russia has shown so far any sign that it's really looking for an off-ramp. It's more likely looking for escalation rather than de-escalation. But at the end of the day, all maintaining an off-ramp really means in this context is leaving open a situation for Russia to negotiate an end to the war. Not that it has to be one that's favorable to Russia, just that it's one that doesn't trigger those 4 nuclear use principles. Most importantly, that it doesn't pose an existential threat to the Russian state and that it doesn't involve Russia getting nuked. If you can do that and you avoid hitting any of those 4 nuclear triggers in the 2020 statement, then you're probably fine. You can also secure preemptive diplomatic pressure from neutral parties. So what I mean here, you want to have the Indias and the Chinas and the other major players in there.
Some Rebel Chat said, after this video, watch Hi Ren may not be your style, but man, the performance is genius.
Yes. Quietly remind Russia that, hey guys, we've taken the stance we have, but if you deploy nuclear weapons, then that's going to change. We're going to be in a very different world if you do that, so it'd be really good if you didn't do that. The final point I'll say is that you should never sow doubt about your response. NATO should be very clear that there will be a response, that it will maintain the nuclear taboo in the event that Russia deploys nuclear weapons, and it should never give its opponents any reason to doubt that. If Russia has certainty that using nuclear weapons will leave it in a worse position, then it's unlikely to use them. That's the reality of deterrence. All right, so some key takeaways to close this out. And the first one's pretty obvious. Nuclear weapons are really scary, but we need to keep a clear head regarding the potential and likelihood for their use. Russia has dual-use capable weapons everywhere, and almost every time Russia moves a weapon system, be it a cruise missile or an Iskander, tactical ballistic missile, they're moving nuclear capable systems because most of their missiles in those categories can take nuclear warheads or non-nuclear warheads. But the reality is there's a long jump from the deploying of those weapon systems to actually using nuclear weapons. In fact, I'd go further and say that Russian published nuclear doctrine does not call for tactical nuclear weapon use in Ukraine, which makes it very unlikely. You'd want to signal your intention to use nuclear weapons, either through doctrine or through some other statement. We haven't seen an indication from Russia that they're willing to do so. I'd also go further and say that nuclear coercion has a pretty spotty record. It rarely works. So the idea of using nuclear threats either to constrain Ukraine or to constrain, say, for example, other countries that might consider joining the NATO alliance, for example, that sort of coercion has a really spotty record and there's no reason to believe that it's likely to succeed. Indeed, the audience for those sort of threats is mostly the less educated members of the foreign public and also the domestic audience. This is all balanced against the fact that the nuclear taboo is really real. Nations have a real interest in enforcing and maintaining this prohibition, this idea that you don't just use nuclear weapons to solve basic military problems, that you keep them in this sort of special category and don't deploy them. That means that Russia is likely to face retaliation from neutral powers and from NATO powers in the event that it ever deploys nuclear weapons in the Ukrainian conflict. Now, that doesn't mean we shouldn't keep in mind those cases where nuclear use might become more likely. And nothing that I've said in this video should be taken as a definitive statement that Russia absolutely will not deploy nuclear weapons in the current crisis. What I'm saying, however, is that it seems very, very unlikely. And unless this war fundamentally changes to the point where it does pose a identifiable existential threat to the existence of the Russian state, that the use cases are likely to remain very, very unlikely. Preventing that escalation entirely or keeping that probability low, well, that's a matter for signaling and deterrence on the part of the NATO and also on the part of neutral powers. It means powers reassuring Russia that there will be consequences for nuclear weapon employment, and as a result, discouraging and deterring Russia from ever seeking to use those weapon systems. But again, nuclear use remains highly unlikely within the framework of Russian doctrine and strategic logic. It's hard to see a scenario, no matter how this conflict goes, at least from where we can see from here, where Russia reaches for that nuclear trigger. And I hope that in a little bit of reverse clickbait, actually helps everyone sleep just a little bit better tonight. All right, channel update to go with this. First off, this is my first video coming back from COVID. COVID is terrible. I do not recommend getting it to anyone. I'm still incredibly tired, and if you're wondering why the editing on this video is a little bit choppy, it's probably because I have to edit out all the coughing. That said, I'm back, and it feels good to be back. One of the things I'm doing is I'm trying to clear my email backlog from both of the email addresses. I just practically can't respond to all of the email, but what I am doing is harvesting and categorizing all of it so that I can act on it where I need to. I'll also give a quick update on subtitles. I've received a lot of great offers on people who are willing to help refine the subtitling I use on my videos. I'm probably going to make contact with one or two of them before the next video and trial some of their mechanisms. There are some people, some pretty cool AI and scribing services out there who've offered to help out. The next thing I'm going to say is that Purun Gaming is now a thing. Purun Gaming AU. The YouTube address for the channel is there.
You would talk to you on stream if you wanted to.
Screen, and I'll also link it in the description to this video. There's nothing on there yet, but that is going to be where I release my new gaming content videos, and I'm also going to migrate some of my existing gaming content
emails,
to that channel.
Plays games.
Like I said,
Destiny
this is
clone
intended to
anybody?
stream the gaming content away from the primary channel so that you can subscribe to one or both without worrying about getting notifications for content that you may not actually be interested in. Also, YouTube is literally, it's sending me one of those trophy things that you get for like 100,000 subscribers, which is pretty incredible. And I can't wait to get it, but there it is. It's ordered, it's happening. I've crossed 100,000, which is incredible for a guy who does slideshows on the internet. So that's very, very exciting. I'm also doing a staged overhaul of my Patreon, so I'm steadily changing the way the tiers work just so it's better designed for both gaming and non-gaming content. So stick with me on that one as I make those changes, because the summary is I'm getting back into it very, very slowly. The worst part of COVID is fatigue. It knocks you out constantly, and I'm still getting my energy back. So I appreciate you being with me today. I appreciate you guys listening to this video. It was one I did primarily because so many people who sent me emails were very, very concerned. And I thought about it for a while, and I was like, while I could do a video on Russian nuclear capabilities, a far more useful contribution.
Okay, where is Pixie's Fresh and Fit thing? She wanted me to watch this. Is it okay to link not safe for work during stream out? No, but some fucking people do it, but they're gonna get... Oops. Oh, you got banned for a good fucking reason, fucking idiot. Hello.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, what's up?
Have you seen this Clarence Thomas story that he was getting like under the table donations, and maybe that's why all his rulings are a little bit retarded?
Are they retarded? No, wait, does this actually happen? Is this a real story, or?
Yeah, I was just reading it. I was surprised you didn't cover it. I think it's like 8 hours ago or something. I needed to know what to think about it, and then I didn't have an answer because you haven't talked about it.
For over 20 years, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has been treated to luxury vacations by billionaire Republican donor Harlan Crow. He goes on cruises in far-flung locales on Crow's yacht, flies on his private jet, and keeps company with Crow's powerful friends at the billionaire's private resort. What in the godforsaken parallax is going on with this fucking design of this? Oh my god. The extent of Crow's largesses?
Largesse.
Largesses. Or largesse has never been reported until now. Have you seen this? Stop him. Clearly I am obsessed with her. Is this his abusive ex? I don't know what you want me to... I don't know. Okay. Clarence Thomas and the Billionaire. In late June of 2019, right after the U.S. Supreme Court released its final opinion of the term, Justice Clarence Thomas boarded a large private jet headed to Indonesia. He and his wife were going on vacation, 9 days of island hopping in a volcanic archipelago on a super yacht staffed by a coterie of attendants and a private chef. If Thomas had chartered the plane and the 162-foot yacht himself, the total cost of the trip could have exceeded $500,000. Fortunately for him, that wasn't necessary. He was on vacation with real estate magnate and Republican mega donor Harlan Crow, who owned the jet and the yacht too. For more than 2 decades, Thomas has accepted luxury trips virtually every year from the Dallas businessman without disclosing them. Documents and interviews show. A public servant who has a salary of $285,000, he has vacation on Crow's super yacht around the globe. He flies on Crow's Bombardier Global 5000 jet. He has gone with Crow to the Bohemian Grove, the exclusive California all-male retreat, and a Crow's sprawling ranch in East Texas. And Thomas typically spends about a week every summer at Crow's private resort in the Adirondacks. I don't know any of these places. Fuck me, dude. The extended frequency of Crow's apparent gifts to Thomas have no known precedent in the modern history of the U.S. Supreme Court. These trips appeared nowhere on Thomas's financial disclosures. His failure to report the flights appears to violate a law passed after Watergate that requires justices, judges, members of Congress, and federal officials to disclose most gifts, 2 ethics law experts said. He also should have disclosed his trips on the yacht, these experts said. Thomas did not respond to a detailed list of questions. In a statement, Crow acknowledged that he had extended hospitality to the Thomases over the years, but said that Thomas never asked for any of it, and it was no different from the hospitality we've extended to our many other dear friends. Through his largesse, Crow has gained a unique form of access, spending days in private with one of the most powerful people in the country. By accepting the trips, Thomas has broken long-standing norms for judges' conduct, ethics experts, and 4 current or retired federal judges said. It's incomprehensible to me that someone would do this, said Nancy Gertner, a retired federal judge appointed by President Bill Clinton. When she was on the bench, Gertner said she was so cautious about appearance that she wouldn't mention her title when making dinner reservations. It was a question of not wanting to use the office for anything other than what it was intended. Virginia Cantor, a former government ethics lawyer who served in administrations of both parties, and Thomas seemed to have completely disregarded his higher ethical obligations. I mean, this seems pretty fucked. What other opinion could I have about this?
Well, I don't know. Played defense for Clarence Thomas.
It seems indefensible. The only defense I could possibly imagine is like, what? So if I'm a judge, I can no longer go on vacation with friends that want to pay for me, I guess? But I feel like the appearance of impropriety is so strong here that the answer would actually be, yeah, you probably shouldn't. Especially if it's like well-known. When they say Republican donor, that's actually probably the most important question. When they call this guy billionaire Republican donor, do they mean that he maxes out his contributions every year? Like he donates $5,000 a year? Or does he donate a lot of money to PACs and super PACs? Also, he probably should have disclosed this as well.
Interesting. How do you feel about the econ trips that the Supreme Court justices take? Have you heard about those?
No, what's that?
So my understanding is that I think it's a Chicago school, and like people related to it, they host all of these judges to come out and take courses over like 7 weeks in like a vacation setting where they learn about like economic principles, and the idea is to give them a general overview of what the field is thinking about different things and how those might come into play in their cases, so that they have an economic understanding when they go into
how is this comparable to what this guy's accused of?
So some people have a problem with that because they feel like there is an ideological slant, and all these people are also very politically involved. So they view this as like a paid vacation for these judges to be like brainwashed on topics. And they have a problem with that because now going into every case, they're going to have a predisposition towards those ideas they were exposed to and those narratives during that camp or that vacation or whatever.
I mean, they're going to be exposed to narratives like through their education and everything too. Like, I mean, I could see that being a problem, but like if it's disclosed and everything as well, like, I mean, I feel like the non-disclosure part here is the big hit against Thomas. Why is it not being disclosed? That's pretty bad.
Do you think he's intentionally hiding this?
I mean, if he's appearing in pictures and shit, it seems a little bit ludicrous to think he's intentionally hiding it.
Also, why does your mic on Discord suck?
I'm sorry, fuck, is it cutting out?
Yeah, it cuts out a lot.
Something different is because if I turn down the thing for it, then people hear echoes or something. I don't know, it's really weird. I'm not sure why. Hold on. Test, 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 test. All right, we'll try this. I don't know if it's gonna fucking echo or not, but there you go.
Okay. How have you been lately?
Pretty good. Just chilling. Playing games, doing streams, you know?
Are you gonna assert your boundaries more? I've been catching that drama.
A little bit, yeah. I'm just trying to call
Okay.
people out where I think they stand, basically. I'll be a little bit more open about that. Which I think I've done a decent job of so far, so.
I was curious about that because you said your takeaway from that situation was like you kept repeating, I vouch for this person. I fucking said some dumb shit and like misgauged her, and she misgauged me in her brain, and those seem to be like the two triggering points. But like, it also feels to me that it's the shit talking about your relationship that you didn't like. But
yeah, I think that the
doesn't
problem
seem
is
to
like
align.
her analysis went beyond. It was beyond just like impartial analysis, and it like was hardcore, like just trashing me. And I was like, this is kind of weird. I think that was kind of my issue. But yeah, I don't know. Like there are some things I've said before publicly that I'm like aware of. That like you don't know somebody really well until you've been through like a situation where they could have fucked you over, but they chose not to. Like that's a really big marker on how much I can trust somebody. And then I guess a second one that I've kind of learned that I kind of knew before, but I hadn't like verbalized as much, or hadn't been as cognizant of, is like having major disagreements with people is actually probably really important as well, because you really learn like a person's style of conflict resolution and where they, the kind of person they are when you have big disagreements. It's like really important, I think.
Have you thought at all, and I don't mean to attack you, but just a fun experiment, have you thought at all about how on the flip side, that also applies to you? And it seems like you do go pretty nuclear. And even if you don't go super nuclear, you have all the fans and stuff, so they always like make it worse.
Yeah, I think the big problem is the thing that I have to keep in mind, nobody does this for me, and I don't do this for anybody else, is nobody ever thinks about the public aspect. So for me, here's something that I'll say a lot. I've repeated this a lot on stream. I'll say, when I get mad at somebody, I just get mad at somebody, and then I talk a little bit of shit, but then I'm done. I'm done in like an hour or like 30 minutes. But I don't know why somebody carries that with them for so long. But when I get mad at somebody for 30 minutes, I get mad at them. Then there's a YouTube video on it. Then the Orbiters make videos and react on it. Then there are videos made of the Orbiters reacting to it. Then there are Reddit threads that go up. Then there are Reddit threads that go up with the videos of the other people. And then there are people on Twitter that get involved too. So like a 30 to 60 minute like rant where I'm upset at somebody will spin off like 25 different variations of content. So what'll happen is I'll get mad at somebody very briefly. And then in my mind, like I'm over it and it's not a big deal. But this other person is now on the receiving end of like 20 different forms of media that are assailing their character, you know?
Yeah, what do you mean when you say you get over it?
When I say I get over it, what I mean is that I'll get upset about something, but then I'm usually it's very rare that I'll carry a grudge against somebody, like almost never.
Define that. What is carrying a grudge?
I'll try to reset in my brain like relations with people, and I try to treat people like pretty like in good faith, like even after I've had a disagreement with them. Like I won't let like one disagreement shade like an entire like perception of a person afterwards, unless they've given me a reason to like change my entire perception. So like Lav and Mr. Girl, I think, have given like good reasons for me to like have a totally different perception of them. Brittany, I like her personal opinions about me I don't like, but like I'll still probably say like in general, like it seems like she generally gives like pretty good relationship advice in general. She's not like a crazy person in general, but like obviously I did something that triggered the fuck out of her, and now she doesn't like me. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, she's like a horrible rapist, blah blah blah. You know, I'm not gonna do all that shit. But I'll have some criticism of her related to her treatment against me. It feels to me like when I get into disagreements with people, it's very common that people will shade every single thing I do as like the worst thing in the world. That seems to be the more common response. But
do you think it may be there are ways of diffusing stuff better, because it felt to me like if I was sitting in your shoes and I'm in front of your Machiavelli, game board, the second I see this stream and she's saying all this stuff, my thought is like, I'm gonna have to have a private conversation with this chick and like see what's up with that, because that's a bit loony. Something's happened here. Clearly she's talked to this dude. I don't know what they talked about. She has this like weird impression of him. We had these bad conversations. Like it was about a super personal topic to her. Like I might reserve saying anything right now, because this is also triggering the fuck out of me. I can't believe she's saying X and Y and Z and like she's pushing all my buttons. But you kind of wear it on your sleeve and then you like burn the bridge really quick. And I feel like you gave up any hope of like fixing that, it feels like.
Yeah, I think that I think I'm kind of like, when it comes to public stuff, I'm kind of like eye for an eye. Like if somebody's gonna go really public on me, if they're gonna make like a big public statement or big public accusations or whatever about me, then I'm probably gonna be public back. That's just kind of the way that I work. Well, that's not a good reason. So like, could I have, is it possible that I could have messaged her and diffused the situation more effectively in a private setting? I thought we kind of already had. We had that conversation with Kyla on stream. I traded briefly. I think it was like 2 different messages off stream, and the impression that I got from her was that we were chill. And I think the impression I left her was that we were chill. But it very much seems like that was not the case, but rather that she had like flipped almost completely and like had massive like negative feelings towards me, which was surprising. Hold on, I'm about to fucking nuke my fucking chat. Why are you guys all fucking ape-handsing this fucking person? Okay, I'll do this later. I don't care. Jesus. Oh, and it's not working. My nukes aren't working. Why is my chatbot going fucking bad?
Also, I have a job, like, and I don't stream, so I'm not here to make money off of Steven. I see a lot of that. It's triggering me.
You're good. Okay. No, I don't give a fuck if you're trying to make a living off me. That's fine. If you want to do that, that's cool. I don't care.
I care what they think about me.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, sorry. Yeah, if somebody else goes public with something, I'm generally gonna go public as well. Yeah, I feel like relatively protective about like my reputation and kind of public perception of me, especially for like close friends. So like if somebody's gonna go public on some stuff, I feel a need to kind of correct the record. My inner Anna comes out, and I need to set things straight.
Yeah, I get that. And I think that's a necessary step the moment the other person does the public thing. I'm just wondering if that can be a step that you're both on the same page about, so that they don't get butthurt if you say any little mean thing, or if they get the negative response, which is probably going to happen no matter what. Like if you guys talked in private before and then you said publicly like the takeaways from the private conversation, and then DGG attacks them, it's like, well, we talked about this already. They can have the confidence that at least I'm not like super upset with them, and we're cool. And even I think it helps to weather a lot of the storm.
That what you're saying there is probably true. Although for Brittany, I don't think it was like DGG's pressure drove her to be negative towards me. I think it was the private, or not private, but like the personal conversations we'd had are what drove her there. Yeah.
And she's kind of, I don't know, I'm reading in this as a parasocial Andy because all I do is watch this stuff. She's kind of like you, where I don't think she says when she's upset by stuff. Like you were saying, I don't hold a grudge, I'm done with this, like, same day. But that's not really true, because anytime it's brought up, it is a sore spot for you, and you're a human being, and you still have those emotions there. And
sorry, okay, let me further expand on the statement. When I say I don't hold a grudge, what I mean is that over non-personal topics, and even some personal topics, I can have intense disagreements with people, where we super disagree on a lot of things. It happened with Lauren, it happened with Nick Fuentes, it's happened with Counterpoints, it's happened with Pisco for sure, it's happened with you, it's happened with a lot of people where I can have like pretty intense disagreements over things, but I'm not gonna like hate you. I'm not gonna like hate you afterwards. Now, if that intense disagreement comes over something very personal that I have a really strong disagreement with, well then the likelihood of there being some kind of like bad feelings there definitely increases. That's what I mean when I say I don't hold a grudge. I can have really intense political disagreements with people, and it doesn't bleed out in a way where I'm like, like I fucking hate this person now because we disagreed over this thing, and I think they're like a Nazi or something. I don't know.
Now, you've talked about this with other people, how there's a short list of things that if you disagree with them fundamentally on it, they're gonna have a high likelihood of snapping because it's unacceptable. Have you thought about what that list is for you? Because I know the relationship thing is probably at front of mind, but like, are there other things you could think of?
You mean like in terms of like what are personal triggers I have?
Yeah, like where when you guys disagree over that, that's likely to lead to like relationship ending because like nobody comes out the other side of it.
Things that involve like trashing my wife. Please just die. Things that involve trashing my wife or my child are probably going to be my big things. Where like once you've like gone here, it's going to be pretty hard for me to give a fuck about you and come back from it.
Gotcha.
I'm sure there are probably like political positions also that are kind of like beyond the pale. Like if you're like an avowed, like Fuentes is going to be a pretty hard sell to be friendly with now because he's like gone after the Ye shit, like full on like I love Hitler and all that, like that wacky crazy fucking speech that he made with like the dead bodies in the background. Like that's kind of beyond the pale. Unless he changes that significantly. Like there's like some political positions I imagine are going to be like that. It's just going to depend on.
I'd say Anna's one of these. You do get real fucking triggered when people talk about Anna.
I just get triggered because her situation is like misunderstood so much, even by like Dan and Melina. I think her situation got misunderstood so much because everybody coded that, and I think still codes that situation as like Anna was just obsessed and wanted to like marry me. That's how everybody sees it, and I think it's like pretty obvious from all of her behavior personally and publicly towards me that that is not the case. That's not what she was like gunning for. That it was like an obsessive like correct the record thing relating to people's like stories about her. But yeah, but I mean, like if people, I mean, generally, like if people want to talk about it, I'm not like opposed to it. Like if ABBA wanted to have a talk, or like I've talked privately to people about it, like I'm not like opposed to that. It's just when people will get it really, really wrong because they'll stereotype the situation or they'll project a lot of like what normally might happen, which is fair. But then they become delusional about it, like they're not willing to accept any type of new information, and then it's just like, okay, well, here I am listening to your perception about this problem, and you don't even know like the full story, and you're not willing to even hear out any new information from me or her, and it's like, why even bother?
Now, has this anxiety that you have about, you know, when everybody kind of sees something that's right and you got it wrong, and then you'll realize it at some point and like feel silly? Like, did you worry about that at all with the Anna situation? That like even Dan and other people that kind of know as much detail as you're willing to give about it, and they still have that opinion? Like, did that throw you for a loop at all? Because you seem so confident, but like a lot of the...
Yeah, we all have like different, like, I mean, like I'll be receptive to people depending on like their arguments and I guess like their experience, so, like, which really boils down to like the types of arguments they'll give, depending on the situation. But the, I mean, if I get something wrong, then I just I've got to modify like my heuristic on how I view things. It's hard though because like it's like one thing that's difficult is that one, I don't ever want to be in a position where I feel like I'm the only one that knows everything and everybody's getting everything wrong, because obviously that leads you to a whole bunch of delusional bad things where you can never be convinced of anything. But then secondly, like a lot of people that I deal with like really just have no idea, right? Like as much as I love Dan, and Dan's a pretty smart guy, Dan has no idea like the type of life I live or the people that I deal with. My life is way outside the norm from anything he's dealt with. And there are a lot of things where it's like, oh, like I understand what you're saying, and I think this would probably be true in like most circumstances, but like in my particular situation, like the circumstances are so unique, I don't know if it's necessarily the same type of thing. But I mean, there's a whole host of issues even with that thought, right? Because it's like, oh, well, now you're thinking you're the exception to every rule, and for most people, for the vast majority of people, you're not the exception. Generally you fall right in line with the stats, but like my life is highly exceptional. So in a lot of ways I literally am the exception, so it's like it's very difficult to like balance it all out, you know.
Now I'm gonna go psych Andy on you. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, always.
There is one thing that Mr. Girl stumbled on that I was also thinking when this drama was going down with Brittany, and it was, you had this like passing line in your like sad Steven voice that was like, yeah, but like when something like this happens, you just let it go and you move on. You just give up on it, regardless of what had happened like before the break. It always needs to be a clean break. And he had mentioned that this could be related to like the dogs and like your living situation growing up. Like, well, I see some of that stuff in my own life with like divorced parents and moving around a lot, and like why I can stomach travel and like why I have that bug, even if it's like, it's a fucky life and it's like not convenient, but I'll go for it. Or, you know, you and these crazy people, like, have you ever deeply thought about how these childhood things impact that, or is that not like an angle you care about?
Yeah, I've thought about it, but the issue is that like I'm pretty introspective, and I generally know why I feel the things that I do. I think I've explained this before. I guess I'll explain it again. When I say that like I'm gonna drop this and move away, I guess maybe like some people might hear that as like, oh wow, like he gives up on people so easily. But this has been something that's been born out through experience. Here's something that happens. If there is a person that is being worked on by other people in the background, so people are feeding them negative information about me, people are trying to make them not like me, people are pressuring them against me, there's two ways that I can deal with this. The open and honest way, where I just kind of like communicate and like tell them like, hey, I disagree, whatever, it's not enough. Because most people are going to feel a lot of pressure from the other people around them. So the only way to truly like hit back against that is I have to put a lot of work into maintaining that relationship. And it might even escalate to I have to be manipulative to some way, like, oh, well, that person telling you something, they're actually bad, or they don't like me, or blah, 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 blah. So there's two huge issues. One is I don't have the desire much. Like if you're somebody that can hate me because people are talking shit about me, then fuck it. I can find other friends. And two, I don't have the time to maintain all the backroom gossip. I don't have the time to be in the Discords and talk to the people and fight against everybody. I just don't have the time to do it. So typically when I see that somebody there's like a little devil talking to people in the background, and it happens a lot. Usually for me, it's easier for me to say like, okay, well, listen, if you want to believe what they say, that's fine. But like it's on you. Like I can't, right? So like for the Lab Mr. Girl thing, I think that was the thing where I said several times where it's like, I think Lab is like, okay, but like if somebody's manipulating her in the background, this is what's going to happen, blah, blah, blah. And it did happen. But like my counter for that, I don't have the time to be like, Lab, like let's have like a 2-hour conversation every night so I can assure you that I'm doing all I can for you and blah, blah, blah. I just don't have the time or the desire for it.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. It's not like a matter of like if it was like a personal thing where I was just like living like a normal life and shit, I might like invest that time into not having those situations come up. But as it stands right now, it's just like that's a huge time sink to fight those types of impressions that people have about me.
Okay. I had a personal finance question. Yeah. So I think I've heard you say before that there is a number that you have in mind, as everybody should, on what you need for retirement. And it sounded like you were getting close to that. Like within a few years, you would probably hit that amount. And with your recent deals that you've signed, which I assume are lucrative enough for you to do,
you think maybe you should just focus
you're
on
gonna
your core
hit
group
that
of friends
soon.
and
And
stop?
if you do, like, what's next for you? Does that change your outlook on streaming or life or anything else?
No, I would say I'm probably already there. I think I feel pretty comfortable that like if I stop streaming now, I'd be like fine. I'd be chill with it. But I mean, like I do this because I really like it. I think that once you hit like a certain like thing in terms of like status or power or prestige or whatever the fuck you want to call it, for people that get pretty successful, like you're doing it because there's a passion for it. Like if I wasn't streaming, I would probably still be on Reddit, like posting arguments with people and shit posting on Twitter and fighting people. That's just what I do. It's like fun for me. So like, I mean, I have a decent amount of money. I could probably retire right now and be okay. Probably not in fucking South Beach, but like, yeah, it's not like, oh, like I've got this money now, like now I'm gonna stop working. Like I think I'm probably still involved in like more projects today than I ever have been. And the amount of like travel and connections and types of content and everything I'm doing is probably expanded more than it ever has been. But yeah, it's not because like I need the money, but.
Gotcha. You talked about this media company thing. Is that still in development, or is that backlogged, or?
The biggest thing that I need to do right now is something that has been a struggle for me is I need to find a way to like develop and find like really, really good assistants. That my biggest thing right now is I have a big time problem and that I don't have the time to like work on the projects that I want to work on. So I don't know if that comes in a reduction of streaming hours or if that comes in a like finding really good assistants that can manage this type of stuff in my life. I don't know what the answer is to that yet. I have to figure that out. That's kind of something that I'm like been personally exploring in the background.
Okay. Because that would be really, really cool. But it's hard to find good people. So you have a community full of like really, really bright people, though. Are you working at all towards like putting out maybe an application place for everybody, or?
I'm not sure yet. It's like I would have to like trial people and start, and I'm about to get a whole bunch of emails from like 18-year-old people right now saying they want to do this. So it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like you'd need the person already hired to handle the inflow of people.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm like tossing around in my head right now is what I need the most.
Well, something that's easier. What about this Dan podcast thing? I feel like I've never heard this like long form discussed before. He just mentions it.
Doing a podcast is something I need to be doing. I probably should have already been doing it. It'd be nice to do one with him. I've got like the studio and stuff lined up again, and we'll see if this one comes through. Yeah.
What's been like the blocker for you guys in the past? Is it the studios?
I think it's just been a worry about like exposure to like crazy online stuff has been kind of which is a fair worry for Dan.
Gotcha. Yeah, he's got a good life. How's Redact going? Is he like actively developing it, or?
You'd have to ask him. I don't know. That's his whole
Gotcha. I also kind of wanted to ask about, is it Kick, the team that's really responsive to you, or is that Rumble?
Right now I'd say probably Rumble more. Kick is pretty responsive though, but Rumble is definitely trying really, really, really hard. And they've got like a ton of stuff in place already. Like they've been working pretty hard on getting their shit lined up.
For the moderator thing, do you think they were already working on that before you asked about it and that's why it was so quick? Or do you think they really like spun that up and developed it and launched it like after you asked about it?
No clue. Could have been either. I don't really have a way to know one way or another. I could probably ask Chris and he'd tell me, but there's probably been some work. Like they've drafted like other streamers and stuff, but I'm kind of unique in terms of like being an actual streamer, whereas everyone else they have is like news shows and stuff. So the moderation demands that I have might be unique compared to like Russell Brand or like people doing shows and stuff, you know?
And out of curiosity, I don't even know if you can share these details, but like, who are you in regular contact with at the company? Is it like product people or like the CEO, or do you have some person that represents you there that handles like creators, or like, how is that structured?
I think for Rumble, I'm pretty sure it's the CEO, the Chris guy that shows up in Rumble chat and stuff. I think it's the CEO. For Kick, I think it's a like talent manager, project manager guy, I think.
Okay, interesting. Damn. Well, that might be why you get stuff so quick.
Sure, but I mean, it also shows willingness for them to like work too. Like, I'm pretty sure that Chris guy I think meets with a lot of talent. Like, I think he's met with like Sneeko and stuff before too, because I think he feels obviously pretty. Well, I would hope as a fucking CEO of the company, he feels like really passionate about Rumble and what he wants to do with it and everything. So,
in negotiations, did they know about each other?
No, don't worry about that. I negotiated time I wanted to stream on each platform, and then we'll see how that works, but.
You know what? Everybody else in business tries to screw creators all the time.
I'm not screwing anybody over. Listen, I agreed to.
No, not to say, of course. You know, I would say it benefits both of them. You know?
True. And it also gives me a point of comparison for both platforms too. So like, assuming I'm being diplomatic, like I can always say like, oh, for Kick, like Kick is nice because they emulate like Twitch culture a bit better than Rumble does. That's a cool thing for Kick. And then for Rumble, I can say like, oh, well, in terms of like features on the platform and access to like advertisements and making money or whatever, Rumble might be a little bit better set up than Kick. Like I can talk about like pros and cons to each platform, and hopefully, depending on how responsive they are, like you have the ability to improve on both platforms as well. Which Rumble seems like really keen on. Sorry, go.
You mentioned ad delivery was really good on one of those. What kinds of ads are they getting? Are they like different than Twitch ads?
Yeah, I think they're definitely like in the conservative ad space. But I mean, like the fact that they have any at all, I think is impressive. Because I don't think Kick has any of their ad network built out yet. Oh, and also the big thing for Rumble too is that like Rumble runs all of its own shit. This is such a thing that nobody really cares about because it's not like a sexy talking point, but it was actually the reason why Twitch won over other platforms like owned back in the day. Is I think Rumble has built out all of their data infrastructure. They do all the video and content delivery on their own servers and shit. They don't rely on like Amazon or the Twitch Video TVS, I think Twitch Video Services or whatever. Like they don't rely on any of that shit. They do all of it on their own, which is pretty impressive. That's a really, really, really big feat.
What would you say to the people who have a response along the lines of like, if AWS fails or is compromised, then like the whole internet is doomed?
No, I don't think. I think the internet is pretty responsive. I think we can figure new shit out.
Okay. So then you take it as a real chance that like there could be something fucky with AWS that could compromise like a platform built.
I'm not worried about something fucky with AWS. I always think it's better to have like multiple platforms like working in the space.
Like, I think, like, right now, as lame as it is to say, I do think the moderation policies are actually fucking with some of these platforms right now, like, in really negative ways. Whereas before, it was just like, oh, like, they're banning too many people. I think now they are banning too many people. I think Twitch has had big issues with this, relating to, like, the WL community. And I think YouTube has big issues with this relating to censoring, like, politically bad content. So stuff related to COVID stuff. Like, I've hit 2 big strikes on my channel that I had to, like, beg on Twitter to get revoked for covering vaccine stuff. Yeah, so
damn.
I think it is. I think it actually is problematic right now, and YouTube needs to figure their shit out better over it.
Although, you know, in this new frontier, I feel like it's problematic in the other direction too. I see Trainwreck struggling, and his company kind of struggling with, like, where is the line on the other side? Because Aiden is consistently showing that it exists and he's over it, and now we got to draw it, and we got to figure out what happens to people that cross it. And I feel like that's like a whole struggle unto itself as well.
While that's true, I mean, they're a new platform. Like, I'll give them time to figure that out. Right? I'm not going to sit here and shit on Kick for not having their moderation shit 100% ironed out when they're like on fucking month for their thing existing. Like, they're still new to the game, so I'll be like a little lenient. But I do agree they are going to have to figure it out. And I also feel bad because I used to think that, like, Train was kind of like a signaler, that he said some shit, but he didn't really mean it. But now the more that I listen to him, or maybe he's just grown and matured a bit, I do actually think he's a bit more sincere than I initially thought. And I do think that Train is a bit more like, we should be able to kind of like be bros and chill and hang around and it can be fun. And then he sees other people that actually fuck with that in really bad ways, and then it's frustrating for him because it makes him look bad, right? Train is, I imagine when Train's like, we should be able to do whatever we want, it'd be awesome. He wasn't actually thinking that somebody would go on Kick and stream fucking porn. That probably wasn't what he was thinking. And then when he sees that, my guess is going to be is that he gets pretty frustrated because now he looks like he was advocating for that the entire time. Because that's what a lot of people were saying. That's what I said, I think, a long time ago. I was like, Train just wants to be racist and do all this crazy shit. But I don't think he does, actually. I think he just wanted a place to, like, chill and be cool. But now you've got people that are, like, abusing that a lot. And it's probably really frustrating for him to deal with.
It was sad to see him have to, like, plead with Aiden. Like, I like, the tone of it was very much like, bro, please come on. But, like, let's set this shit aside. You know that, like, you can't do X and Y and Z, right? Because, like, you can't keep doing this.
I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like Aiden is on a big downswing. He's like sneakoing himself. Like, he's starting fights with everybody. He's being way too extreme for no fucking reason. I don't know if it's because his dad is in jail, or no, I guess he just got on house arrest, and so he doesn't have, like, a guiding principle on his fucking stream right now. But
Jesus, bro.
Yeah, I feel like sorry, I'm talking about Andrew Tate. I feel like
okay.
Yeah, sorry. I feel like I feel like he's just like lost. He's going, like, way too hard because he just doesn't have. Yeah, he's young. He made a fuck ton of money. Like, his mind is probably pretty fucked.
Yeah, it's contagious. It's rocking through these little dudes. Like, I have a bad feeling Andrew's just gonna get off, and I think you're gonna have to do a campaign of shame after that.
Why?
Like,
I've maintained the same position the whole fucking time. You wait till the process plays itself out. What the fuck?
That's not how people feel.
That's fine,
right?
but then I'll say, let's go back, facts over feelings. Play the fucking footage or shit I've said. I feel like I've qualified this every single fucking time.
Yeah, but they don't care about that. Like I'm thinking about that really manly guy that you talk to who has, like, a beautiful voice. You know who I'm talking about?
Which one?
He wears a suit when he talks
Adam
to you.
Sosnick guy?
Yeah, maybe him.
Okay.
Like, I feel like he'd be like, sure, Destiny. Yeah, I know you probably said it in a very nice way and you, like, orchestrated your words and whatever. But I think we know that the general impression that you gave is they got this guy dead to rights. He admitted to all this stuff. You believed him. And I said, wait till it comes out. And I said it was a joke. And I said it's probably not that serious. But you were very convinced.
I think the thing that complicates this, the thing that makes this, like, a very complicated issue is that a lot of these guys don't actually believe that sex trafficking is real. That's the thing that, like, overcomplicates the fuck out of all of this. Because here's the problem. If Andrew Tate, if he did do everything that he says he did in those videos, he should fall for trafficking, because that's what it is. It's described 100%. So the only way he gets off is if they either can't find evidence of it, or if he just lied, if he just made all that shit up. And he's like, oh, like, that's a character I play, right? But the problem is if he did do everything in those videos, and if he does get charged with it,
a lot of people look at even what he did and they don't think that those are real crimes. That's the thing that complicates this a lot more. It's not like so cut and dried. There's a lot of people that are going to see it and like, yeah, because when I say that statement, like, well, if he did everything he said in those videos, I mean, he's a fucking sex trafficker. A lot of people are like, no, that's not trafficking, because in their mind, sex trafficking is only like you're held at gunpoint against your will the entire time and you can't escape the facility. Like they've seen like Taken, and that's their idea of sex trafficking. And for a lot of these guys, it's verbatim. That is what they say. They're like, oh, well, the girl's ever held at gunpoint? Show me a gun. And if there's no gun, they're like, oh, well, then it was all on the up and up. So it's that also complicates things. But I mean, like, I don't know what to say at that point. Like,
I think ain't nobody got a fucking opinion on sex trafficking. Nobody really had any kind of opinion or belief about that shit until it's in the context of like some dude.
True.
Like,
but then what do? You look it up and you see, well, what is it? And then you get an opinion on it, right? You inform
yeah,
yourself.
but that's not what they care about. They don't care about sex trafficking. They care about he didn't do that. You know?
Yeah. Or he didn't do
Like-
what? He didn't do sex trafficking, the bad word, or he didn't actually do what sex trafficking is.
If A, then B, I think is where their brain goes.
Well, yeah, because like if you told a girl that you were going to marry her and that you guys wanted to get rich together, and then you brought her to another country to do sex work, that is sex trafficking. It's done. Boom, done. That's it. But a lot of people, what I just said right there, they wouldn't consider that anything bad. They wouldn't even consider that bad. They say, oh, well, she came, she was an adult, it was her own free will, and she came, and that's fine. And they'd be like, oh, boom, and then that's like the end of the conversation. So it's kind of it's like a weird world to be in, because like, okay, well, I've described sex trafficking as it's laid out legally. You agree that he did sex trafficking as it's laid out legally. You just don't think that should be illegal, which is like a weird, I don't know even how to have that argument. That's like a weird argument to have, you know?
Yeah. I almost feel like there's some secret strat, like what you did with the ladies in one of your YouTube shorts, where you asked them, in your ideal world, would you just not have porn? There has to be some question that you could ask them that like resolves all this. Like if your son did all the things that Tate was describing, made all these videos, like, I don't know. I'd feel pretty bad about that.
I mean, but the problem
I feel
is
like it
they
would only
like
discourage him.
Especially for the red pill guys where they're at now, they live in such a fantasy world that they'll bite insane bullets. Like, I think I even asked Sneeko that. Like, would you let your daughter date Andrew Tate? And he said yes. And I'm like, fuck me, dude. You're such a 24-year-old. Like, I don't know what the fuck I could possibly say to you. The answer is obviously no. You would never want your daughter to be with such a fuckboy. But
yeah, but that's because he grifting. That's not a good example.
Is he? I don't know. I think he's just young. I think he's just a young man.
Yeah, you have to say that because it's like a kick deal. I feel like you're invested.
Why do I have to say that? What?
I feel like sometimes you like fall in love with people in a weird way.
Hold
and
on.
You feel like the
I'm
need
sorry.
to
Maybe
defend
I'm
them,
being
but you
misunderstood.
secretly know.
Wait, maybe I'm being misunderstood. That's not a defense of his character. That's an indictment on his character. He's a stupid fucking child. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like, oh, he's young and pure and blah, blah. No, he's fucking retarded. But he's probably fucking retarded because he's young.
No, you don't think he's fucking retarded. You think he's super duper smart.
I think he has the capacity to be smart. I think right now he's acting retarded. Is that okay? Or
there you go.
Okay,
yeah,
there you go. But I think that's
what
true.
I'm
But do you
saying.
disagree
It's
with
like
that?
the core of it. You have this like deeply held belief that he's this like great dude.
I think he's smart. I don't know if he's a great dude, but he's a smart guy. You watch his old videos. He's an introspective dude. There's a reason why he was so popular. Like, and it's not because he
I
did
think
this
he
weird.
makes good videos, but you don't give the same thing to any of the other video essayists that like excuse all their other behavior because their videos are actually pretty good. Like, you kind of only do it with him.
Well,
'cause
like,
I think you like him a little bit.
I don't even know what example would that be.
I feel like you don't say these same things, for instance, about the bisexual mustache fella. Even if like
Samson or
lately
whatever.
Yeah, like you've not been fighting him on a lot of his videos, but you
Well,
don't.
but he doesn't. He's not
say all
saying
this nice
anything
stuff.
like, yeah, but like it's a different type of content that they make, right? He's not like saying like cool, insightful things in his videos. It's just like progressive dogma, which there's nothing wrong with. But it's just like, oh, like here's a Noah Samson video. He's gonna talk to us about
Yeah,
what progressives think today. And I was like, okay.
His shit's all right wing stuff. If anything, that's worse. That's like more boring. Like they're like kind of similar.
I think I would be judging Sneeko differently if he was just doing political videos, but he does like lifestyles, like a different brand of content. I think it's not
Yeah.
like we're gonna watch like Sneeko today for his takes on politics, although it gets political, but it's just because the Matrix obviously involves everything.
But yeah, because leftists talk about things that aren't real, so you can't like map that onto a lived experience.
But it might be the case
Usually
that like
they
if
bitch about things that aren't real.
It might be the case that like if Samson had done like dramatically different styles of content. Oh, actually, you know what? I would say, for an example, I would say actually Vosh would fit the bill here. I think I've said multiple times. People ask me like, "Oh, like, what do you think about like Hassan and Vosh?" I think I almost always say like, I think Vosh is way smarter than Hassan, which in some ways is where I come down on him harder, is because like I know the type of content that Vosh can make. I know that he's intelligent enough to like do good videos and have like his own unique thought process, and he did that in the past, but he like doesn't now. He just like toes like kind of a more extremist line, which is kind of sad. But I think I've said that about Vosh like multiple times.
Yeah, and I would say he's one of these people. Mr. Girl was for a bit, and then he was getting there, and then you cut him off, I feel like. But that was another one where like you're sitting on all this shit the same way you were saying other people sit on shit and they stew on it or they don't bring it up or whatever, and then it comes out like you knew that relationship he has with Shaylin is fucky as fuck. And like you're trying to not go super into it,
but no, hold on, don't say I'm trying. This will trigger me. Ready? You're triggering me. You're the white blood cells. When you say I
my
won't
mental
go,
idea used different.
If you want to say Steven, I think you're fucking retarded for how you view these people. That's fine. But if you want to say I think you're not going into it to try to preserve a relationship, that's not true. I'll burn whatever the fuck about. I'll speak my thoughts. Like I'll tell you bad things about Kick and Rumble. They're both paying me huge contracts to do it. Like it's not like I'm not going to say something because I'm afraid of it. If I'm wrong about something, I'm just wrong about something. It's not because I'm like scared to like utter the facts of the matter or whatever.
But I won't say that because I don't believe that.
Okay, you actually think wait, so what did I have to gain from like Mr. Girl? Or what do you walk me through this thought process? I'm curious.
So you say, premise A, you find these people interesting,
For sure.
these fucking weirdos, okay? So you're going to try to keep them and cook them as long as you possibly can.
Wait.
and
Is
push
this
it
what
as
I
far
say
as
I
you
do,
possibly
or is this what you think I'm doing?
I'm just running through my thought process.
Okay,
you know?
for
You'll
what you
probably
think I'm doing.
differently.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just curious if you think this is what I state or this is what you think I'm doing secretly. Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
Nah. And I don't think it's super secret. I think it happens on stream. I think Mr. Girl cues onto it a little bit, but then he has this warped dementia brain that like doesn't process it properly. But I do. I think you attract these people, and sometimes you see something in them where you're like, you could be big. You have such an interesting perspective, and you have like an interesting little alien living in your brain that's like can produce such cool stuff. And I want to keep that around and like preserve that. So like, you know, if people are going to mention stuff that's bad about you, I'm going to defend you, or I'm going to try to give you the benefit of the doubt. And, you know, if I have some criticism of you, I'm not going to say it super harsh. Like you gave examples with Brittany Simon, where you're like, I could say something one way, or I could say it the other way. And, you know, I know that one is worse than the other, even if they both hit at the same thing. And I think you err on that side of caution. And we saw that a lot with Mr. Girl, where like, even if you would give a little bit of it, he enforces a boundary where he's not taking any of it. Like when you read the chatter question or something about
the cell phone thing, he lost his fucking mind. Yeah.
And I think you're very aware that these personalities are kind of, you have to be more careful with some than others. Like Sneeko, I think you can do more with, but like,
yeah, I mean,
I'm
definitely strategic about my criticism when it comes to people that I'm trying to remain on good terms with, right? But I think that's probably true of like, that's probably like a pretty normal thing, right? I'm not going to give the most scathing fucking like shitting on somebody who, especially if I've got a good relationship with them. Like I'm probably going to try to be pretty measured in how I respond, no? But I don't think I'm not like
it's abnormal.
Sure,
I thought it was abnormal that you argued against it so hard at first.
Sure, I might phrase it a bit differently, but I'm not like, I don't think I'm ever concealing my feelings on it. Like I don't think there's anybody in my audience that thinks like, I think Destiny kind of agrees with Sneeko with a lot of like the red pill shit. Like nobody thinks that, or like maybe Steven thinks that what Sneeko says isn't that bad. I don't think anybody thinks that. And every time I'm on these shows with them, like I might not be going like hardcore personal, but I am fighting him like pretty hardcore. Like I did on the Fresh and Fit shows, I did on the Aiden Rod stream. I think I made 2 comments that were pretty scathing. Yeah, it's not like I'm like hiding it. I'm just not like constantly shitting on it. But also, I think another factor for that too is that like I wish that people would hit on criticisms that I think are more important. This was emblematic. I'm sorry. In the Nick Fuentes stuff, where like I'm not going to defend any parts of Fuentes' ideology, and in fact I think a lot of it is like ripe for criticism, and I do criticize it. But like when people just want to scream like he's a Nazi, and like pre Kanye West and then post his more radical like a few years ago, like I don't even know if that's a good criticism. Like that would make me upset because you're not even hitting it like the real shit. I think was like my frustrated part. But then a lot of people will perceive it as like defending him. Same thing with Lav, like saying like, oh, like Lav is so stupid. Lav is like, she's clearly not stupid. She's quite intelligent. So like it would trigger me when people criticize her in that manner, but not because I like want people to be nicer, but just because I think the criticism is bad. But
I think people think about that word very differently. Like, I think everybody has what feels like a very good definition for intelligence in their head, and I
Mhm.
feel like they're all very different.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, I think it's. I think
Like
I've said as much. Like I think intelligence is usually a proxy for like how many correct opinions do I perceive this person as having is like a big marker for intelligence for a lot of people.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people just operate off a smell test. If you do like 2 or 3 super retarded things, you know, I think they write you off.
Sure,
and I think
that's
she's
probably
hit that
possible.
limit for
Sure.
most people. And you don't have nothing like that.
No, I don't know. I think there's smart people that can do dumb shit their entire lives. I think it's possible. But yeah, I guess it's the difference between somebody brought this up before that I agree with. It's the difference between like wisdom and int in like D&D. Like I think Lav is like pretty high intelligence, but like very, 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 very low wisdom.
Gotcha. How do I make it to where I can never see something that somebody posts in chat ever again? Is it a command?
Is it /ignore?
Okay, excellent. Let's get that code here.
Oh, Wreckful was a hyper intelligent person. One of the few people whose intellects like fucking was slightly intimidating in real life. But incredibly fucking retarded. Just like very autistic, makes really dumb decisions. But I would never ever say like Rickful is stupid. I might say he's retarded, or I might say he does stupid things, or especially socially autistic or unaware things. But he's very intelligent.
So who gonna burn the bridge next? Who is it? Who do you see approaching on the horizon?
I don't know. I'd say maybe Katie, but I don't really have like a bridge with her, so I don't know if that would even count as a bridge burning.
I'd say that Farha chick. Melina don't like her. I don't like her, bro.
There's a well, you know, I think we're gonna do content in a couple weeks, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, if I get clipped anymore.
There you go with defense mode again.
I'm not
you
defending,
have
I'm
a
just saying,
tone
I
that
just
you
can't-
get into.
Well, no, they're literally gonna be here for like a few days, and we're gonna be doing shit. So we'll see how it goes. Okay,
Yeah, some
maybe.
shit's kind of wild, bro. You know,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
It's that's life. That's just life, my friend. Life is a thing you live. You know, there's a lot of stuff that happens with it.
Okay. What are you gonna do to make sure you don't get snaked again?
What do I do to make sure?
You bringing an SD card with you?
Oh, I don't, it's not. Listen, this shit is all going on my stream from now on. Okay. It ain't going down. If it goes down, it ain't going down like that again. Okay. No,
What if she took your stream and edited it in a similar way and made that video? Would that bother you or not really?
Not as much. As long as I have like for me, like I always feel like the context will set me free. Like more truth. That's why when people start like leaking shit, I'm like, hey, well, fuck it, let's leak everything, I guess. So I wouldn't mind as much if I had like original videos to point back to. The only thing that triggers me is when I don't. So.
Okay, because I think for us Farha fence sitters, if she does that shit again, bro, it won't matter if there's some VOD. I feel like at that point that's getting weird. And I feel like she is gonna do that because that seems to be how she edits.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. You know.
Well, you said it yourself, bro. Don't go into defense mode for this.
I'm not in a
You
defense
said-
mode. I just said we'll see what happens.
I'm gonna start calling this out more, bro. I'm gonna hop out of here and be like, all right, no more defense mode. You gotta tell people
How am
what
I
you think.
defending?
You know what's gonna happen.
I
what
don't.
happens
I
when
don't
it
think,
happens,
I
bro?
don't think it will. But if it does, then fuck me. But we'll see. Like I said, we've got. Who knows? We'll see. I don't think it will. though. That's where my current. That's where
How
my
much are
current
you
guess
willing
is.
to bet on this that it doesn't happen again?
Well, what would you count as it happening again? What does that mean?
Oh, interesting. Now we need definitions and stuff. I think that she'll do something that is very unflattering of you. Is that enough?
Yeah, but my question is just like, what does that mean? Like, so for instance, let's say that we have a debate on
I
stream.
think you would listen to it and say that's not the point I was making. That it will be clipped such that like it's missing context for it to be understood.
I don't think that'll happen. There you go. I don't think that.
How much?
That one right there.
I will bet you.
No,
I will bet you.
I don't
money.
want to, because that's.
Yeah, exactly. Because you don't believe this. Because you're
Okay,
in defense mode, bro.
Do you want to do? Do you want to do $100? I mean, like, I'll bet you a lot on it if you want. I just don't know what your appetite is for a bet here. We can do $100 if you want. Okay. You know what?
Yeah, let's do $100.
I like you and I support you and your endeavors.
I'll do $100 and I'll give you 5 to 1. Okay? So if I'm wrong, I'll give you $500. If I'm right, you give me 100. Okay?
Deal.
Okay.
Now hop on PayPal and send her money and tell her August is handling the next video.
Yeah, we're gonna cut a deal up for $50 each. Okay? Yeah.
It can't be a huge enterprise. She's working off of a 40 minutes worth of memory on a fucking iPhone, right?
Wait, what do you
I don't
mean?
know.
Oh, wait. Do you not believe that she lost the original footage or whatever?
I don't know if I'm that far. That's where I don't agree.
Here's her
with-
workflow. Her workflow is she's got a camera that she records stuff on. She doesn't normally record long form content, and a lot of it is like taking pictures for OnlyFans and stuff. So she's got a camera, she records stuff on. She did our interview, and then she edits, I think, on her phone. Is how she edits stuff up for TikTok. And as she's working with the
notes
footage,
of all this.
yeah, as she's working on her shit, she's like deleting it because she needs space for other content. And I mean, like,
It
that's
makes
all-
sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I meet people that are like this with like personal photos, even where
Mm-hmm.
they just, oh yeah, I just hit clear space and it deletes all my old shit. Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, and to
Why?
me that's wild. Yeah, because like I've got, but then again, I don't take pictures, so who the fuck am I to say? You know?
Yeah. Does she understand the fundamental issue with the editing, or did you kind of autistically focus on not saving the full footage?
No, we had a huge conversation on that. Yeah, the two issues that came up. I don't know how much you've seen on my stream of this, but the two issues that came up were that one, she's not used to like a human being that she has any regard for being on the other end of her edits. So it'll either be like skits she's writing with an ex, she used to have him do voiceovers, or like Fresh and Fit or whatever. So she's not like trying to like manage somebody else's reputation. She doesn't care. And then the second thing was she genuinely didn't really know the extent of like my beliefs. Because like the only exposure she'd ever had to me was on like a little bit of Fresh and Fit stuff, but then a lot of the other stuff was arguing about like the like friend zoning is emotional rape and like all this stuff. So she thought that I was a bit more like red pill on my blues than I were. So she didn't really think she was even misrepresenting me that hard. But I mean, like obviously we talked about this a lot, or maybe I'm just running defense. You know, who knows?
Well, you are right now.
Yeah, yeah, true.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens, I guess.
Who else have you been running defense for lately? Who else is on your short list of friends? New friends.
New friends. I don't know, guys. Who else?
What about this Ayala or whatever?
Oh, Ayla. She's super cool, but we don't have much crossover. We don't disagree much. So when she hops on stream to chat, it's interesting, but we don't have big disagreements. I already said, though, I think for her, if the bridge burns, it's going to be because there's like some... Here's what I think would happen. This is the most likely scenario. Something comes up where somebody on my subreddit makes a criticism of the way that she does like data, her studies, and then I read it and I actually agree with it. I'm like, actually, this is a really good criticism that I don't think Ayla has like adequately addressed. And then once that happens, she'll get ultra triggered about my agreement of it, and then it'll be like, we'll be done. But I think the type of person she is she's the type of person to like just leave quietly because she doesn't like big internet drama stuff. She's not gonna like make a ton of Twitter posts and like go to war over anything because she like is deathly afraid of like that type of stuff. So
Well, you have reset the leaderboards of negativity and
True.
given up all of your grudges, because that makes it very clear that you hold grudges, but we'll move past that.
Well, when I say... Okay, Jesus, I don't know how many times I have to clarify. Okay. When I say I'm resetting the leaderboard, what I'm saying is that if you've talked shit about me in the past, I'm not going to bring that up anymore. So, like, I just did a Kyle Kalinske video. We've had the issues in the past, but I didn't bring up any of that. I was like, okay, I'll do a clean slate. Same thing with Vosh, same thing with Denims. Like, I won't bring up, like, oh, this guy mischaracterizes me, blah, 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 blah. When I say I don't hold a grudge, what I mean is that, like, I'm not, like, it's not, like, a personal, emotional bother generally. Now, with Vosh, it might be because that shit went real far. But I just mean, like, I don't have, like, these personal, like, emotionally hateful positions about people because of political disagreements. But I'm resetting like all the ideas I had. It wasn't just resetting grudges. It was resetting like
you had
if I
political disagreement at the end there, and that changes everything that came before. To be clear.
Oh, okay. I just mean that like I'm not.
You definitely feel all these emotions.
Yeah, sure. I feel emotions. Yeah, I'm not saying I don't feel emotions, but I will. Oh my god. Hold on. I will. Yeah, I reset like all my political and whatever disagreements. So yeah. So like with Merrick, I won't bring up any shit about her. Et cetera, et cetera. We'll all be.
You've been pretty chill with that Merrick lady. I've been happy to see that.
Yeah, I haven't said anything about it
like
at
for a
all.
while
Yeah.
now.
I think it would have been too much, but I almost yesterday said, oh shit, we got to support Merrick on Twitter because she was getting dogged by Lav in a way that I thought was really unfair. But I think that if I would have tried to do that, I think that Merrick probably would have viewed it as being really disingenuous, or would have just viewed it as me capitalizing on her problems with Lav to fight with Lav, because I hate Lav, which I don't really want to give that impression, so I didn't say anything.
Yeah, directing your fan base to go against people is something you say that you never do. So that would be good not to do. But to be clear, you do that as well. I love. This is what I miss about streaming, bros. Coming on here and telling you. Sometimes you say things, and I know that you know that it's not true, but you just kind of say them, like the grudge thing.
Yeah, it's.
I think if you're gonna go empathy mode, you have to get rid of those.
I just don't know how to. I don't know how many words. The frustrating thing for me is that I qualify things like a billion times over, but I think I just have to keep qualifying over and over and over and over and over again. Like
no,
when you say, hold on, when I say like have a grudge, there are people that will have one disagreement with me and then they hate me for the rest of their lives and it's over. I don't ever do that to somebody, right? But if somebody like goes hard on me, like really personally, I'm gonna keep track of that. Or if somebody makes a lot of really bad political takes, I'm gonna like bring those up when I'm analyzing their political stuff in the future. But I'm never gonna have like one disagreement with somebody and then I fucking hate them, right? Otherwise I would never talk to Pisco again. I never talked to Richard Lewis again. I would have dropped Mr. Girl after the Nazi thing, right? Mr. Girl and I had a huge Nazi disagreement and I still cut ties with Fuentes over him, over somebody on his platform, deplatforming Mr. Girl, right? That's what I mean when I say that. But I feel like you're still gonna bring that in the future, like, oh no, you do have grudges. But if you want to like say that a grudge, okay, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know like what to. I don't know how to qualify. Yeah, I don't know what else how I can explain that. Yeah, or like when you say right there, like directing fan base towards somebody. I don't direct my fan base towards people, almost ever. Like you're laughing because one, you don't know what it's like to have a fan base directed at you, and two, you're in your mind. In your mind, I think that you're thinking that like when I disagree with somebody and fight somebody, that's like me directing a fan base towards somebody. Like I'm pretty sure I could bully people off the internet or get people like completely and totally fucking destroyed. But I was like, listen, this guy right now, we're gonna be on every single fucking tweet reply. We're gonna dox this motherfucker. We're gonna do this, and this, and this.
I've heard all this. I watched you a lot. I know you could go much worse.
Yeah,
but I'm saying,
I don't know
what you were
like,
describing. Yeah, just then that definitely was that, right?
What
the idea that you were gonna send all these people from your fan base on Twitter to like counter op this Lav thing that was going on, right? That would be that.
I'm totally disagree, but I mean, if you want to think that is like this is like so one issue that I ran into is that I noticed that like a lot of people's fan bases play really aggressive defense for their content creators. Vosh's fan base used to be really good at this when he had one. So what I noticed was that like people say a lot of misinformation on the internet, say a lot of dumb shit. What I need to do is I need to be more proactive about putting out resources that are counter it, and then having my fans like actively engage with it in a positive way for me. If you want to call that sending my fan base to somebody, that's fine. But then you're gonna have to concede that we need a whole new term for people that actually sick their fan bases on people, because it could be done in a way more aggressive manner. I don't think like correcting misinformation is the same as sicking your fan base on somebody.
Yeah, I guess what you were talking about, again, I'm just going to bring it to that one example. It was exactly this. It was telling them to go do this thing to somebody else online on Twitter, right?
For which
way? And
for which
I agree. You were saying that with this Lav situation, Lav was attacking somebody on Twitter, and you were about to tell your people to go on there and defend her or something.
Well, I wouldn't, but realistically, I wouldn't even say that. I would just like go over the tweets and everything on stream. Like I feel like.
Oh, okay. So you're aware that that is that. Interesting.
Wait, no, but I wouldn't say that is that. It can cause fans to go over, but if you give like a direct call to action, it can be way more severe. Like
yeah, I agree. Like how rape can be different. You know, I'll use a rape analogy. Rape can be a lot of very.
I bring this up because like I've got a decently I have a very large fan base, and I got very dedicated fans. Like if I really wanted to fuck with somebody, because every time people say I've directed hate towards them, and I say, well, what are your examples? It's like 3 tweets from like 0 follower accounts. And it's like, bro, I could have like my orbiters attacking you if I really wanted to, right? I could be like messaging like Chud and Pisco and everything. Like, guys, listen, we need to like have a response to this and like do some coordinated fucking action if I wanted to.
Yeah, I'm not on those people's teams. I was just talking about that one particular thing. Sounds pretty much exactly like this, and that's okay.
Okay, I totally disagree, but I guess I understand your statement on it.
I worry sometimes you say you don't do things that it's very easy to just misinterpret you and read into it. However, like you could read into anything that you do as like directly defense. So like it makes it hard to defend from the common angle for people that don't want to give you good faith. But B, even for me, like I want you to be right on stuff. But if you're wrong, I'm not gonna like go out of my way to like brain fuck myself into believing it. And I struggle with some of these, like the grudge thing. Like I know you probably mean it in a very particular way, and if I debate you on it, you'll drill it down to some very specific thing that you don't think that you do that I can't prove that you do, so it ends. But like in general, when I think about grudges, like everybody holds grudges. Everybody feels some way about people doing stuff, but you want to signal to everybody that you're not super emotional and you don't care, and this shit doesn't stick with you the way it does with other people, and you want to differentiate yourself, and like that's the utility of it. But the problem is it comes with this like unhinged thing where people will look at all these different feuds you have and immediately just on smell test go, well, that's not true because you still talk shit about all these people that you fought with and blah blah blah, you know. And so I hate seeing you do these like losing battles on stuff like that.
But then like I also catch shit on the other end too, where people are like, oh, you're too forgiving of people. You've got this person who's too much. Like this person's tried to fuck you over before. Blah 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 blah. So I guess it's confusing for me, or it's irritating for me, where people will simultaneously say that like I'm holding grudges all the time, but I'm also like too forgiving at the same time of everybody. And it's like, okay, well, which one is it? Maybe it's all at the same time.
Yeah, but that happens to everybody, every big person in history. Some people think they're a saint, and some people think they're the devil, and it's just it was freaky, you know?
So everything is everything is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just about our bubbles. Man, I do hope you consider in the future, like, to avoid bridge burning, because that's such a good bridge. You liked her. You want to like her. Like, I feel like you would want that to work out, but when you're emotional in the moment, I don't feel like you make those like medium to long term calls to like save it. And I don't know why, because she's so cool. Like,
yeah, but like having like somebody saying shit like that about my private life is like fucking wild.
But she did it once. Like I was talking about how you were being so loud with the N-word at a restaurant, and I didn't know that was bad. You know, like I feel like we all make mistakes, okay? And
yeah, but like I feel like your characterization of that was like pretty bad. But like if you were on stream saying some shit like, yeah, like I was in a restaurant with Destiny, I was really uncomfortable because I think Destiny actually is really racist. And like the black people there, like I could tell that he hated. Like if you were saying shit like that, I probably would never talk to you again. I'd be like, you're fucking retarded. I don't even think you really believe this, right? That would probably be my reaction to it, be my guess.
Yeah, I suppose. But like I could have just snapped, and I could have been like a crazy person and like tried to ruin your life, or I could have fucking, you know, written some huge dossier on you with like my essay writing abilities. Like it just seems like a weird calculation to make, because like you're doing this gamble on like the person being crazy and like flipping the fuck out and like,
well, but they've already, in my eye, they've already done that, right?
Well, no, because that reality is less bad than the reality where now they're 6 months interested into you with fucking schizo strength, right? Like it would be way better to live in the reality where they said one thing about your wife and you guys talked about it and it probably doesn't happen again, versus like, well, now this person's on a campaign of violence against you and they know that the wife thing bugs you, and so now they're digging in, you know, like it could just get so much worse. And that's not even considering the opportunity cost of all the good content and the friendship and like everything else you get out of somebody like Brittany, right? Like
I don't think if I were to do more content with her, it would all probably revolve around those topics until the bridge like deteriorated. There's no way we could put those topics aside, like because she's I think that like something that happened with her is I implicitly, hold on real quick, for the context on that N-word thing that he's talking about, another black person was making me do this, okay? He leaves this out when he tells us stupid fucking story. Yeah, it was another black, what was the name of the lady? The Afro lady, Afro Savvy. Yeah, was there, it's like saying some shit, like saying like blah, 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 like, oh, like I heard you do this, well, I was like, sure, and she's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, I don't even remember the context of the conversation, but it's not like I was just in a fucking restaurant randomly calling people the N-word or saying the N-word for no fucking reason, okay? Okay, anyway, sorry.
There's always a reason to say the N-word.
True, Yvette. Yes, true. Okay, wait. What were we just on?
I don't know. I gaslit you into giving it up. I think you were agreeing with me.
No, I wasn't. Definitely not.
Because if we agreed, you'd just be yawning and asking if there's anything else, right?
Me and Brittany. The conversation topic would probably always go back to that. Oh, I think that I implicitly undermined her entire existence online by challenging her on a topic that she considers herself an authority on. She probably felt very strange that I was able to make that challenge to her and like get away with it. And so in her mind, because I implicitly undermined her entire like career, I think that her goal at that point then was to like undermine mine explicitly, right? So whereas I was saying things like, oh, like I don't even know if I explicitly said like she doesn't understand trauma, but just that I disagree with these takes or whatever, blah blah blah. I think that she felt the need to come and say like, oh, by the way, guys, don't ever listen to Steven when he gives advice on any of this. He can't do it at all. Like he's not even qualified to. You should never listen to him. Like I think she wanted to come on and explicitly, and like when she's in like that state of mind, like at that point,
Did she ever do that?
Yes. Wait. Oh my God, you're doing the thing. Hold on. I'm sorry. One second.
No. Hold on. I'm not as, you know.
Did you watch any of her video about me?
I watched your entire thing on it. I watched you watch it, bruh.
Okay, I'm pretty
I don't
sure.
remember every fucking detail. I'm not taking notes anymore.
Okay, well, like she was literally like explicitly like writing off like large swaths of anything I was saying in order to, or she was just doing that, right? And at that point, it was like she was basically like attacking like a lot of my credibility in regards to stuff, which is fine because she probably felt like her credibility was attacked. But like if that's the mind state that she's on, like I think the impetus was on her to message me, like.
Well, like. Hold on. I want to clear this up because one particular thing you repeat a lot, and I'm not sure if it happened or not, is did she say the part that's like, therefore, nobody should be taking advice from him or you shouldn't be taking his advice? Or like, what did she say exactly that was along those lines? Because I feel like that's where it gets bad. Like, if she was
saying,
just...
Yeah, fuck, I'd have to go back and look at, but I'm pretty sure she was saying things that like, if you have like cheated and you've never taken responsibility for it, and if your relationships are all in disaster, then you should have no right to give any advice to anybody online about like things like dating relationships. It was something along those lines. Oh, if you don't walk the walk and if you're a cheater and you haven't taken responsibility, blah, 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 like nobody should listen to you on these things. She was saying these things like over and over and over again. The walk, the walk, walk the walk, walk the walk. And she was at the same time as she was doing that, she was like saying things that were just like not true. It's like, oh, he's never admitted to this.
She was saying walk the walk.
What?
I was saying she was saying walk the walk. I think that might be where it's coming from. I would
Well,
guess.
it wasn't just that. It was a whole slew of like
negative. Oh, it was such a short part of an otherwise long stream, you know? It was just
was it? Or was it like a pretty, did it feel like a pretty big part of her constantly talking a whole bunch of shit, maybe?
Well, I'm sure it felt big to you, bro, but, you know. She doesn't even want to hash this stuff out, you know, publicly. Are you guys going to privately talk about it?
No, why the fuck would I? She already said it all publicly. If she doesn't want to talk about it publicly, then fuck it. No, why would I? There's nothing else to hash out.
Damn, so you really not even... All right. I mean, you wanted to share your credit card details with her, but you won't reach out to...
I said I would trust that she would never, like, steal from me. I don't think she would. And I still don't think she would. I don't think she's that type of person. I don't think she's that person that would ever, like, fucking rob me or anything.
That was another fucking hilarious thing where you say something that's kind of crazy, so people interpret it every which way, and then you're shocked that they interpreted it the wrong way.
It's true.
All right, well, should I keep an eye out on those things and bring them up to you? Is it entertaining or productive, or should I give up on that endeavor?
No, whatever you want to chat about, buddy.
Okay, awesome. Well, I do want to chat about one thing that you didn't fucking answer me about. I feel like if I was a pretty woman, you would answer all my questions about this fucking video game. You would be all over it. But you sent me...
that's actually not true at all. I remember there's a woman that I hung out with in London who was super cool, super hot, super fun. She's like, oh, teach me how to play Factorio. And I was like, fuck no. So that is not true. That theory has been tested, and I will not teach people to play video games or answer questions about video games. Because if you cared, then you would actually play the video game. And you don't play the video game, so therefore you don't care. So fuck you.
Oh, is that so? Do we want to pull up my fucking Steam account? Look at how many hours I have logged in this fucking shitter game. Bro, I've been playing this game, okay? This has been like my main game, okay? And I don't know how you do things with the group of minions. I don't know how you're lining them up. And I feel like you could just tell me what the keys are.
You're asking me like a question from Micro. It's not a matter of lining them up. It's usually I'll box half of them, move half of them a little bit further away, and then move the other half.
That's what I'm...
Yeah, but you're having me describe like Micro. It's like emailing somebody like, how do you walk? It's like, I don't know, bro. It's just like you do it.
No, you literally just explained it, so you can explain it. I highlight half of the troops, and then I send them over here, and then I hit hold. It's not complicated.
Well, but you didn't even like, that doesn't even really explain it. You got to do it in a certain way. You got to move while you're tagging with others and like move them forward. Like,
yeah, but I didn't ask you all that. I asked how you line them up like that.
Watch here. Hold on. I'll do
I don't
the
think the
start of
other
this
stuff
mission.
matters.
Okay,
because
hold
I
on. Are you
watch you
watching
get
my
your
screen
ass
right
kicked
now?
all the time in this game.
Bro, I'm literally on the last level of this entire campaign at 800% difficulty. Fuck you. Are you watching?
And how long have you been playing this? Fucking 10 hours a day with your no life and you do nothing but play video games. You are a professional video gamer. And
Look at my screen. Are you looking at my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Here's how you do this, okay? You got a group of units, okay? You go to attack, you drag some of them out, and then you do like this. This is all you do. You right-click them away, and then it would look better if I had like a bigger group of units. But this is essentially what you're doing. Anytime you get like a ball of units and you're moving them through, you just like, you select some of them, you move them to the side, and then you attack. And this is how they like make these like nice lines and stuff. So that they don't get trapped behind each other. Yeah, you see that?
So that's why your mic is so noisy all the time, is you just like click, 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 click.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like moving around and stuff, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. That is actually very helpful.
No problem, buddy. I got you.
What's the next game after this, since you're coming up at the end of it?
I don't know. I got to go over my Tim Pool appearance. It should be interesting.
What's the prep involved for that?
Prep? I don't think there's any prep. I just need to set time aside to do it. I don't know if I'll play another game after this for a while. I need to chill. I shouldn't have even played this one, okay?
Okay.
What do you do now for oh, cool stuff? No, I have a ton of travel like this month, and I need to stream a lot of hours for all my contracts that I'm juggling right now. So. I wonder what oh, actually, I wonder when my last Twitch appeal was. I feel like Twitch is getting desperate for people. Let's see.
Dude, the fact that they haven't banned me shows that they are desperate 100 freaking %. Last person they banned was Academics, and it wasn't even that long. You're straight. You're gonna get unbanned soon as heck if you appeal.
Oh my god, did I delete it like a fucking moron? I actually think I deleted my rejection. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. It was rejected on December 13th. So 180 days after December 13th means that I can appeal again on June 10th. So in 2 months.
Juneteenth. Let's go.
Really?
Steven, I need your help.
What do you need my help with, buddy?
I'm trying to figure. So what? You did a live stream like a couple days ago, and you're using some program. I'm trying to figure out how to stream from my phone. I'm using this Prism app, and audio's not working.
Larix, I think. Larix. Seems like a cool program. Try that.
Like a thing on your neck?
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Larynx? I feel like larynx.
Is that on your neck?
Who's talking? Are you guys actually like always together?
Yeah, we're always together. We're like conjoined twins.
Yeah.
I've been wearing his clothes too. It's cute.
No, my clothes don't fit you.
Stop capping, dude. I'm literally as big as you. Shut the fuck up.
Nice try. Go shirtless.
Larynx? Okay, I'm typing Larynx and it's just giving me like health shit.
It's an app for your phone. Are you searching in a phone store?
Yeah.
Larix, broadcaster.
Damn, you got mad pretty fast there, brother. What's
It's because
He doesn't get mad. He doesn't get mad. He doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I've said. I said actually on stream. I said I never get mad. Anger is an emotion I do not experience. I'm actually a Sith Lord, and I've risen above the experience of emotions, of petty emotions.
Stop
like
capping, bro. I know right after stream when you're fucking playing League of Legends, you get real mad. I've already talked about it, bro. I know how you get that anger out, brother. Okay, so you use this app and then you just press. Okay, so I have the app open, and then there's 3 dots. Oh my god, this.
You should see the way he's holding this phone right
so,
now. You're holding it like it's a fucking tablet from the future. Or
this
some
looks
shit.
so cringe. Wait, there's all these things. Front F9 FOV, rear FOV. What does even FOV mean?
Field of view.
Why would I care about that? I'm not fucking playing.
Holy shit! No shot. Oh my god! 1 second. Was Vosh named in the Shooter Manifesto?
Wait, is that real? Pull that up. Yo, pull it up, Jamie.
Whitworth's manifesto had a list of school people and shooters with the notes next to their names. Vosh terrorist. Wait, I'm not in his manifesto. He's got Lauren Southern and Vosh?
They're trans. They're not allowed to be in there, bro. Come on.
But are you disappointed you didn't make it into
another different
manifesto? Haven't you been in a
shooter
already?
Trans male arrested for planning Colorado school shooting had manifesto. Oh, fucking retards. I don't know.
Option overlay. Connections. New connection. Name. Quit. Twitch. URL.
You gotta manually.
I have to manually enter the URL to do the stream?
Bro, please, just mow these fuckers down. Yes. Base. I haven't gotten any fucking manifesto mentions ever. And I write manifestos. I feel like if you're going to do a school shooting, I feel like I should get a mention by somebody. Okay, well, Booksmarts, do you have anything else to say before these guys came in and shut down your conversation?
Oh, no, I mean, you know.
What have you done for work now? Do you say, or?
I try not to.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very fun though. It's very hard.
Well, don't tease
so-
us if you're not gonna spill the beans.
I'm a PM. I'll say that. I'm a product manager.
Wow. You might as well just say you're like a consultant.
No. I gotta say something so they don't think I'm here to milk you for money. Speaking of milking stuff for money, how's your stream going, Relly?
What'd you say? Talking to you, brother. Go.
How's your stream been lately? Are you getting like chud money lately, or?
I wish I was getting chud money.
He's getting mad. I'm telling you, ever since this guy came here, he's been getting mad pussy. Ain't that right, really?
No.
You do. Come on. Stop
I
fucking.
haven't gotten any.
Stop capping, bro. Dude, he sits in a room with a girl for at least 20 hours. There's no way he's not touching a little bit of clitoral hood. Stop fucking pretending, bro.
No, I'm not.
I need. You're such a liar.
I need Karantos to teach me how to pull.
Don't fucking try to meme with that guy. That guy's fucking. He can go on for like 8 hours talking about nothing.
Yeah, it's my kind of guy.
No, it's
He
not.
gets smarter and smarter the more I listen to him.
Uh-oh.
He gets smarter and smarter. Dude's a walking
Yeah.
Reddit thread. Come on, bro. Be for real.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. You think you like that? You think that's fucking good?
His
That's like-
algorithm's improving.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Every time I come on stream and he's talking, it just goes on for like 3+ hours of just like autistic rambling.
He
and like,
literally does what you do.
Bro, what? That's
No.
your stream.
No. Here's the thing. I don't have my face, and also I'm real. So it's like two different things. You know what I mean? Like
These Zerka people hate each other.
They
you,
do.
You attention whores all hate each other.
If I ever said, you know, I believe that we should be able to do violence against somebody, I'm gonna actually go ahead and do it. You know what I mean? He's just gonna sit there and go on Twitch and then put his little mask on, hide in his parents' bedroom. He has no closet, by the way, so he's just really gonna do nothing. He's just gonna sit
You
there.
shared pictures of your room and it was fucking disgusting. And you showed after
That's
pictures
because I'm real
not
as
even
fuck. He will
clean.
never show his room. He will never show his room or dox his address because he's a pussy.
You show your room and it's gross. What does this say about you? At least he has a sense not to.
That shows that I'm a real ass nigga.
You're a real ass something, bro. I'll tell you.
Honestly, the craziest part is that he pulls with his room looking like.
Yeah.
I thought he was lying when he pulled. That's crazy. Crazy.
I'm gonna give it $150. I'm pretty sure the reason why the Quiznos guy has not taken off his mask is because he has fetal alcohol syndrome. I put my fucking life on it, bro. Yeah, he has FAS, and I swear to God, if he doesn't, I will. I swear, if he takes off his mask and he's handsome, he's like Giga Chat, I will live stream.
You lose your whole business
I will live
model.
stream myself being buried alive.
You will
Legitimately.
literally lose
I
your
bet
whole
my
business model.
I bet my life that guy has FAS. Okay, how do I get access to? Okay, Steven, it's not. It says name and an URL. Do I just put twitch.tv?
You're gonna figure this thing on your own, my dude. You're not hot enough for me to
No.
care. That's what Bugsmart said. I only help girls.
I
So.
legitimately put on a dress, bro. I swear to God, I've actually, because of your community, I almost transitioned, and I can look fucking good as fuck. I'll literally do it if you want. I know you talk to the trans girls a little bit, so like we can get into it if you want. Yeah.
Milky
Okay.
Milk, what's up?
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
We're
Mannequin challenge.
Booksmarts, Darius, and Irrelevant. Cringe.
Oh.
Cringe.
Up. Up.
What?
I'm not here.
No, I'm good. What do you guys plan on for your next big stream?
Okay, so there's this glory hole that's local that I match with on Tinder. So I'm gonna try to go see what's up with that. I'm gonna put my finger in and see what's going on over there, and see if I get like sucked on my finger. And if that doesn't go on, then I'll just leave and we're gonna do a clothing stream.
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
funny. We gotta actually do that in Keg.
Yeah, I think Mindwaves is moving over here, so I'm gonna do an IRL stream with him. Also, I think I'm here, dude. I actually thought of the best thing ever. So what if so this year TwitchCon's at Las Vegas, right? If I propose to Straight Raid at TwitchCon in Las Vegas, I can not peer pressure, but like she'll be more inclined to get married, since you can get married like I think in like 5 minutes or whatever in Vegas. So if I do it, she's not gonna say no because we're in TwitchCon first off, and then if we go ahead and stream the whole process, we can go stream ourselves going to the actual ceremony, and we can stream our marriage same day.
True. And she'd get like citizenship and everything, right?
Straight Raid?
Yeah.
Wait, she's an illegal immigrant? Is she a legal immigrant? Is she an illegal immigrant?
I am. Is she not from America?
Wait, what do you think she's from?
I have no idea.
I wouldn't be surprised, bro. She's out of this world.
She lives in Texas. She doesn't live in like any of the 3 major cities. So where do you think she's from? What do you think?
Honestly, she goes to this one.
I feel like this is not a question that I should answer.
She might be
the longevity of my career.
Honestly, she might be Brazilian, bro. You saw her dumpy.
What are you talking?
Sorry, this is like sexual. Booksmarts. You want to come over here and like get laid or something?
I promise you, he won't make it easy. It'll be harder.
You like
here.
traveling, right? I remember you used to go on a lot of traveling and stuff. People really hated you for that.
I'd love to come visit. Is your house gonna be clean, bro?
I'll clean it up for you.
He won't.
I've seen what cleanup looks like for you. I'm asking Relly.
Yeah, I can make it passable for cleanliness. Yeah.
Excellent. As long as I don't come home with bed bugs, sure.
Oh, you're for real?
Yeah, you got to get rid of the bed bugs.
Oh wait, no, I don't have bed bugs, bro. I have bites on my chest. I really don't know if it's bed bugs or not, though. But I think not.
What the
do you have anything on you?
No, I ain't got anything on me.
Okay, that's not bed bugs. But yeah, if you want to come over to Arizona at any time, you're always allowed here, for sure. Like we were thinking about flying out Fancy Slots, because he's probably the creepiest guy that could do this sort of content. But like, I think he's like too scared. You know what I mean? Like he's like online creepy. He can't be like in real life creepy.
Jesus.
He's like too worried about it, but like it's not creepy though. It's like you'll see as we stream more, you'll see. It's like it's not, girls like it when you're a little bit more eccentric. You know what I mean?
Your motto like it's not creepy if you're cute? Because you push in lines, Darius.
No, I will legitimately go bald. Like here's the thing, you can just talk to, you can be like look at Bob Seven. That guy had like a hunchback, weird balding hairline, but he was like funny and he had like a general charm to him, and he was able to pull mad bitches. You know what I mean?
Was he actually?
He was denying women at a point. Really? I remember this girl. I'm not gonna say her name actually, but this girl sent him a picture of her in like lingerie, and he immediately just said "ew" and blocked her.
No shot. Wait, do you have proof of that?
Yes, I do. I can probably go through our messages and find it. What I'm trying to say is like you can just be like, as long as you're a little bit quirky, a little bit funny, and you can like charm a girl in a way she's never been charmed before, then you know I think that goes places. And I think me owning a Hitachi wand and having a lot of sex experience.
God damn, bro, you might as well get a sponsor from that shit. I think you dropped that shit 3 times a stream.
I need to get a wireless one, so that way I can start bringing it out in public.
You got to put it on a shirt and sell it. That's what you got to do.
An Hitachi wand?
Let me give you an experience. It's just a Hitachi wand.
I mean, it's unironically. So I made a sexual exit ticket survey for all the girls I've had sex with. All of them complimented Hitachi wand and my usage of toys in the bedroom. So,
what's the needs improvement category looking like? Obviously.
No, it is cleanliness and also my fleshlight. Unironically, because I've left it in bed multiple times while we've had sex, and what happens is the girls wake up and then they turn their, since my bed's on the floor, they turn their body, and I sleep on the outside of the bed. I don't sleep on the inside. You get what I'm saying, right? Like where I can just easily get out of the bed and then just like walk out. Because if anything happens and there's like a danger situation, I always want to be on the outside part. But
can I 3D print you like a holster or like something to hide it in that looks normal or something?
So I had a turkey. I had a turkey that my dog used to, it was a dog toy and it looked like an ass. and I shoved it in there for a little bit, but then it got gross, so I just threw it away.
Okay, that doesn't make it better.
Okay, well,
Arius, you need to start by just getting a bed frame and then go from there.
I had a bed frame because you remember the tickle machine?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay, so I have this tickle machine that I put under. It's like straps. If you want me to be for real, it's a sexual straps. And what I'll do is I would tie girls to the bed frame, and then we'd engage in sexual activity, which is what part of like. So what you do is you guys actually need to learn into this if you both are straight males. But if what you can do is you can tie a girl down, and you can take the Hitachi wand, and you can like, if you get like a light whip, you could whip them slightly, and then just like use the Hitachi wand, and then they're like getting tortured. It's called clit torture. Girls love it. But yeah, I can't do it anymore because I don't have a bed frame, so I need to get one ASAP.
Yeah, you need to get it. Well, the other reason is because you have something to, if you get a bed frame with drawers, you can stick the fleshlight into the drawer. But
okay. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that, bro. Come on.
No, but the problem is other people do.
Yeah.
No, they don't care. All I care about is like clit torture.
It's in the exit survey. You said that was one of like the top 3 things.
Okay, well, like
I just threw up all over the fucking floor.
Oh, the cat just threw up. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Jesus
Christ, man.
I got to bring a vacuum and a mop, and I'll help you guys clean.
I think this other cat is eating the other cat's fucking. It's fucking gross, dude.
The cat is learning from Darius's lizard riz and just kind of eating the hair.
Is Darius responsible for like picking up after the cats?
What are we talking about?
No, I feel it's kind of low key a whole house thing, but it's yeah, it usually ends up being other people.
Do they get the sand everywhere? Like, are you constantly cleaning it?
Yeah, we're constantly cleaning everything.
Damn.
Honestly, because I get so much pussy, the cats start thinking that I'm their like owner full time, when it's like not the case. It's a different kind of pussy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. But I'm good.
You don't go for dudes?
Huh?
No, I'm married. Book smarts.
Are you esports, Batman?
Yes.
Oh, that's cute.
So
wait, how old are you?
I'm gonna be 36 in a couple months.
Oh shit! All right.
So all of this is very foreign. I just see Darius's streams where he does the lizard tongue, and I'm just kind of like, Alex Jones was right all along.
God, dude. The fact that you think it's a lizard tongue shows your woman has never been pleased, bro. Legit, show her my stream, she'll leave you for me. 100%.
Unironically, women have privately messaged me that is like the biggest turn off in the world, and that they would have been angry if you didn't do that.
Okay, you know,
I can show you.
Okay, first off, the women that you talk to are like neats, so I don't care. First off, and then second off, if a woman's scared by a tongue, she probably has.
I think Hannah said that at one point.
Okay, well, Hannah's in my DMs right now, so let's be for real.
Yeah.
Like she obviously wasn't that scared of it, so.
Well, what I'm saying is, I think you stand a better chance.
Nah. It's eccentric. It's like they're like, oh, why does that tongue do that? I wonder why he does that with his tongue, and then usually they want me to actually. You know what I'm trying to say.
Is that really their thought process?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I was about to say, like...
think about it for real. Like, if you actually genuinely didn't like it, why are you engaging in it? Like, when you see, okay, so you remember in, like, high school, there'd be, like, gum under the desk?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, like, disgusting, right? Like, you don't want to fuck with that. But, like, sometimes you want to look under there and be like, okay, what the fuck? Like, what is that shit? Like, you want to, like, you're curious why the gum's down there. You know what I mean? Like, you're just like, and you sometimes maybe you like, you fuck with it, you like maybe scrape it or do some weird shit. Like, you know what I'm trying to say?
No. Yeah, I do, but I think it's a little bit more similar to some like hot chick who's like really into crystal shit, and then you think that's kind of cringe, but like she's hot, so you kind of overlook it. I feel like that's the situation with Hannah. Where it's like,
yeah, how many
weird?
Irrelevant. Tell me, how many crystal mommies does Darius bring home? In terms of like the overall type of women,
I feel we've had a couple of people here who low key are into that astrology crystal shit.
I think every girl's bro. We live in Arizona. There's rocks everywhere, bro. Like, come on, like you're pretty much practically you're like by nature into crystal. I think.
Huh.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get well read on that crystal game. You feel me?
Okay, Steven, are you for real? Like, you're not gonna help me with the lyrics thing because I'm not a female.
You can figure it out, bro. If you don't know how to configure it, then fuck you.
I'll figure it out on our round.
You'll figure it out. We gotta figure it out like soon. Bro.
I can figure it out here in a minute.
So I gotta go to this glory hole soon. That's why I want to fucking get this recorded. Figure out what's going on. Have you ever been to a glory hole, Steve?
No, can't say that I have. I feel like I would have extreme paranoia over sticking my dick in holes in the wall and then not having somebody chop it the fuck off.
But it's like gum under a desk, you know?
It is like gum under a desk.
Gum under.
Like you're literally gonna die with saying you've never done that.
Maybe.
And you're fine with that?
Maybe.
You're not fine with that. You know you want to try everything.
Listen, you should start small, Darius. Go to an airport, start, scoping out the scene that way and going there.
Is that the spot? Is a fucking airport?
I think it's because he says you want to have sex in like the airplane, right?
Did you? Oh, there was a famous sex bust of a senator who got tagged in that because apparently, like, I think it was Minnesota airport. One of the airports was known to be like a sex hub, and so you'd go into a certain bathroom, and that was your way of like signaling to other men you were ready to hook up, without having to go through the glory hole process.
Wow.
That's Larry Craig. That's correct.
What happens if I just want to go to the bathroom?
You're not gonna just.
Wow, so vanilla.
You're gonna go Blumpkin. You ever have that?
Huh?
A Blumpkin?
I'm familiar with a Blumpkin. Yes.
Oh, you are? Okay. Have you got one for?
No.
You should ask your wife.
No, I'm not asking my wife to give me a Blumpkin.
Why? Before you die, you're literally gonna not experience everything you possibly experience. It's like literally getting penetrated up your butt and then also getting a hit. Like,
do you want to experience sexually everything you could possibly experience before dying, Darius?
I kinda low key.
I can tell you I do not.
You fuck my ass, bro. Low key, like that's why I want to get like I want to get like a cuck situation going on, and then maybe like a reverse cuck situation where like you fuck me in front of maybe like a different person.
Does that mean you try fucking a child before dying?
Jesus.
I mean, I'll be for real. Like I used to. I was like 15, 14, fucking around. I mean, like.
Okay. I'm just saying you said everything, so you kind of agree.
Am I gonna get
already.
a call from somebody asking to defend you because you were found in like a medical school with a cadaver? Is that gonna be a thing?
What the fuck is a cadaver? Like I thought that was a little spoon, whatever. So it's a dead body. I can fuck a dead body.
Would you fuck a dead body?
That's like most girls, though. Most girls just lay there.
Oh my
It's like the same thing.
Jesus
Christ. I'm not missing out on anything. Let's be for real.
For real.
Most girls, I don't know what it is. It's because I'm in a college area. Most girls just don't know how to act. And then if I do have sex with a girl that's like crazy
Isn't
into
that your
it,
market though? Is like women who don't know better?
what does that mean?
Damn. Holy shit.
And then second off, if I do have sex with someone that is like super into it, usually they're like mad autistic and like, so it's like
Yeah, his market is women who can't know better.
You should reach out to Gross Gore.
You guys should become. Oh my god! You know what you should stream? You should stream being Passport Bros.
Yeah.
Passport Bros?
Yeah, like girls in other countries are easier because you got wealthy money as an American man and they don't know any better. So you go to like rural villages in like fucking Brazil or Romania or some shit and just like get the women there.
Thailand is the place to start there, Darius.
Do people not get stabbed doing that?
No. If we went to Japan, bro, Irrelevant, you'd be like a god.
I don't think I'd pull in Japan.
No, because you're like, well, I guess you're like, you kind of look Indian, so you're kind of Asian, I guess. But I guess I would pull like crazy there. You know what I mean?
If you want to go to Japan, I'm gonna go to Japan.
Oh, we do. We went to. Yeah.
I need to get an actual passport.
Oh, we can stream with that Suspendus guy.
Who?
I don't know. He's fucked up. Don't.
Yeah, the passport line is long, relevant, so you should probably start now.
Wait, what?
I'm so lazy. I don't have a passport.
I don't have a passport either.
Yeah, so there's a huge surge in applications for passports. So the sooner the better that you get
I'm
started.
gonna go to Brazil and beat the shit out of Ken Close Vim. Oh my mama.
Can you get a passport? Irrelevant.
Maybe.
Wait, why would he not be able to?
Because like the fucking U.S. government thinks like
He's
I'm gonna be,
undocumented.
like,
Wait, are you undocumented? Wait, what?
Hold on.
Oh, yeah? You can't present your documents, Brett. Hey, you are undocumented. Matter of fact.
I recently found. Oh shit! I think I left my birth certificate at the other. All right.
After that whole fucking journey to get it.
Oh Lord Almighty! I just found my birth certificate too because I don't have my social security card or my birth certificate. I just found it and then I left it. I forgot.
Well, you can, because I had to get my birth certificate.
Wait, how did you get your birth certificate?
You can go to the state and they'll if you put in the right information, they'll send it to you. The other thing and this goes back to what Dan said the other night, SSA.gov, you can order another Social Security card and use it based off that.
Wait,
and now get started.
Wait, so how do you get your birth certificate if you don't have both parents?
There's probably one issued, regardless if you had both parents. It doesn't matter.
Are you
He's
fucking
missing
serious?
so many documents he
Dude, you
can't
smell
prove for the
terrible.
other one.
Yeah, dude, do you smell that? Do you actually smell that? Dude, I smell like shit. I don't know what it is, but I've been sleeping like so.
Dude, no, it's not sleep. It's not.
No, it's just the way I'm
not
sleeping.
You always smell bad.
Dude, I don't.
You remember when I told you
Jesus
this at the start of stream yesterday?
Yeah, I don't know why. I really don't know why. I just think it's.
You wash your ass?
It's fucking like you. I can give you deodorant.
Is it antiperspirant or respiratory or whatever the fuck the other shit is?
It's
You need deodorant.
I think it's anti-perspirant.
I think I need that.
No, because you stink. You need deodorant.
No, but I'm stinking because I'm sweating so much in my sleep.
Bro, real talk, you should try different brands. That's really important. There are some brands of
Yeah.
deodorant. I don't know what I bought recently. I just threw both of them away. But like I would buy it and I would smell like BO after like 4 hours of using it.
Yeah.
And there's other deodorant that literally lasts for like 48 hours, like through gymming. I don't know why. Some deodorant is just really bad. I think it was an Axe deodorant that I bought that actually like stopped. It's consistently stopped working after like 3 hours. It's like unbelievable. And they were
Yeah,
both
no.
the same.
You
category.
bought Axe?
I don't know. I just buy whatever looks pretty on the shelf. And Axe always has like the prettiest packaging, dude.
Yeah, I got Old Spice because it's pretty too, so I feel you on that.
But I
think
now I
Old-
buy like the Dove shit. Always seems to work really well.
Yeah,
no,
Dove is good.
Yeah, because what happens is sometimes girls will stay over and I'll steal the deodorant when I wake up, and they always have Dove deodorant, and that stuff works all freaking day.
I think you're just like a klepto for like women's stuff. You steal everything that women will let you get away with.
Well, I mean, it's because they leave it over. So it's like, Steven, you've had a lot of girls come to your house. You know how girls just like leave like little parts of like
no, they lose it because your house is a
no.
fucking
No.
mess.
So the only I don't think
They-
the only thing girls leave everywhere are fucking hair bands, literally.
You know,
True.
No, I've had people leave like full on outfits over here, and usually I just wear that shit because I'm like,
Yeah, it's
okay.
because like Booksmart said they lose in the fucking maze of your goddamn room.
It is actually unironically. So Clarissa legitimately, like, she lost her, like, those pants I was wearing with the hearts on them, those were hers, and she just like couldn't find them, like they were just lost. But I found out it was in the dryer for like a couple days. So it was. How did they leave naked? So usually, so I don't know if you guys were watching the stream yesterday, but this girl Jasper was over. She just like took my clothes. I just gave her an outfit, but like her clothes are somewhere.
I mean, Darius could have a side hustle where he just brings girls over, trades them for their like high-end clothes, and then turns around and sells them.
I was thinking every girl that comes here, if we end up banging and they leave their clothes, I'll just come back the next day on my stream and then start auctioning out. Like, you know what I mean? Just like be like, okay, like she left her undergarment, maybe not undergarments because TOS, but like maybe her t-shirts, or, you know, maybe
Her like
a-
sweater, her sweatpants.
Yeah, or like a bandana she wore, or some sort of or something. A lot of people will pay for that. I've seen the OnlyFans messages. Steven, I know you've been looking at Fansly messages lately. Like these people are crazy. They want hyper specific.
Well, speaking of Japan, there are vending machines for
Saw
women's
panties
underwear
and shit,
in.
yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
You didn't know that? That's
Wait,
like a long.
They're
standing-
new though, right? It's not used.
No, in some cases they are used.
What? That's fucking rancid. What the hell? That's disgusting. They smell. They probably. It's like a biohazard.
What's hazardous about that?
Because this fucking probably smells disgusting.
You obviously are right.
You're right.
I legit, after sex sometimes, I will legitimately rub my fingers into my teeth.
Alright.
Legit, like, it smells good as fuck, bro. I don't know if you like. I don't know what it is, but I don't know if it's discharge or like, what is that? What's that wet stuff?
No, right.
Dude, that's why we're perpetually
come
sick over
on.
here, is because this is why you refuse to touch the food that you make.
Dude, there's this one time it was actually really fucked up. I sucked my fingers into my my junk, and I was talking to I went to a trans DGG party, and I shoved my fingers in front of this like trans girl's nose. It was all accidental, but I said like, oh, this is what genuine pussy smells like, and I didn't mean to like say it like in a transphobic way. But like the whole room got like really silent, and I was like, "Oh my fucking bad." I wasn't trying to like fucking be weird or whatever. I was just trying to like make a joke or whatever. It was just like it didn't land well at all. It did not land well at all. It was actually really fucking bad. They told me afterwards. I was like, "Okay, dude, like you shouldn't talk like that." But
Anyone want to take a bet on a Darius Twitlonger in the next year?
I'm trying to keep him steady. I'm trying to prevent
free money. I would feel bad about taking that money from somebody. It'd be so free.
I will never get to it longer. I think because I'm so open and honest.
No, you will get to it.
You have phlegm in your throat, bro, and you're talking to me.
Yeah, no, you're gonna get to it longer.
I'm not gonna get to it longer.
You will.
Why would I get to it? Why are you even hyping this up?
Because it's no way.
Because Relevant knows where the bodies are buried, and you're not married, so it's free game.
We should actually stage something where I do get to it longer, and you beat me up or something, so that way people are like, "Whoa, he's so like for women," and then you go viral, and Hassan pulls you into a stream and is like, "Tell me, bro, like, how does it feel to be such like a male feminist?" And then you guys both bond, and then you become like the next political streamer.
Yeah, and then I replace H3H3 on his podcast, and it's just
that'd be so lit.
Yeah, no, that's it. I think you found the secret.
And then
sauce.
you could interview like all like female rappers or whatever. That'd be so awesome.
Yeah, Ice Spice is gonna be our first guest.
That'd be so awesome.
Yeah, it'd be dope.
Okay, so we need to figure out this prison thing, like that, bro.
I can figure it. Hand it to me.
Try to figure it out.
I just want to see Darius on Train's revived, scuffed podcast. At this point.
Absolutely.
Unironically, what I really want to do because I was watching Pixie on there. I might want to really be on Fresh and Fit at some point. I think that might be something I try to go ahead and actually try to push myself towards, because those niggas are dumb as hell and they're just like loud. And it's
you will get eaten alive, Darius.
But me and you both have to be on. That would be fucking hilarious, because I can actually say things
I just need a
that
strong, independent woman with me. I need Straight Ready with me. You know what I mean? Because like, here's the deal.
That could work.
At the end of the day, me and Straight are gonna be smooching, doing shit on there, and they're all gonna be sit there alone, cucked, by themselves, pretending they're all Sigmas, and then I'm just gonna be there with my baddie Latina goddess, and they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, how does he pull so fucking hard?" And then,
well, I don't think you do, because Fantasy Sloth is telling me you work in 7 days a week on pulling, and he says you ain't pulling nothing.
Oh.
The only thing
he says he has days every other week, and he eats grass for breakfast.
Okay. First off,
why the hell is Fancy Sloth not pulling up there?
The only thing Fancy Sloth is pulling is his dentures out of his fucking mouth, little no teeth having ass.
Second off,
I pulled literally the last 4 different fucking streams I've had. Don't come at me.
Who'd you pull last stream?
What did I pull last stream? Gianna.
Oh no, I don't.
Gianna was my last stream. Your streams are about you pulling. My streams
are you
about
allowed to just say that? Is the other person okay with that?
Yeah, they were on stream.
I'm trying.
I mean, they're on stream.
But if you sealed the deal, I don't know if that.
Yeah,
Fancy Sloth isn't in any rooms. I can't pull him in. I can't let him in.
Talk to him about that.
Okay.
You can't just fuck people and then the next stream be like, "Yeah, I fucked that person."
No, they like it. They find
it. You need to fuck with your mouths, bro. That's fucked.
Wait, does pulling mean you had sex?
Yeah, in this context.
Yes, that is the context. Correct. Especially given how hard you go in the DMs, because I've seen your streams.
Yeah, after you fuck them, do you say like, "Hey, I'm gonna tell my entire stream I had sex with you"?
Do you get a consent form as the lawyer in the group? Can I ask you if you have a consent form signed?
Most girls have said it's like obvious, because the girls that repeat come on like Des, Jasper.
Yikes! More people.
They say it's obvious. Like they already know. Like they're expected.
So you could probably just ask them, no?
Okay, I'll say it then. Yeah, Darius thinking he's better than Fancy Sloth. You're both fucking creepy degens. Okay, first off, Fancy Sloth is way creepier than me. My limitation. So here's what happens. If I ever say something, except for Melina, about any other girl, if I say something like, "Hey, like, I love you. You're a goddess. I wish I can impregnate you," or whatever, and they go ahead and they say, "Darius, you are a weirdo. Do not do that again." I'm not gonna go onto a stream or a Discord call with them and then like argue against my position at all for like 2 hours. But Fancy Sloth has done that, except for I
watched one of your guys' most recent streams, and the chick did not seem to be into it. You were not picking up those signals. You kept kind of being weird, bro.
Yeah.
Which person was this?
That's what you think. What?
Which person was this? Like, what'd they look like?
Oh, I'm sure it could have been any of the streams, but I'll go find it real quick.
No, like, what did they look like?
Oh, I don't know. I listened to it.
Oh.
Darius literally goes down the list and then just shotguns.
It's like
whoever
he's doing cringy shit with his body. You gotta watch. You gotta have the video on.
No, it grosses me out. I don't like it. He looks cute in
grosses
pictures,
the
and
women
then
out,
he does
too.
like
It
gross
grosses-
stuff.
It grosses you out, but it doesn't gross a woman out. Like,
I don't know if that's. I don't know if the jury's out on that.
You got a sister book
Book smarts. That's why I call him the lizard person, because he always does the tongue thing, and it makes him look like a lizard person, like Alex Jones would think. You know.
Challenger has arrived.
Yes, a new challenger is approaching.
OMG, gotta put the.
I'm serious. Relax. Okay.
I'm relaxed. I'm chilling. I'm mad. I just want to get my prism working.
No, listen. It's fine. I just.
Nervous?
I don't know why you're talking such
You're
mad
thinking,
shit
bro.
for no reason. Because I said no, that I didn't want to go to Arizona because I'm focusing on like actual things that will better my life
Show me
instead of
one
acting
actual
like
thing
a
you're doing right now.
retard online.
Show me one actual thing you're doing right now.
I have 5 job interviews in the past 6 days.
Okay. I actually can get it. I went to this. You know what LinkedIn is?
Of course, they know what LinkedIn.
Yes, we all know what LinkedIn
Oh, you
is.
guys do? Okay, so I actually paid for premium and I got 10 interviews. So there's that. I'm doing way more than you. How do you feel about that?
When did you do that?
Like a month ago.
Yeah, but the chance of you getting a job and the
have a job
chance of
right
me getting a job is completely different because I take my job seriously.
Do you?
Well, I feel owned on that. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say from here. When's the last time you had a job, Fancy Love?
I have a job.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you do?
I'd rather not say it's embarrassing, but I have a job.
Wait.
Okay.
Now you got us embarrassing.
No,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just a retail job.
Oh, who cares? Wait, how's that embarrassing?
Well, it's not where I want to be. It's not the kind of money I want to be making. It's not the line of work. It's just a job to have a job.
Fancy Love, I don't want to do this
Check
to you.
is a
I don't
check.
want to. Okay, yeah, cool. That's awesome. I love that you're working. You're a fucking good man. Listen, I love it. You're fucking. Your teeth are growing in. You're doing fucking great. You're getting a job. You're fucking changing your life. You're not neat anymore. What do you want from me? I want you to just come over here because I want to see you get laid. I don't want to see you. I just want to see you mad macking on a chick. Like what? Like what's? I'm not mad because you're not coming over here. I'll see you eventually. I'll probably see you at TwitchCon. I'll see you at some DGG gathering at some point. And at that point, we can go ahead. We can make you a Tinder account. We can get you mad making out. But I'm not upset about you not coming, Fancy Love. I'm just pulling your chain.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know whether to believe you or not. Because the thing is that I've tried to message you on a person-to-person basis before, and
Do you want me to
haven't
fucking reach out?
messaged me. And then randomly you're like, "Come on, man! I want to make you a dancing monkey on stream. I want to milk you for content. I want to put you in embarrassing situations that will totally be hilarious to make money off of you." Like, how am I supposed to respond to that? Do you see how stupid that sounds?
Wait, Fancy, do you want to understand how insecure you sound right now? So me going ahead and like bringing you on stream benefits you as well. I mean, like you can go ahead, you can make a stream, you can do your own bit, whatever. Yeah, sure. Like you can be a little dancing monkey, do your little content, whatever. Fine, that's whatever. But like I can just do that on my own. I don't need you to fucking do that. I don't need some fucking other person over here to do the same bits I'm doing. I can go ahead, go outside, make myself look like a fool, and it's good. I think it's fun to include other people, especially people who are trying to stream, like you. Are you trying to have a serious conversation with me right now? What is
That's
this?
a mistake.
You're right. It was a mistake. I apologize.
Why are you so dramatic?
You can message me.
No, I'm not being dramatic. You're talking like mad shit on me, calling me creepy, saying all this shit, like saying taking out my dentures. Like what am I supposed to think? And then the next breath, you're like, "Oh, come over here," blah blah blah. When I've already said like, "Hey, I'm focusing on myself. I'm doing IRL shit. I don't know if I want to come in there." And you're like, "Oh, let me shit on him." But then also, let me ask him to come over because I want to get him laid. Like, what am I supposed to read off this?
You're supposed to read that it's just content. I don't know what do you want me to read off of it? Do you want me to like? What do you want to do? You want me to not say your name or something?
No, I'm a human being. I don't want to be used for content.
Okay, yeah, but you decided to do weird fucking shit in the fucking DGG
Wait,
chat.
what
so
are you doing in this call right now if not being used for content?
Because I'm getting pinged in chat like 50 times in 1 second because he's talking shit about me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like,
every day. What do you want? Fancy Sloth, you've done weird shit in chat. Yeah, I get the same shit. I get it.
me and you have been here for almost a decade, okay? Of course we've said and done stupid fucking shit. What is that supposed to prove?
You've done dumb shit within the last 3 months.
You've been here since you were 16?
Really?
Yes.
What did I do in what was it?
Do you want to talk about the
January?
waffle thing?
The waffle thing was in September of last year.
Okay, I'm sorry. September of last year. So what? 6 months
I
ago.
said waffle was attractive. She saw it. She thought it was funny because I was drunk. And then I wanted to make sure that I wasn't coming off as creep. We got into a Discord call. It was fine. Yeah, it's embarrassing. What am I supposed to say? I don't think it's a creep. I don't.
Okay, do you want?
No, of course. Like I said that it was wrong. I agreed with it. The whole other thing after it, I argued. I don't even remember what I was arguing for. But like, yeah, I said it was a mistake.
Chat
I
says
said
it
sorry.
didn't happen like that.
You like said you wanted to impregnate her or some shit.
They're doing Pastony lies. I don't know what that's about.
Wait, where?
Is that true?
No, they aren't. Shut up.
They are literally.
Wait, where? I don't see that. I see Omega Lols.
No, liar, Omega lol.
Listen, FS. It was weird, bro. It was funny. I find it fucking hilarious.
Don't call me FS. If you want to call me anything, just call me Ben. I'm so fucking tired.
Okay, all right, no nicknames. All right, so my boy Ben. Listen, I get it. It was a fucking thing. It's a bit. I find this stuff funny. I think it's hilarious, and if it's part of your little chat character, if you don't want it to be part of your chat character, I will leave it alone. I just think it's fucking funny. Okay.
I don't have a character. I don't have a character. I'm just myself. I
Okay,
know.
You're a character. You're a character by default, then, Fancy Sloth. I think you're a funny guy. You're just like me, brother. But you're like.
If I was like you, I would have killed myself by now. But the difference between me and you is that I have the drive to do it.
Wait.
What?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, this is just a shit fling, man. I have nothing against
This
you.
is not shitflinging. You just said you kill yourself. You actually kill yourself. You have the ability to kill yourself. It's not shitflinging. You're just like making, like doing self-deprecation.
You're you're sitting in a stream of like almost 6,000 people like shitting on me as a person. I don't have a character. I'm not a character online like
right
you
now,
are.
If I ask people to go ahead and describe who Fancy Sloth is, what do you think they'd say?
Whatever they want to say. I don't care.
He's not Fancy Sloth. He's Ben, I think is the point.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm getting at. That's how I introduce myself in real life at all the conventions, everything like that. I'm a person.
Yes, I know you're a person, but we're doing.
It doesn't seem like it, bro.
You're
You're
very
dehumanizing
much-
him.
You're very much a character to me. You're very much a funny character. When we're having DMs, yes, we're talking in a real sense. But when we're doing stream stuff, you're Fancy Sloth the memer. Okay.
Damn. Your Fancy Sloth the punching bag is what he means.
Not the
Exactly.
Look, it's like it's.
I don't mind that, but like you have to see, I would get defensive if you're like gonna shit all over me.
You know what
Like, if you
Darius
were
is
just
doing to
talking
you,
about it.
Ben? You know what he's doing to you? He's actually going full Sejin on you and expecting you not to react.
True.
I have no
That's
idea
pretty
what
fair.
that means. I'm not kind of caught up with the memes. Destiny lyrics. Do you use that for video and audio?
Yeah, I just recently downloaded it. I haven't done a stream yet. I did a sample stream on it. It seemed to work fine. Why? Are you having
Right.
trouble with it or something, or what?
No. I'm just trying to figure out what I need to do if I was just going to use it.
Wait,
for
how am I
audio.
doing the session thing? What the fuck are you talking about the session thing?
I use Droidcam for reference, which is just as equally good. But
Who the fuck asked?
Okay, fair enough.
Why are you in a mood, man? You losing? Is that what's happening? Is he pull up the stream? Is he losing?
Literally,
great.
An 8-hour stream where he plays this game, loses, and just ends.
I think
But here's
he's
the thing.
restarted like 3 times since I joined the call, so that's how. It's
Careful, Ben.
Wait, how am I doing? How am I doing?
Good way
a
to
session
get you
thing?
bad. Yeah, when he's in a bad
I haven't
mood.
downloaded any moves.
All right, anything else, buddy? I love you. I just
No,
want
you
to say
don't.
that.
Why are you lying?
Dude.
No,
Ben,
I do. I genuinely do.
You take it so
Like Jesus love or like real love?
Your most notable moments have been like the weirdest shit. And like, here's the thing, my most notable moments have been the weirdest shit. So yeah, when people talk about you, it's talking about your fucking weird fucking shit. I don't know about this. I don't know. Even the fucking Georgia thing, people say what you were kind of weird there. But like, that's just
Damn.
fucking it.
Whoa.
It's fucking.
Wait. Okay, I don't even want to. But okay.
Why you keep bringing up shit?
Yeah, this is
I don't even know.
He's He's like, why are you trying to shit talk me? Why are you trying to shit talk me? No, I'm just literally talking about your fucking
Like, I didn't even think it was that bad when people said all that bad stuff about you. Like, I didn't even bring that one up.
Booksmarts, you were there, so I don't know what he could have been talking about.
Yeah, and I didn't
have
say
no
anything,
idea.
right? Because I'm sparing your feelings.
What?
My autism levels aren't that high, bro. I'm not picking that.
Smarts, did he try and hit on some single moms in his
What
area?
the
Was that it?
That would have been.
I really,
okay.
I can't.
What is happening?
I don't know
I have
anymore.
no idea. I wasn't in Georgia. I'm trying to catch up on the memes here.
I honestly don't
Hold
know.
on one sec, real quick, just to address, because people are gonna make posts about this, and just to give you Destiny, Super Crane, you're just letting Darius go this weird little shit in a shitstorm on DGG. Darius is a fucking adult. He's like 28 years old. Ben is a fucking adult. He's like 28 years old. These guys are all fucking adults. They want to come in here on my thing and chat on my stream and air this shit on public. That's on them. I don't give a fuck. I just want to play video games.
Public. This is all stuff in DGG chat. This is what we know Fancy Sauce ads. I don't understand. Like, if I fucking talk about internet, I'm gonna be describing him as like a dude.
so bad.
Dude, I haven't showered. I haven't fucking showered.
He's
Let me fucking shower after I'm sweating.
Terrible.
For
Give him DL,
chat's
bruh.
consideration, it's important to consider that we're kind of just meaning on one another in a friendly manner. We're
Are
like,
they? No, they're not. They're not right
Not really.
now.
Yeah,
Darius and Fancy are getting fucking
Darius was
heated.
standing, but
Oh my God.
It is
I
actually.
don't. I honestly, I have no idea.
I'll take an L here. Maybe the teeth comment after you said I couldn't pull any woman was a little bit too far. Maybe
Maybe the allusions to awful things.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Dude, listen,
Worse.
nothing is done as awful. It's just like he's just this weird, like he's just a weird guy. Just like antisocial. It's like kind of a dork. You know what I mean? Like it's like nothing like super bad. Like,
I don't know
he's
what
not
you're
like.
talking about, and your vague posting makes it sound way
It's
worse
not
than
vague
I'm
posting.
sure.
It's not vague. It's not
What did he
vague.
do?
You are vague.
It's not vague posting. Well, I'm on the same level as him. I'm on the same. I'm kind of dorky, but like I think he's a little bit more weird. You know what I mean? But like
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, what am I supposed to? You're fucking weird, bro. You're fucking weird, dude. If you say he's a little bit more weird than you, dude, I'm thinking he's about to catch a charge.
Because
serious pot kettle. Come on.
Here's the thing, because at the end of the day, girls usually love me and they want to go ahead and kiss on my neck. At the end of the day, with Fancy Sauce, they usually start like getting on the streams, talking about they're uncomfortable. Then
Stop.
The only person that's ever been with is one girl, and like it's a whole thing with her. You know what I mean? It's like we're just fighting.
Why are you doing this?
Darius, you can't get mad if people like Sejin come in and trash your personal life. If you're gonna do this to Ben, you understand that, right?
But dude, these are all okay, first off, you're literally instigating, you little bitch. Okay, second off,
I'm literally what?
Sejin was talking about private things. Nothing here is private.
I mean,
Oh,
it
so
sounds
she
like
joins this shit.
You're talking about stuff that occurred in Georgia that nobody else is privy
Dude,
to.
you literally, Steven has verbatim said, Fancy Sauce, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm gonna leak some shit about you.
No,
you
but
you
that's
have-
different.
Whoa.
I did not say that verbatim. Do you know what verbatim means?
I think, but like you said stuff along that gist.
No, I just
No,
said
no,
don't.
no,
You
no.
guys can't try. None of you fuckers in here can trust me because we all do weird shit. We've all got the mutually assured destruction button on each other. Okay?
Wait, not on me though. I'm clean.
Wait, kind of mob bossy.
I'm sure Darius
First of
could
all,
give us something about
what do you got on me other than like Rust from like 10 years ago? Come on.
We can figure something out. Don't worry.
Wait,
oh,
Rust
I
from
know.
10 years ago,
Oh
what did
no,
you do?
I got stuff on you esports. Don't even start with me, okay?
Hold on, message me. I want to see what you got.
I'll say two words, okay? One party, okay? That's all I'll say.
Oh, the thing,
chill.
the thing that
All right,
actually.
Stop.
Oh wait, the thing that was actually public and got Discord's terms of service changed. Yeah,
No,
sure. Okay.
I don't know about that, but okay. Anyway, where are we all at? Everybody, Booksmarts, you're the next one to go down too, so be careful.
What?
Yeah, everyone in here. This is a Mexican standoff.
I don't set
okay?
my fans at anybody.
Who's setting people at people? What? It's wild how you just like say random shit. That's why you're called book smarts, okay? You need to
You know
be
that
street
random
smart,
shit's gonna
alright?
get you in some kind of trouble, book smart.
True, it will. It sure would be a shame if somebody destroyed your entire life, wouldn't it?
But seriously though, man, no bad blood here.
No, you can't say that.
I just think
After like calling him creepy, isn't that what Zerka literally nuked his Twitch career over? Was a girl calling him creepy?
That is actually kind of true. But like
Wait,
she reported. I'm not gonna report Fancy Sauce to any board. or anything like that. I'm not gonna like go ahead and like do any of these things.
No, just tell the entire community that we both participate.
Because we all do. Who in chat? Literally, type 1 right now if you don't think Fancy Sauce is creepy. Type 2 if you already thought he was creepy.
Why are you? Why? Why? Do
Everyone already thought you were
roasted
creepy.
him
You're not
so
changing any
bad.
mind. Get a girlfriend and then.
I am roommates with you. I am friends with just about everybody in this call except for like Esports Batman. I think this is like the first time I've talked to them, and I had no idea about it.
Okay, but if you literally started fucking with Fancy Sauce and you were like, listen, Darius, what do you know about this Fancy Sauce guy? You think he's like a good character? I'd be like, he's a little strange, but like he's like all right, like you can talk to him.
Okay, hold on.
Sloth.
There's
there's
a little
thing you can
strange,
do.
and then there's creepy. Those are two way different words.
Yeah,
right?
saying somebody's eccentric or
Okay, well, I'd be like, he's a little strange. So here's
not
where-
even that. You said he was creepier than you.
Okay, here's where the
True.
I would say like he's a little strange, you know, he's just kind of out there, and then you'd be like, how was he strange? I'd be like, well, there's this one time he was kind of like saying a lot of sexual shit to this girl in chat that he didn't think was
Dude,
in
you're
chat.
doing it again.
And then,
You're doing it again.
and
You're
then, like,
doing it
and then,
right
like,
now.
she confronted him, and they were like having a conversation, and then like he's had some weird shit. I don't know, like something with like flirting with girls. I don't know.
Fancy
Fucking- I don't know.
Sloth, you need to even the playing field. You need to call in Dan. Dan has all the dirt on Darius.
I don't want to. I wouldn't fire back even if he gave me information. I don't see the point of it. It's just funny hearing. It's just funny hearing him try to like explain who I am. It's
No, I don't know, dude. I just know what you have developed to us in chat. Like when someone goes ahead and says Darius, he's such a wrist master with girls. He's so suave. He's like knows how to fucking get a girl to get her panties off. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's me. You know what I mean? And then, but when someone says like, okay, like Fancy Sauce is in kind of some weird stuff. He made waffles uncomfortable. Like, okay, I'm like, okay, like I get it. That's happened. You know what I'm trying to say?
Nope.
Bro, how are you about to say no hard feelings?
Because I don't have hard feelings towards Fancy Sauce. Like I don't hate him, but I do think.
But you just wanted to cook him for
He
like
basically
an hour.
sat there and called him a redneck, no teeth
You
having
basically
bitch.
called him a rapist. That's what you're implying right now. That's what you're basically saying. Do you understand?
Is that what he was accused of?
Yeah.
You're
What?
You're instigating. I don't think you're.
I'm not. That's what you said. You said there was an event in Georgia, creepy with women. You're basically a fucking rapist.
He was creepy, and that he was ugly, and that he couldn't pull women, and there was all this stuff about Georgia. Oh yeah.
Okay, Fancy Sauce, I don't think you're a rapist. I think you're prone to the idea, but I think you're not actually.
No.
That is a defamatory statement.
No. Yeah, let's not do that. Bit.
I'm almost to the point where I'm going to start repping Fancy Sloth here. buddy.
And you invited him to your house to fuck? Like this just gets so weird.
But this is the thing. This is the thing because we have a relevant here. And we have me, who are both guys that love consent. So we'll make sure everything's like agreed to.
So if I audit your entire household, I can affirmatively identify consent either based on video or some sort of other form, and I can sit there and say nobody was under any sort of influence of intoxication at the time.
You can say that for me, but
yes.
Okay.
Yes. No. Yes.
But what about Darius? Darius?
You really like drinking, brother.
I've been drinking lately, but like it's not like I can stop at any time. So it's not really like.
No, I'm not even talking about.
No. It's not about you drinking, Darius. It's about the partners that you have. I can sit there and affirmatively say that everyone is stone cold sober.
Girls like to drink. It's a social thing. We're at
Well, then
college.
they can't legally consent.
Ooh.
After one sip, I can't afford that much vodka. I give them like maybe like, I buy one bottle and it's been like what?
Bro, have you seen our bottle?
What bottle?
Of
what?
vodka? That shit is massive.
But that's because I drank. But it's a lot of it's gone because I drank all of it on Cupid and I fucking threw up that night. So it's like that's not because of like I was giving it to ladies or.
Can you find the bottle? I want to show them how big this fucking bottle.
The bottle's not that big.
Oh yeah, that's another part. Can we affirmatively identify every single party that's been through your household is over the age of 21?
Huh? What?
Oh, Jesus.
We live in a first.
Wait,
we live in a college area.
I'm-
So first off, and it's second off, yeah, everyone here's been over 21. I think.
No, that's not true, and you know that.
Oh my god. Really?
What? But they don't drink.
This is a moment to
They
judge
don't
your
drink.
ethics
They
and go,
don't-
yeah, bro.
They don't drink. I tried to make it. I made it very clear that if I'm here, no person under 21 is going to drink.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about the times you aren't there?
I don't know what happened.
Ironically, I don't give girls alcohol. The only time a girl has gotten alcohol from me was when they stole it from me. Like literally took the cup out.
They stole it from you?
Yes, no, I'm being dead serious.
No, he's
dude. No, I'm not. I'm being fucking serious. They literally took the. Like, okay, I'm not gonna go into this, but like we're just partying, we're just having fun. They took a hit of their little dab pen. They're like, oh, I'm a little twisted, and I put my cup right next to my projector. It got really hot, and they were like, oh, this is actually a really hot glass, and they were like, I'm just gonna drink it, and I just went to drink it. I was like, okay.
Say hi to the jury, GG.
He has an affinity for affinity. I made sure that they don't drink. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's pretty big on that thing. Like whenever a girl's coming over, he like literally meets her and tells.
Yeah, I do.
That's fine. Irrelevant is the responsible party here.
So, Mr. Girl,
yeah,
I feel like we should talk about all these underage women drinking it.
I will bring them all on stream. Here's the thing. I'm actually such a big guy in consent and honesty that I've made a Discord channel just for all the girls that I brought over, so they can all talk with each other. And I can right now.
Oh, you're being ratted out right now by your viewers. Darius was literally on stream bragging about doing shrooms with an 18-year-old. Oh no!
There he is.
Shrooms have no age.
Because they're just fucking illegal.
Shrooms are just shrooms are just illegal in general. That's like a general thing. It's like it is what it is. Like
isn't that kind of like saying like that's crazy? You just said
what shrooms are really shrooms have no limitations.
Yeah, because they're illegal.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but they're like illegal whether they're 17 or 21, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. So fuck it. Who cares?
We're all straight.
Court case.
My client, Fancy Sloth, is not guilty of being the creepiest person here in the room. I'm just gonna sit there and say that.
I guess so.
100%. Like if they
But isn't he strange?
I think he's strange and unusual. You know what I mean? Like
strange is
I'm
fine.
pretty sure,
Creepy is another thing.
Fancy Sloth, press Control H on your computer right now, and then go ahead and screenshot your history. I bet you some weird shit. Type P. I just feel like he just watches I just feel like he's just, I don't know.
You're still doing it.
Like, I just get the vibes. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at me, you're like, damn, this guy is just handsome. He probably watches just straight up casual meow VR porn, straight up just good shit. And like when he's just, I don't know, Fancy Sloth just gives me it just gives me just weird vibes. You know what I'm trying to say?
Like youth counselor vibes, right?
Like youth counselor vibes. Like in like a teen.
Like he works at a camp with the kids.
Yeah, but like in a horror movie type way, like where it's usually like the counselor is like the killer or whatever.
Okay, so he's just like a serial killer, not a rapist.
Both.
What? Okay.
Like the whole American Horror Story season would be dedicated to. You know what I'm trying to say?
You know, to balance this out, Fancy, you were talking mad shit in DMs before you came out of your breath.
What? All I said, I will read the DMs. I said, I don't want to say that gamer word.
Yeah.
Wait, you literally said what I typed.
To something more acceptable.
I have to advise my client not to repeat what he typed.
Yes, I've under counsel.
Redact dev.
Okay, I'll just keep Fancy Sloth. I'm just projecting for real. I actually.
No, dude, I really don't care. I just think it's funny. That's why I haven't said anything, because like I don't.
Ooh, he hit you up with the. I just think it's funny.
Well,
No.
No. Like I don't feel the need to like fight, and it's just like.
Oh, he doesn't even feel like he needs to address how stupid the shit you say is.
No, because I don't care what.
He doesn't even give a fuck. He doesn't care at all. Darius, you don't even register on his radar.
What is this culture of like I don't care more than you?
True.
There's literally all this. Oh, I don't care. No, I don't care.
No. It's not. I don't care more than you. It's more important to him, like his online personality, his job now.
And then now it's your turn to say you don't care as much as him, and then him to back and forth. This shit is cringe. You guys both.
No, I'm not about to fight with him on who cares less.
Each other just say it.
No, I'm just. Did I say anything that was wrong?
I mean.
Isn't that why you came in here? Because you felt like
yeah, isn't that literally why?
No. Did I say anything?
You on Modern Warfare 2? Modern Warfare? We could like do a 1v1 in Rust right now. I'll buy you.
No, the correct answer is you both have to go to TwitchCon and find a boxing ring and.
No, I know. I'm fighting President Sunday.
Yeah, speaking of.
How tall is President Sunday? He looks like he could be like 6'2", so he'd kill you.
Who?
Size doesn't matter. It's weight class.
Well,
what?
I mean, I think I'll tell you
Well, what I'm
pretty
saying
smart.
is for boxing, like the differential is based on weight class. It's not necessarily based on size.
It is, but people are going to be about a certain height. You don't have very many 5'5" boxers in the game that are packing on a ton of muscle that are beating 6-foot people.
Shh.
Yeah,
That's the fun.
I'm like lean as fuck, so I can like I have speed on my side.
Yeah, do you?
So it doesn't matter. Even if he's like a tall dude and big guy as well, I'm pretty sure I can just like outpace him. I thought about it with Zerka too. Like literally just like a couple punches at his shins. He's also an alcoholic, so like all I need to do is just wait, like get a couple girls over, he'll start drinking, trying to get buzzed, so that way it can be entertaining. And then we go ahead, we do the fight. I literally do like 3 little fast moves on his shins, then go ahead, go right for the chin. Done.
I think he weighs like over 100 pounds more than.
Doesn't matter to me. You ever watch Ranking of Kings?
Stop.
I'm like Boji-san.
What show
You're
are we
deaf
talking
because
about?
you can't hear when people tell you not to do stuff, bro.
He's talking about some weeb shit. He's for some reason comparing himself to a literal child.
Based?
I mean, he's based though.
Is he based?
He is based,
Yeah.
yes.
Then what's wrong with being compared to a little child?
Yeah, I don't know. He's like weird about it. He's ageist.
Yeah, I'm weird about it because never mind.
Because you're an ageist.
No.
No, you're an ageist. It's fine. You don't like kids, just say it, bro.
I think we like kids. Both of us.
I love kids.
Okay.
So I legit fumbled a bag yesterday. It was this girl in the car with Irrelevant and this chick, and I told her that I wanted to be a teacher because I love like the 16, 15, 14-year-olds. But I like that they're so impressionable. Oh, she left. Okay. Well, so I left immediately. But like, I don't like them like in a weird way. I just said like they were impressionable, and like I like that like with like if you became like a history teacher, or, like an English teacher, you could really make them love like science or math or history. If you're just like that guy, you know what I mean? Like everyone has a story of like their like 6th grade teacher or 8th grade teacher that got them into civics and economics. And I was like, dude, I could easily be that guy if I just like really was passionate about one of these things I taught. I could easily get kids to just like be in love with the idea of like
you,
not me, no,
yeah,
the idea of the subject,
Mhm.
and that's really why I wanted to become a teacher. But she read it the wrong way, and then she dropped us off.
She sounds like a stuck-up
Yeah,
bitch.
that sounds
Yeah,
like
she does.
reasonable interpretation.
No, it doesn't sound reasonable because I explained myself, and I can see people literally putting "feel strongs, man" in the chat.
True.
They understood what I was saying.
They feel
And it
strong
sounds
about it.
Steven knew what I was saying too.
Yep.
Anti-Salt, you got anything to say?
Nope, I think I've proved my point. I'm gonna go.
Wait, I want to know what Fancy Sauce said in DMs.
Yes.
He literally read it verbatim. Well, except the first part that I said, "Hey, tell Darius I said to kill himself."
Whoa!
Oh.
Hey, Fansauce, if I kill myself right now, you're legally liable. I should do it just to spite you.
No.
I should
No,
just,
the jurisdiction is unproven on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well.
Wait, what do you mean the jurisdiction is unproven?
Well, so the one case that relies on that, I think, is in Massachusetts, and that was beyond just one suggestion. Like, it was a pervasive suggestion over a long period of time.
Oh. Well, has Fancy Sauce
So-
ever said it in the past?
I don't know.
Yeah, a lot.
Well,
has he said it to where Darius has heard it? That's the other question.
Darius reads chat.
Oh, I definitely heard it right now. So
He heard it and he's hurting. So.
actually crying. And you know, Fansauce, you know, I'm on the edge of it, right? Like, I used to message this one chick all the time about how suicidal I was. She couldn't handle it anymore. She literally blocked me on everything. It was fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
you shouldn't use girls as your personal therapist.
Ha.
That's
Ooh.
a bad idea.
So true.
Ooh. What's he referring to there?
What he just said.
I don't know what he's
It sounded like he was trying to bring some shit up.
Yeah. Could
Just
it involve a certain person who has an emote on DGG?
Wait, what?
ABBA?
I don't think Abba's a woman.
I mean,
Listen, Melina doesn't like me either, so we can
Ooh.
bond on that. We can shake hands, come to the middle, you know.
We can bond on what?
Hating Melina.
No, that Melina hates us both.
Wait, why does Melina
now
hate you, Fancy Slow?
Yeah.
Because I hate her first.
Go,
Why do you hate her?
Misogyny W.
I just think she's really naive, and it makes.
Wait, what do you think's naive about what Melina says?
Oh, trigger words.
I just think. No. I just think the lifestyle that she lives and the person that she is and the position that she has like makes her very naive to.
Dan, do you think Steven's naive?
Yeah.
No, he's lived a life. He's done shit. Yeah.
You don't think Melina's done shit? She's been alive for like 20-something years.
I remember when her and Steven first started dating, she talked about getting a job at American Eagle as part-time, and she got offered the job, but didn't accept it because they wouldn't work with her schedule. It's like, yeah, that's what a job is, Melina.
Ooh.
Okay.
No, I don't. I find her annoying. I don't hate her. but she
Oh,
hits me
annoying
the weekend.
too.
Wait, you
can you not?
He's doing the same thing I was doing, by the way, just so you guys know, literally he's doing the same exact thing I was doing, but I was doing a bit. He's not doing a bit.
Wait, of course I don't do a bit, because I don't need to do bits.
I do.
I know you do, because you don't even know who you are. You're on so many layers of irony.
That's actually so true.
I'm on so many, like, you think I'm...
Oftentimes, like, I tell stream, and I'm 100% serious about this, I cannot tell when you're memeing or not off stream. Completely off stream.
Dude, no, you're just like...
in the car
No, you're just like...
I can't tell.
No, I'm sorry, you're just like low-key autistic. Like, he's
Whoa. Probably a little bit of truth.
Like we were gonna go to
Roommate
fucking,
fight.
I told him let's go to New York because there's a fucking party going on, and he kept trying to tell me yesterday that I was only gonna go to a party because I wanted to fuck, and I'm like, there's nobody I want to fuck.
If you want to do this live, I have some information that backs that shit up.
Wait, what information? I don't know anybody that lives in New York. Wait, don't say it. I don't know anybody that lives in New York.
No, we're not gonna do this live.
Wait, no, go ahead. I don't know anybody that lives in New York.
We'll do it off stream.
No, why? I don't know anybody
Oh my
that lives in New
god,
York.
Darius, if he doesn't do this on stream, he's cooked you.
Dude, why you're literally telling me my own mind? Who lives in New York? Just tell me.
I don't want to blow up your life.
You're not gonna blow my life.
I will.
I don't know anybody that lives in New York.
Yes, you do.
Who? Say their name.
Don't make me do.
Say their name.
No.
Who lives in New York?
No.
You gotta say it.
I'm not
Otherwise,
gonna
people are gonna
say
think
it.
the worst now. I'm thinking the worst.
You already done it. Who lives in New York that I'm going to fuck?
I think it's a child right now. That's what I think.
Whoa.
I think it's a child if you don't clear it up irrelevant.
Child, bro. Come on, who is it?
Oh my god.
Because it's gonna make it's gonna make it weird.
You're being so sus. Wait, who's
Okay, come here. I'll whisper it to you.
No, don't whisper it, because if you whisper it, then you don't reveal it. Now, Darius, now it's even worse.
I don't know.
Yeah, this sounds like it's a cover-up. In which case, you're both in trouble.
Let me go grab my phone. So I'll show you the.
Oh my god, you're gonna go look at
Oh no.
Oh my god. You know those irrelevant. Those pictures are illegal on your phone too. You know that, right? You can't just.
You know that I'm a mandatory reporter in my state, right?
Oh boy.
You've been living right next to me this whole time, and you've been snooping into my life before even asking me a
No,
check.
I'm not snooping into anything.
Oh, so the New York thing was real. He knew something that Darius didn't know he knew.
It's right under my nose, man.
Oh shit.
Wait, are you gonna deny that you? Like, wait, hold on.
I don't know.
Why are you going to New York?
I'm going to New York because there's a DGG themed party going on there. I think it's fun.
Who do you know that's there?
And TC Brady.
Yeah? Anybody else?
That's really TC Brady.
Anybody else?
Earthly.
Anybody else?
I can't think of anybody else.
Do I need to? Okay, Darius. Here's the thing, Darius. If I start asking around and I find out, can I reveal on stream, or are you gonna be honest?
Yes, do it. I'm telling you, there's nobody else.
Okay.
Wait, who else? I'm being so genuine right now.
I'm gonna put out a guess.
Complicated your life. You tried to put me out for saying that shit. I know how complicated your life is. I don't want to say it loud. I know how complicated your life is.
You have a Rubik's Cube in my head of what's going on. Like, I don't know. You have this, like, weird thing. What do you think is going on? I told you exactly what it is. TC Brady's gonna be there. Some motherfucker trucker.
Who else do we know from DGG?
Wait, is it Lav?
No, it's not Lav to my knowledge. No.
Dude, I wish Lav would let me go over there and fuck her, dude. Come on, like, are you fucking
Stop
trolling?
saying that.
Like, are you, dude? What are you talking about then?
I mean, it's not anybody. I don't think anybody here really.
Hey, take a moment.
Just say it then, nigga.
No,
From DGG
I'm genuinely worried about.
loves.
You're genuinely
Here,
worried.
I'm gonna mute, and then I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
say
mute? No, just say it. No.
You can't mute.
You're gonna say it with the mic on, because I can go and make you look goofy.
That's
Go
true.
ahead, say it.
You gotta just say it. You gotta come out and just say it. You gotta own this one.
It's like Kelly Jean or something, bro.
No,
But,
it's
like,
it's nobody like that.
No, you can't
Who is
you
it?
can't hold this back. You gotta
I'm trying
tell
to think
us.
of who could be. Who's? Is there any girls?
I mean, I can offer a name.
Okay, hold on.
Darius, let me offer a name and you can say yes or no.
Anybody here is gonna know.
Oh, it's probably Amaranth, and you know me and her clicking. you know me and her like mad fucking homies, and we want to
No
fuck.
shit.
She wants, she wants me.
No, I don't think it's anybody like.
Okay, well, who? Then say who it is. Tabor?
No, I don't.
I'm not gonna fuck Tabor. He's a wife.
I'd fuck Tabor.
No, he's Tabor's wife.
Oh wait, it's 100% Pokimane. I just actually
Yeah,
no fucking way.
No.
I get why you're scared now. But just say it. You don't have to mute. Just say it. I'm telling you, just say it.
You know what? Actually, I'm sorry. I'm changing my mind. I think our relevant was just shooting in the dark there. I think he was just making shit up, trying to make Darius look bad.
It's not gonna matter nearly as much.
Actually,
as
Destiny, I'm gonna counter that argument. I'm gonna say it was Brittany.
Good one.
Brittany Simon?
No.
I
think Irrelevant was talking shit, and now he realizes it, and now he doesn't want to say anything because he has nothing. He's trying to pretend that's some super mysterious thing. That's what's happening. 100%.
Here, I'm actually gonna.
You're manufacturing drama.
No, don't mute.
I'm gonna mute.
Is it Ice Spice?
Yeah.
It could be Ice Spice. She's from New York. Why are you gonna, dude? You're actually gonna mute. You could just say it.
I'd rather go down to some loser that made up fake drama than potentially fuck your life.
Dude, no, we fuck Darius' life all the time here. That's what we do.
Dude, is it one of the girls from Stranger Things or something? Is it like
I literally don't think anybody here is gonna know who.
Then it won't even matter. Then just say it.
It matters to your life.
In what way? I don't know anybody in New York.
Okay.
Well, you're actually gonna mute. Oh my god.
Irrelevant. No. You don't get to go this far.
It's too late,
And not
he
give a
muted.
name. Yeah.
Wow.
Getting pretty far this time, Steven. How's it going?
Oh no, I made it so far in this. This is a hard mission, okay?
Yeah, I know. I've been watching. You've been restarting before you can get your walls up. Wait, what do you have to do? Defend for a while?
Defend it. It's the final mission of the game. It's a lot of stuff going on. Okay.
So my top 3, I'm gonna put this out here, is 1, it's Pixie. Number 2, I'm gonna say it's Mel.
That's so. Who told you that?
Nobody told me.
No, who's messaging you this stuff? Because they're goofy.
Oh my god, it's real. Never mind.
I'm gonna fucking say this nigga thinks that a fucking Twitter Twitter user is like he thinks it's Courtney.
Wait, Courtney?
No, I don't. He thinks it's Courtney, bro.
No, I
like,
don't.
dude, I get it. Courtney's mad emo. She's banging. She got a dumpy. But let's be for real. It's not fucking Courtney, bro. I'm not fucking going out for that fucking person. I think she's.
Oh, wait. But it is somebody.
Like that? It is somebody. It's nobody. I'm just going over there because
I don't. Well, no. You just said that it's not her, but implying that it is somebody. So there is somebody you want to go see.
I would like to see TC Brady and whoever I said.
Holy stop, Cap.
No, seriously, I love TC Brady. He's
Where
funny.
does Sock Darling live?
I don't know, but I'd love to find out.
Not in New York.
Not in New York? Oh, of course you know.
Wait, why do you know?
yeah,
wait,
no,
hold on.
I watch a fucking Twitter account. What do you mean?
You don't need to fucking figure that out, bro. You're so goofy. Whoever messaging you, stop blog them. You're dumb. You're an idiot.
Damn, Darius got called the fuck out.
Crazy.
Is it Hunter Avalone's wife?
Well,
you're just irrelevant. You really thought it was fucking Courtney. That's what you were hiding?
No, it wasn't Courtney.
It was someone to Jason the Courtney. It's pretty much Courtney.
Oh wait, hold on. Does their name start with the letter I?
Yes.
Oh, be careful, Darius. Be careful, Darius.
Steven, thank you so much, Steven. Thank you so much, Steven.
No, dude.
No.
Darius.
Thank you so much.
Darius, it's time for Darius. It's time for a
Oh my
mission.
god! I will
Mission
show my
aborted.
I will show my DMs with that person. That person's dating Earthly. I don't fucking care. I'm not interested. I want to go see. I want to go see TC Brady. I'm being dead ass, dude. What the fuck? Why are you guys doing this fucking bit? I legit want to go see TC Brady, and also New York is nice.
Avarice in shambles.
Okay, it's all right, dude.
What do you mean it's all right? It's not fucking real, dude. I would dude,
Okay,
I'm doing a full screen share of.
No,
because you're doing this to me. No, because you started this, and now
dude,
you're so corny.
Bro.
You're so corny.
You
Serious link
saying
DMs.
because
Please link DMs.
shit. Dude. No, do not do it. Okay. You started this by saying I was autistic.
Yes, it is an autistic thing.
It is not an autistic thing.
Yes, it is.
It is not. You are really weird about going to New York, and you're like, oh, let's just do it just for content. And I'm like, bro, why are we trying to go to New York, pay thousands of dollars for content when we could just like go to Florida and then like do content with like half of the people that we know? And you're just like, no, we gotta go to New York. We gotta go to New York. And I'm just like, it's weird. It's weird how much you want to go to New York. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, if we went to New York, we could easily go to Florida just from New York. And even at that...
Bro, what? $9,000 going from state to state.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be spending it. We would eventually just ask and beg like little Indian children. But like, we don't need to sit there and like fucking like we don't need to sit here and like think of like, oh, what is Darius doing it for? I think it'd just be fun to go to New York City. It's like a cool content place. It's like, there's stuff going on. There's always popping. When I went over there was a ton of like,
yeah, it's just weird. Okay, let's go to Alabama.
What the fuck is in Alabama?
What the fuck is in New York?
Are you trolling? Dude, you're such a neat. It's so sad. There's so much in New York City itself.
Name one. One thing.
The people.
Yeah, you're right.
The
clubbing scene.
Those people that are gonna be at that party, you feel me?
If you want to actually know,
some of those people that's gonna be at that fucking party.
Okay, first off, Evil Fossil's there too. Maybe he'll like kill us and it'll be fun. But like, second off, like, there's a place called OSNYC. They literally have streaming. There's a place called OSNYC. They literally have streaming booths inside the club that you can go from.
Shut your
bitch ass up! Dude, you're actually so fucking cringe. Listen to me. Dude, there's OSNYC that has a streaming booth literally in the bar. I can go live and I can literally pull girls in from the bar and literally bring them into my booth and we can just try to rizz them up and go from there. People are drunk, it's crazy, it's a fun time. You just don't know anything and you didn't ask me, by the way.
Isn't that literally why we have IRL streaming setup? It's that way we can just IRL stream anywhere.
Yes, but it's just also, we're in New York, if it's going to be paid for, I'm like, why don't we just...
You see what I'm talking about? He's like making excuses to go to this one place for this one. He's making it up in his mind.
It's also a friend's birthday, so it's like, okay, yeah, it's like a birthday party as well. It's going to be fun. They're all like fucking a bunch of idiots.
Wait, whose birthday is it?
It's the I person's, but like...
Okay, never mind. I'm done talking about this, okay.
Wait, you're done talking about this?
Well, because now I'm worried that I'm like blowing other people's lives up.
Yeah, low key, that's what I'm saying. Like, this fucking idiot over here.
Because it's because you called me autistic for this, bro.
Because it is. I told you.
It's not autistic. Everyone in this stream knows I'm not autistic for being weird about how much you want to go to New York.
I just want to go there because I like New York City.
You're so fucking
lame. Wait till New York con and go then and try your raise that.
Pisco is literally in New York as well.
Homie, who is saying they want to see a DRL stream with Pisco, bro? Who is asking for that? I love the bro, but what are you
The Piscord is saying that. The Piscord is saying that. Their whole Discord is doing that.
Yeah, okay.
Discord.
Yes, they're all fucking saying it. Trust me, they're all fucking interested. Dude, just say you want to go meet me. I do. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I want to go meet TC Brady as well. It'd be funny. It'd be content. There's literally multiple people I know there, and we're only going there for like 2 days. Why are you such a hater?
Dude,
Why would you travel from Arizona to
I don't want to
New
take
York
like an 8-hour,
2 days.
10-hour flight for 2 days.
Dude, there's probably multiple. Dude, it's like a month in advance from now. We can literally just ask multiple girls, like, "Hey, is there anybody in New York?" Or
No, you're just gonna be down bad.
I'm right next to New York. Fuck you.
And Cherry's right there. Oh my god, look, dude. See, look, Cherry.
God.
And you know Cherry and her husband are low-key poly. Like, let's be for real here. Like, it's a whole thing. Like, and you're just like, you're just so, dude. You just don't think the way I am. If we can go to New York.
Bro, she just gave you a lifeline. Don't act like that's not what just happened.
No, it's
she
just
gave you a lifeline.
No, it's just New York has a lot of stuff there. So if we want to,
we've had this conversation like 9 times. Not once have you brought up Cherry.
Yeah, because I don't want to fucking see Cherry. But it'd be fun if we were over. If we were over there, and then Cherry was like
second rejection in 2 days that she's done.
Jesus. But like, I'm just saying, if we were over there and Cherry was in the area, I'd be like, okay, cool. And I'd announce it obviously a month before. But you think I'm trying to have like hot, passionate sex?
Yeah,
with,
I do.
With a Twitter user, bro.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, I do. Yes, I actually.
That is crazy. I would have showed you my DMs if you would have said that.
Wait, I told you. I said this yesterday.
You never told me I was trying to hook up with this of the night.
No, not maybe not that specific person. I don't know if it is that specific person, but it feels like you're trying to fuck. That's what it feels.
But
Jesus Christ.
In Florida? Are you fucking kidding me, Darius? What the actual fuck?
Okay, listen, Pixie. First off, I think it would just be. I just think
Me
it.
and Aaron are fucking content mine, okay? And you rather go to fucking New York to fuck a chick and mine content with us. And Destiny's down here too. And you say you want to
I'm about to bang my head on the fucking table, bro. Like, every time I try to rizz you up, Pixie, you freeze. I'm not gonna. I can't think of going over there. And every time I try to engage with you in any sort of way, you just freeze up. I just want looking for other things that are avenues I can go.
You gotta come here to rizz. You gotta come here to make content that isn't rizzing. Expand your fucking horizons. Jesus.
I just want to rizz women.
Pixie.
That's all I care about.
Oh, Pixie, you're in Puerto Rico, right?
That's what I mean.
I'm in Florida right now.
Oh, in Florida.
Why can't you rizz women? Never mind.
Why can't I rizz women? I can rizz women in New
No,
York.
yeah.
It's like, but like, here's the thing. I would even go from New York to Florida. It's like what? It's like the day trip. Like, it's not that far. Like, you can go. It's quicker. It's closer. New York is closer to Florida than Arizona is to Florida. So like, we can just go and take another flight. We'll do a little pit stop.
I think it's best if we stop talking. I think that'd do right by
There are so many opportunities for you, Darius, and you are just throwing everything away.
I'm not even trying to name names, okay? It's just, it's about the fact that you called me autistic, and I'm about 95% certain, right, that it's more than what you're telling me. That's all I'm saying.
Damn, you just don't get it then. Here's
Wait, chat, one, if I'm right, and it's like he weirdly wants to go to New York, or two, if he's wrong. Or if I'm wrong, and I'm autistic.
Here's the thing. I can have sex with, like, literally any female that shows interest. Okay? I know how to turn
I have never seen a more unanimous one spam in my entire life. I don't think I see a single...
Hey, Darius, to prove that correct, I want to see you go to Topeka, Kansas, and see if you can rizz up the women there.
I probably would. I'll go to fucking Missouri, bro. Like, look at this shit. By the way, here's a message. Here's a message to me, to TC Brady.
Stop.
Okay, I'm not
Don't leak
okay,
DMs. Stop.
Like, okay,
you need to get out of this habit. Nobody will ever trust you with private information if you keep doing that.
Okay, well, a message to TC Brady is me literally asking if he's going, so that because the only reason I'm gonna go is if he's going. That's it. So I literally, what do you want from me? Like, what do you want from me?
I didn't want to do this live.
You didn't want to do this live, my butt cheeks, bro.
Dude, you squeezed this out of me.
Wait. Can I say something real quick?
Yes, of course.
As much as I love the Darius Irrelevant hour, I'm gonna go do something else. And I love both of you, and good luck with your streaming stuff. I pray for you every day, Irrelevant. I'm just kidding.
Thank you,
but we're good. Love you, Steven. See you, esports.
Yeah, I'm gonna step out the same. I love shit stirring and just memeing on Darius for, in good faith and just for the fun. I wish you all the best, Darius. But Irrelevant, you have quite the responsibility before you, and good luck, buddy. If you need anybody to lean on, I'm here. But otherwise, Darius, God bless you.
This is like Uncle Ben talking to fucking Spider-Man or whatever. Wait, I got a call. Yo, what's up? Hello?
This is
good job. You beat the autism allegations. Are you proud?
Yeah, it might have cost me a friendship.
Well, at least you're not autistic.
At least I'm not autistic. Yeah. All right, Steven, you need to help me with my Riz though. Darius isn't doing anything for me.
Step one, get like 10x your viewers, and then you're good to go. That's all.
Oh yeah, is that
that's
all
the
your
key.
Riz?
Yep. Then you go around showing your social blade, or get diamond in league, show your OpGG, and there you go. Boom.
Easy. Why aren't you cammed up, dummy? I don't know if our cam is set up or anything, but yeah, he hasn't set his shit up.
Damn.
Oh my God! How do you travel so much, Steven? How do you do this? How do you do that?
It's pretty annoying, but
It's so fucking cringe. I don't want to have to travel. This shit is so lame.
Dude, are you for real not gonna tell me how to set this shit up?
No, I can set it up for you.
You don't know how.
I do.
You're not smarter than.
I don't have to be smarter.
Dude, you
than
want to be Steven so bad. It's so great, man. You're trying to be just like him, dude. With this whole like wrist thing, so you can fuck girls, your political shit. You're not gonna take him over, bro.
Yeah, that's. Are you still hurting? Is that what's happening? Are you still hurt?
Hurting from what?
Okay, now you have amnesia.
What hurting from what?
All right,
okay.
all right.
Was I gonna bring up more drama,
Yeah,
dude?
all right.
Dude, you just can't stop.
Oh my
What am I hurting from?
No, I love you, brother.
What am I hurting from? What do you mean I love you? What do you mean? What did I fucking do?
You didn't do anything.
I had sex with this girl that was like incredibly dry and it like actually like ripped
Stop
my
talking.
It was like it ripped my penis. I was like it was actually the most painful, worst sex I've ever had in my life. I don't know if you're talking about. Are you talking about that?
Do you have like short-term memory problems?
No, it's just another day, bro. It's like a new. It's like you ever seen Family Guy?
No, I've never seen that show.
Okay, well, like what happens is next episode they just kind of like forget everything that happened the next day and they're like ready to start on a new bit. So I'm like I got Family Guy brain.
All right, thanks, man. I need your URL for this.
You mean my Twitch URL?
Yeah.
Like it's Darius IRL.
No. It's a whole thing.
Ashford Glide. So, Steven, have you bought a fleshlight yet?
No, not yet. Am I missing out?
Yeah, you are. Do you watch JOI videos?
JRI?
JOI. Jerk off instructionals?
Oh, no. Why am I missing out?
You all low key like
low key, yeah.
Low key watch a JOI and then also because I know you like to get your shit custom made from ladies. Just like start asking girls to like instruct you to jerk off. Shit's like 10 times better than just like regular. Tell them like, oh, like you're doing a good job, Stephen Kenneth. Like you're doing, I love the way you stroke it or whatever, or whatever moan noise you make or whatever. Like just like it's actually low key. It's so fucking good. You can just make them request like, how long do you usually jerk off for?
You know, it really just depends on my mood.
Okay, let's just have a default time of like 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
So like for 10 to 15 minutes, just say, hey, I want you to just kind of instruct me to jerk off, and then finally when you release, I swear to God, you're not gonna want to come again for like the next 24 hours.
See, like, hold on, this is what I'm talking about, where I'm like, I can't tell what is a meme and what isn't. Why is Schraderade your background for your phone?
Because it gives me inspiration.
Like, this is your personal private phone that you use on a day-to-day basis, and you have the do-it-for-her background. I can't tell. I feel like I'm in a Black Mirror episode.
Gets me hyped up, bro.
That's crazy.
Because I go to the gym and I take that shit. I gotta get hyped.
That's so crazy, bro. Like, I actually can't tell. So.
Are you mad because you don't have anybody like that in your life?
Yeah, I am.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
You need to find a girl like that, bro.
Oh, yeah, I do.
One that can talk to you about how we're gonna get married in TwitchCon. But I think I've already agreed to proposing. I think what I should do is just like for TwitchCon, just like propose to like multiple girls, but seriously, and to see like they can't. And
hey, we should propose to women and then see which one says yes first.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
yeah.
Like if we propose to Amaranth at our fan meetup, like she has to say yes. It's like in front of like a bunch of 100+ people. Like if she says
peer pressure women into
if she says
marrying
no, that
us.
would be so weird.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to kill the vibe, so they'll marry.
Based.
So are you gonna say?
I can try.
What happened to food, Mel?
Wait, I'm about to. I'm sorry, I'm stuck.
Baby Mel.
Do you order food every day?
Yeah, I'm rich. That's what we do with our money. That's how I live an extravagant lifestyle. Is I Uber Eats all the time.
Yeah, you seen that last time Steven cooked on stream, bro? I see why you fucking order, bro.
Wait, did you cook on stream?
Yeah, bro. Chicken's chicken, bro.
It was a long time ago, Irrelevant, okay? There's a new stove.
Dude, get a crock pot. That shit's OP. What I do is I throw 3 chicken breasts in the crock pot overnight. In the morning, that shit's fucking shredded the fuck. And
yeah, if you actually remember to turn it on.
Yeah, I forgot. I've left it in the fucking crock pot overnight like multiple times. But like,
yeah, and it fucking smells the whole place up.
Yeah, but when you actually do it for real, it's good. Trust.
For real, for real?
Yeah, for real.
On a stack.
On my mama. So when does that Quiznos guy get in here? Is he like tired out from yesterday, so he's not gonna come on today, or what?
Wait, what is a Quiznos guy? You're inviting guys over now?
The guy with the mask?
Oh. Corantos.
Is that his name?
Yeah, Corantos.
Corantos.
He's like a better version of you.
No, he's not, bro. Stop fucking pretending, bro. He's
no,
like,
he actually is.
Dude, he's like the masked singer, man. I don't give a fuck about anything.
You remember when Dan said I need to step over you like a turtle? I think he's the next rung on the ladder.
No, he's not, dude. He
is.
literally hides his identity. He's like scared to fucking show his face. I told you,
Dude, he's fucking hilarious though.
He's hilarious because he just says like, I might be gay, possibly, for like 6 hours, dude. I don't care. Like it's not fucking content to me. I don't know. I think he's like content in like a 30-minute to an hour interval, but like that's about it. You know what I mean? I think the same thing goes for me sometimes. I'm good in like small amounts. That's why me and you work well, because like you can be like straight and I can be like
gay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Quiznos needs like, well, I guess he has Destiny, huh? You're kind of like his irrelevant, Steven.
Yeah, am I?
that's crazy. Copying my content already. When are you guys gonna be
Oh my god, that'll be how you guys fall apart. It'll be fighting over who the main character is.
That's actually what low-key I've been thinking about. I've been thinking like, okay, like who's gonna be like, because like Irrelevant's like trying to figure out right now if he should start getting Riz because he doesn't like talking to girls or whatever. But, like so like he's trying to figure out if he does get Riz, then what's the point of me? You know what I mean? Like why do I need to be here if he has Riz?
Yep, true.
Yeah, and if he starts,
I don't need you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like you're gonna like spread your wings and fly, and I'm gonna be behind. It's like with my cats and with sushi. I'm probably have to get back together.
And with your fleshlight.
And and my fleshlight maybe. See. On the fleshlight, they literally have a mode, by the way, where like you can unscrew the back and it makes the pussy tighter or looser. Just so you know.
Are you trying to sell?
Depending on what you're in.
Are you gonna pitch the Hitachi wand to Steven as well?
I'm getting spam messages. Oh god, dude, I can't believe you fucking did.
I didn't do shit.
You did do that. You did do that because now I'm getting spam.
Do shit.
Dude, now everyone's sending me messages about it.
No,
They're like, oh, dude,
I didn't do
weird.
shit.
It's 'cause, first off, you and Steven both are instigators, bro.
I am not an instigator. Steven is absolutely. He was stoking the flames.
I wasn't. I just wanted. You were the one. Irrelevant. You were the one who was like, oh, like you're gonna not talk about that person from New York. Irrelevant. This is all on you, buddy.
No, don't fucking put that shit on me.
It's all on you. Wait, one's in chat. If Irrelevant was the one, like, I know why you really
No,
want to go
this
to
is
New
your
York.
audience. That's not fair. Don't weaponize it against me.
I know why you really. Okay, book smarts. Okay, calm down there, buddy.
Yeah, I'm about to enter my fucking shit into the Mr. Girl manifesto. Don't do this. You're dogpiling. I'm getting dogpiled.
Yeah,
Somebody
you
help
are.
now. Twos, please.
That's because you're trying to dog my boy Darius. Okay.
Yeah, that was really okay. Fucked
Stop
up.
playing sides.
No, it's not playing sides. You could have. Dude,
I'm on the side of righteousness and
asked me
truth.
yesterday, the day before, or whatever. But you've collected.
No, I asked.
How long have you had this thought?
Yeah, Irrelevant. You've literally been
talked
sitting.
about it
You've
for like
been
30
sitting on this, waiting to blow him up on stream over it. You
Yeah,
were waiting.
This is crazy, bro. What's the next thing you're gonna do? What's the next thing you're gonna do?
I hate you both.
You're gonna start.
I hate both of you.
Okay, so there's a bug in my computer where every time I type TW, it automatically brings me to a specific girl streamer's page, and I know at some point he's just gonna like screenshot it and he's gonna be like, oh well, actually you are obsessed with this girl because you keep going her page, but it's like I'm not actually going to her page. It's just every time I go
if
to.
I thought about that, you would be obsessed with like a million people. Every time I sit on your computer, it's like a new series of photos from different women.
Bro, Darius, what do you do?
That's because they're sending me images.
No, it's literally you're going through like Twitter and then clicking on like e-girls pictures.
Okay, that's because my algorithm's fucked.
And so you have to like blow up every single picture and have it in its own private like tab?
Because I'm trying to think if I should say something funny to it or not. Like I'm trying to think if I should respond to it, like I should reply and say like, oh okay, like you're beautiful or something. Like I'm trying to think, like I'm trying to cook something up.
All I'm saying, bro, is don't call me autistic. That's all I'm saying, unless you want to get cooked about why I'm being autistic about something.
Ooh.
You're being autistic on this.
Homie, there's no way you didn't think that like, okay.
I didn't think, because me and her have a pre-existing relationship.
I'm not even talking about that person specifically.
What person?
We had the conversation yesterday. I was just like, bro, it is really weird how gung-ho you are to go to New York. And then you're just like, I want to go to make content. And I'm like, we can make content anywhere in the United States.
And I told you, New York City is literally a fucking good place. It's like a lot of schizo people.
It's really weird how set you are on that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god. Oh my
That's all I was saying.
Ice Spice lives there too. We might run into her.
Does Ice Spice actually live there?
Yes. Ice Spice is from Brooklyn. There's a lot of people we know in there too. Evil Fossil lives there. Maybe he'll like I said, maybe it'll be like a whole thing. Maybe he'll try to like attack us. And it'll be like a whole thing, and we can like fucking fight him and then show off my fucking skills.
All right, I love you, brother.
All right, you're not gonna. Do you get the thing set up with the phone?
Huh?
Do you get the thing set up with the phone?
I forgot how to, so for your, I know for your Twitch URL, you have to go to a specific place to find the URL for the, because the stream key isn't your URL, so you have to look up.
You're talking about the RTMP server?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be listed somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I gotta figure that out.
Oh fuck. Steven, where's John Zerka been?
He's fucking ruining his fucking life.
Really?
Seems like it. I don't see him making any fucking content, and he's in fucking LA, and he moved all of his shit, and it seems like he's not doing anything. So.
Yeah, I saw that he was supposed to be on Fresh and Fit, but I have not seen him on it yet. I saw like a bunch of tweets about it. I also saw that I saw he was supposed to be on a lot of shows from his tweets, but I've not seen him on anything besides John Zerka's. Sorry, not John Zerka. Heel Mike's like OnlyFans parties.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if he's profiting off of at all.
Probably.
But he said he got a steak sponsorship as well.
No, it's always like he's thinking of getting he's always talking about sponsorships he could get, but I don't know if he's actually signing deals.
Keep this in mind. I'll keep this in mind.
Why, are you trying to meet up with John Zerka?
I mean, I want to kick his ass for sure.
But there's no way you can do that.
I could beat the shit out of him. So?
I don't.
He used to be a bouncer, but like I'm.
Oh my goodness.
You.
Things
What?
are so cute. We just got some
We
cute.
just got like airdrops about it. You know, like it. Okay, so are we supposed to?
Why is our cam not?
Our cam's not on because it doesn't matter because we're not doing content right now. We're just trying to get the shit working.
It's not about content. It's just like that shit is cute. I want to show people.
I don't even have it on my fucking screen, so.
Yeah, he doesn't have another stream anyway.
No, I don't want stream cam. So how you been, Stevie boy? I heard you talking about Brittany Simon situation. I didn't catch anything up with it before we got in here. What's up with that?
Nothing. We're done. We're past it.
Okay.
Okay, is it low key? Is it do you eat Starburst with the wrapper? Like not like a retard's way. Like it was like when I was like in 6th or 7th grade. This one kid, he played Paper Mario. He ate Starburst with the wrapper, and he told me it saves the flavor. And I've been doing it.
Wait, I
ever
don't think I
since.
want anything at this point.
What?
Well, if we're gonna go out to eat in like 2 hours.
Are we?
Do you want to?
Yeah, I want to go out and eat.
I have to be back here by 10 o'clock. Is that okay?
Oh, big screen.
That's in 3 hours.
Yep. But if we go out to eat at like 9, we have to be back here at 10. Is that gonna be okay?
Why do you need to be here?
Because the gym closes at 11.
Huh?
Because the gym closes at 11.
Oh, so we go out and eat at 9, 2 hours?
Yep.
Are you hungry?
I am, but now it's too close, so
Do you want to get a snack or something?
if you can give me something small, or like half a bowl of that stuff, that'd be good. Or we can split one.
Well, we can split one.
Yeah. Sound okay?
Split it?
Yep.
Unmuted. What's up? And
What?
leave.
Yeah.
Where's my mouth?
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
Melvin.
There we go. Bye. Love you, brother.
Love you too, buddy. Bye.
No, 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 no.
No. Wait, did everybody leave? Wow. Hello?
Hey, yo.
Who joined? Who's this? Hello?
Tom.
Oh, what up?
What's up, homie?
Not much.
Can I get a cam from you?
What, do you need one?
Do I need one? No, I don't need one. I would like one.
Oh, are you farming me? Here you go.
Okay. I don't know. Did you see any of my interview with Mr. Girl?
I did not, but I haven't watched a lot of them.
Okay. So like the main thing was reading his article, I felt like I didn't understand where he was coming from. Like I couldn't even see what pattern it was that he was trying to provide. He says it's abusive, but I didn't like see the abuse without there being some sort of definition that he was using for abuse. So I asked him what he meant by abuse. Let's see. His definition was when you have power over somebody and you cause harm, or you cause them unnecessary or undue harm with that power. I feel like it's kind of hard to give a definition for abuse, but do you have one?
Yeah, what do you
that
think
would
of when you think of
generally
abuse? Give me some. Let's spitball for a little bit. I have an idea of mine. Let's see if you.
I think normally I think of some sort of action that's going to cause somebody like long-term damage.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I think
So what do
that
you
in
think?
these circumstances, when we think about what abuse is, I usually think about abuse as in somebody has like limited power to escape the situation when we're talking about it in this manner. So like if I go to a bar and I get into a fight and somebody like breaks my arm, I don't know if I would call that like he abused me. Doesn't seem to be the case. I usually think of abuse as like somebody has a compromised ability to leave a situation. So like child abuse and spousal abuse, usually there's a severely inhibited ability for the person to escape the violent outcomes, right? That's what I consider abuse, or that's why I would consider that abuse. Yeah.
Do you think his definition's too broad to where it would be like too easy to paint what you're doing as abuse then?
I think it's too broad. I don't even think most people think that's abuse. I think intuitively, I think what I just said is what most people think as of abuse. I think intuitively, my thing is what even if people don't know it, I think that's what they generally feel. Abuse usually involves some compromised ability to get out of the situation. Where somebody has power over somebody, it's not just enough to have power over it. It has to be like meaningfully powerful in a given thing, and it's got to be able to be exerted in a way to prevent a person from retaliation or escaping, I think.
Okay, so I would assume you hear about his article, you don't think that there's a pattern of abuse there, but do you think there are instances that you would call abusive?
I don't know if there are instances I would call abusive. I'm definitely mean. There's a pattern of me being an asshole. There's also probably a pattern of me being retaliatory. But abuse, I'm not sure. I don't think so. No.
Okay, so you know why he would though in these situations. Like I've heard you say numerous times, if an employer propositions an employee, that employee does not know whether or not they can say no, right? So he would obviously say that somebody who is a smaller content creator, if you proposition them, they wouldn't know whether or not they can say no because they wouldn't know whether or not you would still want them on your stream afterwards, right?
Yeah, potentially. So I think the really interesting parts are like, are there people's whose like entire careers are like make or break on like my stream appearances and stuff? And then is there any explicit overtures that I've made referencing that or them referencing that? I think those would be like pretty far and away like important things to establish.
So you think that they would have to say it out loud, or one of you would have to say it out loud in order for people to believe that that's the case?
Probably not, but saying it out loud would definitely go far to proving that both sides like understood kind of like the transaction that was going on, but it's probably not necessary.
Okay. So I guess with somebody like Booksmarts, would you think that it's fair for people to say that his career probably at one point depended on his appearances on your stream?
I think people can profit a lot from being on my stream. Did his career depend on it? Maybe. Did it depend on my friendship? Like, so here's like a weird way to address that. Like, I think there are a lot of people whose careers can depend on me at some point in time, but sometimes that can be in a way that I don't even necessarily consent to. So like, for instance, I think Demon Mama's career at some points, or Keffel's career at some points kind of depended on me, but it's not like I was like consenting to them like farming me or anything, right? So like, Booksmart's it was probably a pretty big thing for him to cover a lot of my stuff. But he didn't even necessarily need to be friends with me to do it, right? I don't know if like him being featured on my stream was like the make or break for it.
So what about Mr. Girl? Because his content was very different before he started interacting with you. And then he starts interacting with you, and his type of content changes dramatically, where he goes from very like artsy fartsy type of content to streaming and talking to chatters and debating people. So do you think that in the moment he would have felt like his career depended on you? And
I don't know. I mean, like, again, in a way he can benefit but I feel like he did most of his stuff like independent. I could be wrong. I might be like mentally rewriting history, but like as much as Mr. Girl was like a big part of my stream, I don't know if he was on my stream all that much. So like this might be crazy, but in my head, I feel like he was on my stream like less than 10 or 15 times. Do you know if that's right, or am I completely misremembering that?
I think that there were a lot of times where he would just jump in and start having conversations.
I think
with
it happened
you.
a lot towards like the Lav stuff, but I don't. I feel like aside from there was the Lav stuff and the Fuentes stuff, but aside from that, I don't know if he actually hopped on my stream more than like 10 times. But I could be misremembering. I feel like Lav might have been on my stream more than Mr. Girl. I think, but again, I could be wrong.
Maybe I think somewhere in his article he mentions how many times he went on stream, but I didn't get that ahead of time. So, okay, so then when he would look at somebody like Lav as well, them being somewhat dependent on you, or
yeah, like
would
Lav
you say
was completely not dependent on me. That doesn't make sense at all, right?
Yeah, would you say that it's different if an employee propositions their boss?
It probably is, yeah. Would it still be ethical or unethical? Oh, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that.
I mean, I think I would probably expect the boss. Okay, so this is an argument that I've had with a bunch of people around the internet that are upset with Mr. Girl. I feel like they're misframing what it is that he's saying. So here, let me think about this. You do agree that the boss in that scenario would be doing something wrong if they proposition their employees?
Yes.
Okay. It seems like a lot of people that I argue with, they don't think that power dynamics ever matter whatsoever. That like it doesn't come into play, not just in this scenario, but even in general. It wouldn't matter.
Power dynamics don't really say much, right? Like there's power dynamics present in every relationship, and sometimes like power dynamics are fine. Like I probably make more money than most girls I talk to. I'm shredded now, so I'm probably stronger than a lot of girls that I talk to. Like these are situations where there's a significant power dynamic difference between the two of us, but it's fine. I think it's not so much that quote unquote just like saying power dynamics. It's does this person have an ability to like destroy you? And it makes your ability to consent or not consent like questionable because they can destroy you. Like that's the worry with the teacher propositioning the student, because if the teacher propositions the student doesn't know if they say no, are they going to be retaliated against in a way that is like going to destroy their life. Same thing with like an employee and employer, right?
Right. So if the employee propositions the boss, would you say that the boss has more responsibility in that scenario to make sure that they've had some conversations, they've laid out some ground rules, they've put some boundaries on the relationship, and that probably both of them have had a conversation about the power dynamics that do exist in that relationship?
Man, I feel like I could be argued out of this at a later date, but I feel like if the employee propositions the boss, I think it's probably fine, because at that point it's on the boss to say yes or no. The employee is like preemptively consenting to the boss by being the one that propositions. So I think if the employee makes the proposition, it's probably okay. That's where I feel, but I'm like lukewarm on that. I could be debated out of that, but that's where I'm at on that.
So I think I agree with you as far as the proposition in and of itself goes. But what happens afterwards is that the employee may not know that if they get fired for something, that they're going to start to wonder if it was because of that relationship or not. And I think that when I ask about responsibility, I'm asking like, do you think that it's the boss's responsibility to make sure that that employee understands that?
I think it's going to depend on ages to some extent, but I'd say, yeah, the boss probably has some kind of like elevated responsibility to make sure the employee knows that like things could get weird if they break up.
So is there, this might be too personal, but is there, did you think you had more responsibility in a relationship with Melina to have a conversation about that sort of stuff, especially when she starts streaming afterwards?
No, not really, because we lived in like totally separate worlds. She wasn't like a streamer. She didn't rely on me for anything. Like she could have broken up at any point and gone back to Sweden and said, fuck you. I don't really think I had much like power over her in that regard.
You don't think just the age in and of itself would?
I mean a little bit, but I mean like she's an adult. Like
she is an adult, but I had a similar relationship around the same time where I was dating somebody about 9-10 years younger than me, and we had to have like numerous conversations about it just so that I wanted to make sure that she understood, because I felt like if she didn't understand, this gave me it gave me a lot more of an ability to be abusive if I wanted to be. And so
sure, but I mean, like when I say
wanted to
she
make sure-
understands, like that's like the most condescending conversation in the world for me to have. Like, Melina, let's sit down and talk about what happens. Like, if I break up with you, like I could abuse the fuck out of you. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say there.
I mean, yeah,
like,
it's
but, like,
condescending.
especially like for me, like there's a whole bunch of issues relating to dating me that are so above and beyond the age thing that I don't know if the age thing is not going to be like a big conversation we need to have. It's probably going to be more related to like my public stream shit and how insane I am individually, more so than like, yeah, like the age thing.
I think generally somebody who's going to be a lot older has a lot more experience and a lot more wisdom.
Yeah, they do.
They're.
Yeah.
That,
I mean,
like,
if you want
that's-
to have the conversation, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just not. I don't know if it's like, is it their responsibility for an older person to talk to a younger person and say, hey, if you date me and we break up, like I'm older than you. I don't even know what does that conversation need to even look like.
I think just putting it out there that those dynamics exist and letting them be aware of it. I would say that it was on me to have that relationship have that conversation with my girlfriend about that relationships to make sure that she understood ahead of time. Because I think no matter what, people are going to look at me as though I'm likely doing something wrong.
Understood what? Like, are you saying that like, hey, like just so you know, I'm older than you? Like, well, I'm curious. Like, what does that conversation look like?
So I would say especially like somebody who's like 19, 20, they probably haven't had much of an ability to start a career or like decide what they want to do with their life or have their own experiences yet. And if somebody 10 years older immediately is like getting into a relationship with them, maybe getting them pregnant or moving them to another part of the country or separating them from their family or any of these other things, I would say that these are like traps that older people
I understand,
could use.
but like, I mean, like, what is the? I'm trying to ask, like, what are you talking about?
That is what I'm talking about. Is that like you would have those conversations to say that if these scenarios ever came up, like you might be at a huge disadvantage here. Like you have a lot more to lose than I do.
Okay. I don't know what that conversation. When I say look like, I mean like, what are the actual words? Like, hey, like. My new girlfriend, I want you to know that if we break up, you're more likely to get fucked over than I am?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that you're sacrificing a lot more than I am, most likely.
Okay. I mean, I've kind of had those conversations with Melina. I think when it was for Melina early on, the most important conversation I had was that like if she ever felt like things were fucked, she could always leave and go home. Like I'd fly her back if she needed to, so she wasn't like trapped in the United States. But like other than that, like I don't know what other kind of conversation I could have.
And okay, so what about because I don't know much about where like you and Anna when you guys first started, do you think that there were like any power dynamics at play there that people would expect you to have a conversation about?
No, not at all. I don't think so. She wasn't even like a full-time streamer. She was like a psychology student. She was, I think, 28 or 29 when we first started talking, and she said that her last relationship was an open relationship, so I figured she was like pretty well versed in everything.
Okay. Something that a couple of people brought up to me, they said that that you were upset about Lav leaking DMs or giving Mr. Girl DMs. I thought I heard you say that like if anybody had anything that
hold on, wait.
show him.
Those two things were way different. 1 second.
Yeah, giving Mr. Girl DMs. Sorry.
Yeah. Leaking DMs, especially for the purposes of just like sexual humiliation or whatever, is always fucking cringe. But in terms of like investigating, they can do whatever they want. I don't give a fuck. I would expect like Lab probably. I already know she talks shit to everybody she fucking talks to, so she's probably leaked DMs to a ton of people, which I think is kind of shitty. But no, if people want to share DMs for like investigatory purposes or whatever, that's fine. But the two things that I only worry about is when other people's shit starts to get brought up, which is damaging their lives, or when people just leaking stuff just like make me look bad. Like, oh, like here's like a sexting conversation, or here's like some shit just to like fuck with this guy. It's like, okay.
But you were like, because I remember you saying like, yeah, if anybody has anything that they want to share with him, that like DMs or whatever, like go ahead and give it to him because I'm pretty sure it's going to show that I did nothing wrong, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were not upset with her for giving him DMs?
No, I kind of figured they would.
Okay.
That's his daughter. They have no secrets.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so one of the things Mr. Girl brought up when I was talking to him is Anna's docs and you directing people to Kiwi Farms. Did you know that her docs was on Kiwi Farms when you told people to go to Kiwi Farms?
I don't know if I knew if it was there or not. I might have. What I knew was that Kiwi Farms thread was posted on her, and because there are so many people in my fucking stream that are obsessed with her, that it was going to be like, whenever new shit like that gets released, everybody kind of like slowly talks about it over and over and over again. So I made one announcement on stream because we were on a media blackout for Anna, and I said, listen, this thing got posted. If you want to go talk about it, go there. Don't fucking bring it up in my chat all day. I'm going to ban people that bring it up. Oh, somebody in chat said it wasn't there yet. I don't know if that's true or not, though. But
I've
I don't
heard
know.
Conflicting things. Okay. Yeah, some people said that it got there the same day.
Some people are saying somebody said the docs was posted way after. Docs was later. It wasn't there when you typed that in here. Someone established that. Oh, okay. So that may or may not be true. But regardless, I knew that because it was posted that people would start talking about it a fuck ton. And I was on a media blackout for Anna, and I didn't want like information trickling in from chat about her. So I made the announcement. Listen, yes, this has been posted. If you want to talk about it, go there. Like, don't bring it up in chat all day.
Do you think if you knew that the docs was there and you sent people there anyways, because I would assume you would think, well, it's Kiwi Farms, there's likely to be doxes there. Do you think that would be a messed up thing to do or a wrong thing to do?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. I mean, if it's already posted and it's already public and people are already talking about it, I don't know if like me mentioning it one time on stream is a big deal or not.
That's true, but Kiwi Farms is kind of like a secluded area of the internet that I don't ever see people like directing people to go to Kiwi Farms. So it seems like most of us understand that place kind of does some messed up stuff, and so we don't really like engage with it very often because there's going to be personal information that people don't want out there on that website. And so yeah, if you're directing people to that, it almost even seems counterintuitive. Like, why stop people from doing it on your platform if you're still going to encourage them to do it? Like, isn't the point in...
Well, I'm not encouraging anyone to do it. I just had to make an announcement, because if I didn't, people would be like asking about it for the next like 2 weeks, because that's how it goes. If you don't make an announcement of something, everybody's just going to make weird assumptions and people are going to keep typing about it in chat. So at some point you've got to just like publicly address it.
But you publicly addressed it and sent them to Kiwi Farms to go talk about it.
Well, I said, if you want to talk about it, go talk about it there. Don't talk about it on my chat. It wasn't like, hey, everybody quick, like go visit there and post about Anna. Like, that wasn't the tone. It was just like, I know this has been posted. Yes, I'm aware of it. Like, get the fuck out. Somebody can bring up my logs if somebody wants to type my logs. But it wasn't like, oh, tee-hee-hee, let's all go to fucking Kiwi Farms and talk about Anna. Like, I know that people don't know the context of the time. I don't know if you know the context of the time, because Mr. Girl doesn't include any of this. I love Anna. We're cool. Everything's chill, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me get that out of the way. However, at the time, Anna was doing daily streams on me, where every single day she was going live to like talk about me, and there was like nothing I could do to have her not do that. So because she was still doing it, and parts of Twitter and parts of everything else were like still mentioning it, like I figure it's worth it for me to like bring it up on stream. Like, hey, this is a thing. I know it's posted. If you want to go talk there, go for it. But that was my thing. If people consider that doxing or whatever, then fine, fuck it. I don't care. I do it again. But I feel like I had to make the announcement on stream.
I'm saying that you dox her, obviously. But
sure, well, but I mean, some people are saying it's like the moral equivalent. But if people want to think that, that's fine. I don't care. People think that's okay. I don't care. Like, I have to make some kind of announcement on our stream because people are going to be fucking asking about it and talking about it and typing about it in chat and shit. So I feel like I have to say something.
Well, wasn't the point in the media blackout so that people didn't talk about it as much and it died down?
Yeah, but people still were, because she was still streaming on me almost daily.
So then if you thought people were going to go, like, so... Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. So you're saying people are going to talk about it anyways. You just don't want them to do it in your chat because they're going to get banned for it. So they should go there and do it. But at that point, why even have the media blackout if it's going to be the same either way?
Well, it's not the same. There was all threads, all posts, all chat discussion, and everything was banned. But this was like a super like unique, like a thread had been posted on Kiwi Farms. So I knew that people were going to be typing in chat, like asking about it.
Okay, so you're saying people were going to post about the Kiwi Farms thread one way or the other, and so one way or the other, they were all going to be directed there. So you went ahead and just said, don't talk about this. Here it is.
Yeah, basically.
Now you can go.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were saying that you didn't want them talking about what Anna was doing, not the Kiwi Farms thread.
Well, I didn't want them talking about either. I didn't want either of that, any of that going on in my chat, because it was like feeding into it hardcore.
Okay. Because, yeah, Mr. Girl calls this mobilizing your audience against women. to go and attack them. And I think that
If I wanted to do that, I would have just like explicitly linked it over and over again. Like I could have like done a ton of shit if I wanted to. Like if I really wanted to mobilize, I could just
Well, not if you want plausible deniability. From his eyes, that would be the way to do it.
Doxing isn't illegal. Why the fuck would I care about plausible deniability for doxing? I literally just doxed that girl, fucking the one that threatened to throw egg on me like a fucking week or two ago. Like I don't give a fuck about like doxing. I don't care that much about it. Dude, fucking half of fucking Islam doxed me the other day and said they were gonna come kill me. Like I don't care that much about it. I guess at the end of the day, my question is like, what do you think that like I was trying to like maliciously direct people there? Because I feel like there's so many better ways I could have done it. I might actually have DMs. Fuck, I should go check my email on my computer server. The person that actually made that thread, I think, reached out to me to ask if I had like any information to contribute, and I think I said like I don't want anything to do with this, but I'd have to go back and check. But yeah,
I'm not saying that you maliciously did it, but I think that even for people who sympathize with you and your side and think that Mr. Girl is crazy, I think that a lot of them look at this as one of those things where whether or not you were doing it on purpose, this was just a dumb move to where you were likely going to heighten the amount of harassment that was directed towards Anna.
I mean,
and you used your platform to do it.
Maybe, I guess. But like I said, like she was doing streams on me every single day. So at that point, like there was no part of my mind that was concerned about like using my platform to minimize harassment against her. Like my life was pretty insane at that point in relation to the streams that she was doing. Like she got partnered, like doing daily streams on me. Like it was wild. We're cool now. Everything's fine now. Blah blah blah.
But let's see. I forget where this came from, but I guess I typed this out. You say that you say you enjoy relationships that you have on the side, meaning like besides with Melina, and it sounds like you really care about them. It almost sounds like you enjoy the honeymoon phase of the relationship. Is that the way that you would describe it?
Not necessarily. I mean, it would be nice. I think that having like longer term friendships / relationships are like more fun than just kind of like the shorter term things, for a variety of reasons. But I mean, like my life is like incredibly volatile, so stuff can fall apart like very dramatically and very quickly sometimes, which I guess can give the illusion to honeymoon phase stuff. But like some of my best like friend like side things have been like long term stuff, but a lot of it like isn't super public because it doesn't involve like streamer people or it's like kind of under wraps. So.
Okay, I guess yeah. The reason I asked that is because it does seem like there's a lot of shorter term relationships, but they're not like short term like 1 week. You know, they're like what most people would consider to be within the honeymoon phase. And so when Mr. Girl accuses you of like being with girls for a while and then dropping them and then sending everybody to go attack them, I guess it would make sense if that was like the part of the relationship that you enjoyed was like getting to know them and understand them and having those like, you know, you don't know how they feel, they don't know exactly how you feel, like kind of.
Yeah, but the whole narrative behind like going to attack people, it just, I don't understand. I know that like maybe Mr. Girl doesn't have many like friendships or whatever, but like that kind of stuff looks really bad. Like when I talk to like new girls and shit or new people, like I have to give a lot of backstory for why like I blew up at certain people, because that kind of stuff like turns people away like pretty hardcore. Like it's not like a good dating strategy or like hookup strategy when you've got like mountains of crazy stories about you on the internet like blowing the fuck up out of people. Like despite how many people I talk to or trade news with or whatever, like people always ask questions like, oh, like how do I know you're not gonna like do this to me or like leak shit on me or whatever. It's like I would never do this like unprovoked. Like these are all like crazy dramas and I'm gonna like explain everything. Like it's not a very like EV plus strategy to like hooking up with people.
I guess yeah, that's true, but I think lots of people would look at somebody with a lot more clout, like even, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio has lots of stories about what he does with younger girls and just kind of dropping them and seems
well, does it, wait, has Leonardo DiCaprio done anything like bad with like younger people? Is that
not that I know of? That's what I'm saying is that like the stories of what go around about him don't seem to stop him.
Well, there's stories. I think doesn't he just date young women? That's all he does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
But you already know that lots of people just look at that in and of itself as like being wrong.
I mean, people get like upset about it, but I don't think anybody said that it's like abusive or anything.
I think people look at it as manipulative. I think that
Really?
kind of like yeah. So I think the way that you talk about somebody going overseas to find some poor woman who, you know, doesn't that would just be happy to be with an American and come back to America. Lots of people would look at like, you know, being with an older man, somebody who's more experienced, somebody who has a somebody who has clout, somebody who has.
Wait, am I insane?
their
Hold on,
life
I might be
together.
totally insane, but it's not like he's dating like random women. Aren't they all like actresses and shit? Like that might
Some
be
of them, I think some.
Or,
I
like,
think a lot of them
supermodels
have
and
also
stuff?
Been, so yeah, some of them have been like supermodels, and then I think I was sent something a while ago where he was like showing up with random younger girls that nobody even knew who they were at first. But I don't keep up with him, so I could be totally wrong.
Okay.
And so you said a number of times that like if there was a streamer who wanted to have sex with you for clout, that they should just hit you up. You're like, yeah, just hit me up.
Sure, if somebody wants to, yeah, fuck it.
So is there? Do you think that there's like no issues with?
If somebody wants to be like
trading
upfront
clout
about
for
the
sex?
fucking arrangement or whatever, I'm fine with it. I'd probably just say the same to my stream though. Listen, there's a chick. She really wants to fuck me, but she says if she does it, she's gonna be on my stream. Okay, fuck it. If she like, that's consensual as fuck to me. Fuck it. I don't care.
Yeah. Okay. So you're cool. I guess I would think that this is like analogous to prostitution. A lot of people would look at it as like trading some sort of currency for sex. Like, would you look at it the same way and say that you don't have an issue with prostitution then?
No, fuck it. Prostitution sounds based.
Okay. And then yeah, the last thing, Mr. Girl was talking about how he says that like one of the differences for him when it comes to abuse is like it has to feel like abuse, and I think most of us already knew that that's kind of how that was a big part of how he defined abuse. Was
That's kind of
whether
weird.
or
I would
not
say
he
that
felt it was abusive.
whether it feels like it, I think has almost nothing to do with whether or not something is abusive.
Sure, but you knew that that's kind of what he was going off of, right?
I have
like
no idea.
You knew he was looking. I felt like I knew early on that he was just looking at things, and if it felt like abuse to him, then he would likely call it abusive. Because even in the conversation that you and him had about Nick Fuentes and the subreddit, he was calling the way that he was getting banned there abusive, right? And it was all about the power dynamics between the two of you. And then when he kind of like conceded all of that and said he just wasn't going to talk to you on stream anymore, it seemed to me like he came back with the same exact narrative, just with a bunch of other people that he was defending now instead. It was the same exact idea of like power dynamics and abuse and how you should interact with your platform and how you should interact with smaller streamers. And it like this entire thing seems like it's about the same exact thing as him getting banned from Reddit. Like it seemed like an extension of the same argument.
Yeah, it might have been, yeah.
And that argument seemed to be, it seemed to be mostly based on his feelings that he just didn't like not being able to express himself within your subreddit, and so it felt abusive to him.
Sure.
So one of the things that he said was that when Anna messages you after you send everybody to her kiwi farms, that the messages she sends is, you ruined my life, a bunch of stuff like that, that to him feels abusive. Okay. I think that when you look at it through that lens, like a lot of the stuff that he's putting in there, all of a sudden makes sense. And I think that a lot of people, if they read it through that lens, it would make sense why he looks at it that way. Just, I don't think anybody else would call that abusive.
Sure.
Do you think, because you say that he wasn't like trying to get back at you in any way. Do you not think that like played a big part in the way that he went about all of this? Is he was upset about the subreddit, he felt like that was abusive, and then tried to take the same narrative with this? And
yeah, all of that is possible, but like it might just be that like because he went through something, now it changed the way that he viewed it, so now he thought it was abusive, but not so much that he like I don't know if I would call that like, I don't know if I would say that he's like it's like personal, like a personal vendetta, I guess. I don't know how to phrase that. Did it make sense what I just said, or probably not?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think I agree. I think that, like, for him, it was probably personal, but he was, like, almost being heroic for other people to get the same point across. Because if he could get the point across with them, and how you treat, him or Lav or Anna or Cherry or any of these other people, then he could get the same exact point across with the subreddit.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay, and then he's talks a lot about your audience being cult-like. I think cult-like is very broad, but do you agree that that's like
I have a very, very, very dedicated audience, yeah. But cult-like, in my opinion, like things that to me sound cult-like are when you try to separate people from their loved ones or support system. I think that's very cult-like. And when people treat their leader figures as like deities, like they can do no wrong. I think my community disagrees with me a healthy amount, maybe more than they should actually. And I think that they like there are going to be arguments that I have with orbiters that like the community is going to side with them more than me. Like it happens a lot with Pisco. And there are things that I do, like even the Anna stuff. A lot of people don't like that I sex her. It's not like they're all like, oh, like Destiny can do whatever he wants, blah, blah, blah. Like some people will say that, but I mean, like some fan base are always going to have some people like, yeah, I don't know. I think my fan base, given the size and activity of my fan base, I think they have a really healthy engagement of like treating me as a human, like not agreeing verbatim with every single thing I say and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like most of your subreddit is normally like people talking about something that you said and why they disagree with why you said it, and there seems to be like a healthy amount of disagreement.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be just like trying to separate people from family members or loved ones, but also like anybody who would be an opposing voice. And
yeah,
do you think you made a mistake by coming out early against Lav and Mr. Girl and explaining everything first?
No, absolutely not.
No?
No. If I feel like somebody is working behind the scenes to fuck with me, like especially if they're saying wild shit, like I'm sexually abusing women, I would never let that run rampant. Like that's something I'm going to come out publicly almost immediately to address and force them to make a move on. Yeah, I would never let that burn behind the scenes without me saying anything about it. That's wild, especially because I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a reason for that, or like did something happen before where like a narrative got away from you and you felt like you couldn't let that happen again, or is that just something that you feel you need to do?
I just, yeah, why would I let somebody talk shit about me behind the scenes and I don't know how much they're saying, and it's like insane shit, like I'm sexually abusing people? That's a wild statement. I don't think I would ever let that just go unchecked. I feel like I would have to come out and make statements about this.
Sure, but he would see that as you trying to set the narrative. Right.
To some extent, I mean, I am, yeah. But I mean, like, it's also going to vary a little bit because, like, he's already making accusations, right? Like, if he was just, like, asking questions or doing an investigation, it might have played out differently. But he's already saying that he's established this pattern. He's already saying it's something that he's observed. He's already saying that, like, he's got, like, proof and women ready to come forward. So, like, and I don't think that was true. And now, I guess, in retrospect, it wasn't true. So why would I let him poison every single person against me? Like, and imagine now seeing how long it took if I would have let that go on for months and months and months behind the scenes. Like, it already was like pretty damaging. Like,
was it? What do you think was damaging from the article?
I mean, I'll quote like Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl himself said that like when Cherry and Stardust made that accusation, even though nothing came from it, he said having just that accusation now means I'm a person with an accusation. Like, it's just kind of annoying now that I've got to like talk to people in the future about like crazy people that have accused me of whatever the fuck they're even accusing me of. Like, that's going to be something I'm going to always have to address, basically. It's just another like scar that I've got of like random internet dramas that I've been in that I have to like keep in mind when I'm talking to people.
So you don't think that if you had let him do the thing and then just come out and like talk about it afterwards, you think that you would have, it would have been a lot more damaging from that?
I don't know. Maybe he would have felt more comfortable taking years to do that investigation if I hadn't said something publicly. I'm not sure. But I'm not gonna let somebody go behind the scenes saying that I'm like a sexually abusive person without addressing it. That's, in my opinion, that's wild.
Okay. Because yeah, you said just having the accusations out there, you threw some pretty wild accusations at him pretty early on about like him being a rapist. And
well, that's not an accusation. He admits that. I do think he is a rapist. I mean, but I mean, like, I'll say that based on all the publicly available stuff. I'm not going to say I've got like 20 women secretly ready to come forward. Which is the difference. If he would have come out and said like, oh, like I think Destiny is abusive because of like fucking Anna and Mia Rose, okay, fine, whatever. But when he's saying shit like I've got like women behind the scenes like ready to come forward and shit that just need like, and he was tweeting out as much too. He's like, there's a lot of women that want to come out, or it feels like there's a lot of women that want to come out, but they're too scared because of retaliation from Destiny's fan base. Like when you're saying shit like this, like, yeah, that's fucking wild.
He does admit to being a rapist, but I think if you had seen that video before you guys had your falling out, I don't think you would have called that rape. Do you? Like,
even when I watched the video and we were friends, and I welcome you if you're doing a video on this, like go back and find my initial response. But I'm pretty sure even when we were friends, when I saw that initial video, I'm pretty sure I was like, and that was when I hadn't even seen the really bad one. I just seen like the kind of bad one. I'm pretty sure even when that came out, I was like, oof, like you're playing very, very, very dangerously here when you do stuff like this. Like, I think I want to say I even say that you're like a stone's throw away from basically raping somebody if you're not careful. I think I said something like that when I went over it. So it was a pretty wild video. Like, but you can find like my original response. I'm playing Dyson Sphere program in the background, so maybe that's somewhere.
It is but it seems like the issue is that he's like almost prescribing this to other people, right? Like that is the issue, at least that I had with it, is that he's like explaining this as though it's almost a prescription for other people that like if somebody says no, just go ahead and do it anyways. Whereas like I think we all understand the scenario that he's talking about where somebody is saying no but meaning yes. Like if we're like, you know,
yeah,
socially aware, like we all know that these sorts of scenarios exist. And so that instance doesn't actually sound like rape, but it does sound like pretty iffy to suggest that
I
other
might have
people
even
do
said
that.
like this sounds kind of rapey. I think I might have actually said that, but yeah.
Okay, well, and then you also said that his you said some things about Shaylin like being an abuse victim, or
I
being,
100%
like,
believe that. Yeah.
Do you? Why?
I don't think she works a job. I think he's her sole mean of income. I think that based on the videos that I've seen, he's very abusive. There's like a very standard formula to a max fight that basically goes, he does something that can be insulting or offensive to his partner. The partner has an incredibly understandable response to something incredibly innocuous. Max turns that innocuous response up into a massive fight. As he's doing that, he makes his partner feel incredibly horrible. Then he makes his partner feel bad for feeling bad and for responding poorly to him blowing up at it. And then he makes them feel like they need to apologize by the end of that interaction. I think that that's like a super formulaic Max response to everything. I think he's done this at other people, like even during conversations. But I think that, yeah, definitely for his relationship with Shaylin, like that thing out in the parking lot or whatever, like fights like that just seemed like super typical.
Okay, yeah, I think he said before that she doesn't depend on him for income, so I don't know
They
about
say that,
one.
but he says that in a very, very, very cagey way. I don't believe it. So this is my guess, and they're always welcome to release stuff to prove me wrong, but they won't. And maybe for good reasons, even they don't have to. But I think that he is her sole employer, and his response back is always that she doesn't rely on him. I think what that means is I think she has a wealthy family that she could go back to if she needed to. I think that's what it means. But I'm pretty sure he is her only employer. He is her boss. He pays her money for commissions for her stream stuff, and I don't even know if she very actively does commissions for other people. So it seems strange that she's like part of his content. He is her employer, and they live together, and he comes off as really abusive. Like that seems very strange to me.
If it turned out that she actually had like a full-time job that she worked, or she was making more than enough money off of art, would you change your mind on whether or not she was in an abusive scenario?
No, but at least I know it's a little less abusive, at least, or she has like a higher propensity to leave.
So what else do you think would have her stuck there? Because earlier that's what you were saying would be like an important characteristic of whether or not something is abusive is them being stuck there, right?
I think his default mode of communication with people is abusive. The way that he demands people like ultimately account for and make space for his feelings, that they're always completely rational and justified, and his emotional outbursts are rational and justified. And the fact that people need to create an inordinate amount of space for him in disagreement, his complete and total apparent unwillingness to ever take care of a partner's feelings ever. The emotional outburst that he has when he is perceived as slighted. So when Shaylin wears like shoes that he doesn't like to the store, the fact that he thinks that gives him credence to like call her an idiot and scream at her and then get upset for him
because she's not making a space for him to scream at her and call her an idiot or names in those conversations. I think that all of these are like hallmarks of like abusive partners.
Yeah, I'll say this. When I was younger, I was a con man for a long time, and he like the tactics that he uses are so blatant. I would have been like embarrassed to be that forward with with manipulating people. So it's a bit too obvious with him. I think one thing that people who defend you agree was abusive was like your back and forth with Anna for a long time, and especially like threatening to leak nudes. I understand that you were threatening to leak nudes in response to sexual.
Yeah, I just don't
DMs
agree with that.
being-
I think it's really weird that people call that blackmail. Like if you and I had like sexted or something or traded nudes and you were like, I'm gonna leak your nudes, and I go, fuck you, if you leak my nudes, I'm gonna leak your nudes. Is that like blackmail or is that like abusive? I disagree. But I mean, like, I understand some people might disagree with me on that, but yeah, I think it's weird to say that that's like blackmail.
I agree with you, but wouldn't that depend on like how proportionate it is to what they're responding to?
What do you mean?
Like if I say, I'm gonna call you stupid, and you're like, you call me stupid, I'm gonna leak your DMs, like, or I'm
that could
leak your nudes.
theoretically be like overkill. Yeah, it would depend on the situation, but that could be, sure.
So do you think that leaking sexting and leaking nudes is proportional, or do you think it's a proportional response in the way that you're reacting to that?
I think it's about proportional. Yeah. Thanks.
Why would you say it's
because you're leaking like sexual material and shit from another person? Yeah, fuck it. I think it's proportional.
So you think so when you say you think it's proportional, you mean I am like raising the stakes to a proportional level, or you think like it's pretty even across the board?
I think it's pretty even. If I was sexting with some girl and she was sending me some fucking DMs about like a daddy-daughter fetish or some shit, and I leak those like sex to the public, and she starts leaking my nudes, I can't imagine me being like, oh my god, like why would you leak my nudes? I'd be like, yeah, fuck it, yeah, I'm leaking your sex. Why the fuck wouldn't you leak my nudes? That would be my thought process. But maybe not everybody feels that way, but that's how I would feel 100%.
Yeah, the reason that I think differently on this is because, like, especially somebody's face being in a picture and knowing that it's them, seeing their naked body, I think that is a lot more intimate than just seeing like text on a screen, because like you actually have like their identity in that picture. And then on top of that, I would assume that it would cost her a lot more if she wanted to be like a therapist in the future to have that kind of that one-way relationship with clients kind of being taken away, where they have like very intimate information on her if they found it on the internet. I think that she would have a lot more to lose in a scenario where she's leaking sexting and you're leaking nudes.
Oh, I mean, some people might think that. I disagree, but I mean, I understand. I guess I see your point.
You don't think that she has more to lose in that scenario? Like, you think that people were?
I mean, she could have more to lose, but I just don't see the huge difference between like sex and nudes. Like, you're leaking like personal, like sexual shit that somebody sent you and like trusted you with. Like, in my opinion, this is like one of the biggest forms of like weird, like backstabbing shit that you can do. It's like one of the worst things a person can do is like leaking like private sexual shit like that.
It is, but in a nutshell, like, yeah, in a vacuum. But if we're taking into consideration like broader context, which I assume we would if we're looking at how this affects the other person and whether or not like it's proportional, I would assume that we would take into consideration how much sexting would affect you and your career and your personal relationships, and then how much nudes would affect her career and her personal
I mean, how much would it affect it if people knew that she was leaking personal information as a therapist? I feel like that would be the more damaging thing.
Maybe. I don't think that anybody thinks that you guys had a confidential relationship, but
Wait, what do you mean by that? Our sexual interactions are confidential, of course.
Sure, but that's obviously very different, like a personal relationship versus a client-therapist relationship, right?
Oh, I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. Like, if you were to ask somebody, if somebody were to find out that their therapist, like, leaked, like, private DMs from somebody, would that affect them? I don't know. Who just joined?
Tabor.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that I think that they might trust the therapist less, if that's what you're saying. Like, if they found out that they leaked something.
Sure. But
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand your point of view. You're free to disagree. I mean, I think if you were to poll the audience, I think only like 30% of people would even agree with my take that sexting and nudes are the same. More people actually might be bothered by the nude leaking thing than a sexting thing. That's like, that wouldn't surprise me. So like, I understand I might be in a minority position there, but that's how I view it.
I'm aware I'm free to disagree. I don't even know whether or not I disagree. I'm more so like pushing back to try to understand your point of view more.
I just think like once you've gotten to a point where you're leaking like personal sexual details, I think you're at like that level. Like I don't know how much more. Like I don't know if I consider like nudes an escalation from like sexting, depending on like what you're leaking, in my opinion.
So when I mentioned like somebody's face being in it, their personhood actually like their identity being attached to this photo.
I mean, my identity is attached to like sexual DMs, right?
Somewhat, but I don't think it's perceived the same way. Like I don't think somebody would look at you differently by looking at DMs that way, whereas
Absolutely,
they can actually
they
like
could.
see
Of course
somebody
they
naked.
could. People can look at you differently depending on what's like. What if I had like a fucking diaper fetish, and that got leaked? I think people would look at me a lot different of a way. I think there'd be a lot of conversations relating to like my personal messages if that was the case.
Sure, I didn't look at
little
your
tyke
texting.
tweets would have a lot more meaning then.
Based. True, actually.
I didn't look at y'all sexting messages, so I don't know. Was there something released in there that you didn't like want out, or that you would have been
Well, I don't want
embarrassed
any of it
or-
out. I think it's kind of weird that any of that would be out ever. But
It's
regardless,
not
I'm just saying that like that is a case. But like also like. Yeah, I don't know. That's just my feeling on it. Like, I mean, I've had people leak dick pics of me that I didn't want, along with logs trying to claim I was a pedophile. I've also had people leak sex of me now, and in my personal opinion, I think both like feel pretty shitty, and they both feel like pretty similar to me. It's like, oh, that's pretty fucking annoying. But I mean, it's all like sexual shit that like I think is for a private person, and they violate your trust by leaking that shit. It's like, oh, that kind of sucks. But I mean, I don't know. I just in my mind, we're looping on this. In my mind, it's not going to be like, yeah, it's not. There's not going to be like a huge difference between the two.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't really have a position on this. I'm just trying to understand your position better. I don't know if I actually do, but yeah, I don't think I have anything else. I talking to Mr. Girl was very difficult. Talking to you is a lot more easy because you actually answer my questions and don't tell me that you don't like the way I worded a question, or that you don't like the type of questions that I'm asking or something like that. So
thanks. I try my best, you know.
Yeah, I appreciate the time. Do you have any questions for me before I go?
I don't think so. Is that everything?
Yeah, I think that's everything.
Okay. Well.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Yeah, be careful, bud. What do you want, Taylor?
Dude, can we just talk about the last couple days on stream?
Yeah, what's up? What are the last couple days on
It's
stream?
been kind of nuts.
Wait, Mel. Are we going out to eat tonight? Yeah. I feel like if I eat this, there's no way.
Wait, but it's nothing.
Okay.
That's not much.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
So, Corantos. I've always wondered why you let just obvious. I don't want to call him a clout chaser because he seems like below that.
Damn.
Like a clout gutter or something like that. Like he just scoops it up. So like, but like, there's been a few like obvious ones on stream like the past few years. Like, why do you let the ones that just chill in here for like 5 hours and just spam the same shit keep coming over and over again?
I mean, if they're funny, fuck it. I don't care if they're clout hopping. Like the Corantos dude is funny. I hope he clout sharks me a little. He deserves it.
He's funny, but it's like a one-trick pony type of funny.
I don't know.
Like,
I disagree.
I feel like
actually.
he's like gone through all of his material twice.
I don't know. I think he
3 times at
contributes
least.
to conversations pretty well. I think he can synergize with.
He
other
contributed to
people.
that Katie one great, wouldn't you say?
I
don't like Katie, but that was fucked up.
I don't know. Katie came in really hot on that. I wasn't like 100% like, wow, she's a victim here. Like she came into that conversation.
She never made it physical though, did she?
I don't remember, but I do remember she came into that convo really hot.
Maybe I need to re-listen to it, but it just seemed like it just kind of got out of hand.
I mean, it kind of did. It got pretty crazy, but I mean, like she stepped into it, and I mean, fuck. What am I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know. If she had come in like super polite or everything, and they started going hard, I would probably feel differently about it. But I felt like she came in really hot. But maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, your cam's still up for me. That's so cute.
Yeah.
Okay, what else? Gideon being a history buff was hilarious.
Yeah.
The Mississippi Purchase was great. Let's see. Oh man, Darius like leaking shit with like Bellini levels of lore attached to it is nuts, by the way. He should know
Bellini
better.
levels of lore. What does that mean?
Yeah, like deep enough. You remember that guy who called in and he was like, it all starts with Bellini?
Oh, the weird, and no one had any idea. I still don't think we know what the
Yeah,
fuck that means.
well, the true historians get it, but like we're talking like that level of deep. And Darius should know better.
Uh-oh, we're just trying
Bro, I'm at the gym and I hear you say my name. What the fuck you want, bro?
I'm just saying you shouldn't have leaked.
Leaked what? What did I leak?
The New York stuff attached to that.
What happened
You
in New
shouldn't
York?
have
Wait, was there an actual leak there?
There were things leaking. I saw it in chat.
Oh.
It's okay. It's not a big deal. I'm just talking about current events in DGG. Don't worry about it, Darius. You're not in trouble.
I mean,
You got nothing to talk about. You're just spitting out random bits of information. Listen to me. I'm at the gym. I'm getting up. You're gonna be broke soon once your head gets trauma. Don't talk about me, bro. Check it out.
Wow.
Oh shit. Okay, who else? Oh, okay. You know, I talk to Rage Pope here and there about business stuff, and it's great. Yesterday, little rough. I'm not gonna go any more than that. But the part I was like, whoa, yesterday is like, dude, I don't know how Kyla feels about it, but oof. If I were Kyla digging out a streaming career for myself, and she seems to be in a pretty good spot right now, and my fucking partner came on stream and just dropped it, I would
dropped what?
lose my mind.
Wait, what
dropped it.
Dropped
He
what?
dropped one.
What?
A slur.
The F1 or the N1?
Yeah, that second one.
Oh, well, he's part black, kind of, isn't
But
he?
he had to ask permission. Everybody knows that's the most cringe part, dude.
Well, there is another.
That's like
there-
so, dude.
It's a
come
black
on.
culture thing. When there's a blacker person in there, you have to defer. based
You
on the
literally have to
blackness.
ask permission. I don't
Yes,
think I've
you
seen
have to defer on the
anyone
blackness. That's
in my
absolutely the case.
life
Trust me.
do that.
I've got a lot of urban friends, and that's super standard protocol. Okay.
Straight rate. He's by. Okay. Ooh, it was still cringe.
Wow. So you're a Nick hater.
Not a Nick hater. That was just wild. Wild.
Okay. Well. What else?
Oh, I reminded Descrub King of a hit piece he posted about me in the subreddit in 2019 about how much I hated women.
Jesus. I mean,
He didn't even remember it.
is it a hit piece if it's true?
Touche. Cherry, cool in my book. Stocks are going up.
Who?
Cherry.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if anybody makes any more Balenciaga memes, could you throw me in there? Thanks.
They're trying. They're just not. They're not too great at it yet. Anything else?
Do I have any iconic DGG lines? Apparently, my line calling Darius a retard, you're a retard, you're a stupid retard, was impactful enough to make the manifesto. That I was not expecting that. I woke up to some screenshots of the manifesto. I was like, oh fuck. And then I was like, you know, if somebody were to tag someone would they really like give a shit if 100,000 words hit them all at once? Probably not. It's probably the schizo ramblings.
Was it true? I didn't read this part, but was it true that Mr. Girl made it sound like I was laughing at him in front of black people when he rapped on stream?
I think that's the way he made it sound. Also, there were inconsistencies with the part of the article that I was in. I know nothing about the potential leak that he mentioned in that section of the article. I had no clue about that till
Well, you still don't
the
know, I
manifesto
guess.
was being read. Yeah.
He just lives like in his own little world, you know?
Yeah, he totally made all of that shit up. Yeah, Bing Chilling. No, but for realsies. Dan stocks at an all-time high, of course, naturally.
Dan does a thing though where he's like OPEC, okay? He artificially restricts supply in order to like increase his stocks. Like I don't know if that's really counting.
That's very true. His name when he popped into chat last night, he had a blue wall in DGG.
Cringe.
Yeah. You really need to play games again because you and I really have nothing to talk about most of the time.
That is very true. Fuck me. My army is not at home. What have you played anything lately, or it feels like you've been living life?
I have been living like Larry as of late.
How's life been going? How's your kid?
It's good. She's awesome. She's almost 10 months old.
Cute.
Standing, supported against like the couch and shit. I am opening an online Japanese TCG store. I found another dude who's like very knowledgeable in the industry. So that should open up in the next 3 months probably. We have a logo and everything and a name. It's pretty cool. And now we're just trying to like lock down long-term distributor allocation. And then from there it'll basically just be marketing, which shouldn't be hard.
Cool. Do you think they'll go down here at all?
Yeah.
No. Oh, it's fucking Harpies.
Yeah, we'll be selling One Piece, Pokemon, Weiss Schwartz, other shit. We're gonna do Japanese first, and then once we get enough cash flow from that, we have connections for English distributors, so we'll be providing Japanese and English, but we're starting Japanese first. It's gonna be an online store. We're not doing brick and mortar. That's cancer. It's Pokemon, One Piece, Weiss Schwartz, and then like whatever other popular shit at the time. It's all sealed stuff. We're not going to be doing like single cards or anything, so it's all like sealed booster boxes and shit.
Wow, cringe. Is it only Pokemon or?
Fuck you.
What?
I've literally repeated that 4 times.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if you were gonna. Like, branch
sorry.
out to,
I
like,
thought no. I
magic stuff or-
literally just said it. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I
thought
heard you
were
say
trolling.
you weren't doing. You're not doing single cards. You're doing packs.
Yeah.
right?
Sorry. We're
but
doing.
My question is
sealed,
like, are you
so
gonna like
we're
branch
doing
out to like magic or
Pokemon.
other types of things? Just Pokemon.
Yeah. No.
okay.
Pokemon, One Piece,
Oh, okay,
Weiss
okay.
Schwartz is like a very big card game in Japan. They have like multiple IPs. Union Arena is like a new card game, but that's not selling very well, so we're not going to be carrying it. Field stuff has way better margins. Yeah, Matt's we're trying to get like artists and then like the copyright type shit for like custom play mats and boxes and shit. There's like certain distributors, like if we want One Piece, they would make us get an allocation of like Digimon and shit because it's all Bandai for those. Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know about as of right now. We know the Weiss market, the Pokemon market, and the One Piece market like very, very well, and we have like really good connections right now for prices. Some of those other card games like Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't follow it, so I don't even know who the producers are.
Damn.
AI generated Pokemon deepfake cards. Yeah, it'll be US based.
Good.
Yes, I will make a subreddit post.
We only
And I'll
support
pay
US.
I'll pay Destiny.
Jobs and everything here, okay.
Yeah, hell yeah. Does that mean I'm a drop shipper if I'm like doing arbitrage?
Maybe. Wait, are you doing
DGG card sleeves? Aw, put it up in the shop, Ninu.
When do you guys start practice again?
I have to fly back next weekend for the beginning of our off-season training. I want to kill myself.
Do you have to talk to their lawyers and everything for you to do these like side businesses, or
No. Side businesses, no. The NFL and the NFLPA like encourage us to, I hate saying side hustle, but you know, basically side hustle while we're in the NFL so we can kind of like have a smooth
landing
exit
outside of it?
Yeah. It's been like a huge thing they've been stressing recently. I've said this a million times on stream. They, you know, when they talk to us about like life after football, they're like, the NFL stands for the National Football League, but it also stands for not for long. So you need to go back and get your education and learn how to open up a business and succeed after football and all this shit. So lots of initiatives, tuition reimbursement. I think I get like $14K a year in tuition reimbursement.
Jesus. How much do you owe on your school shit?
I don't know anything. I was on full ride, but like every year that I accrue, I get like $14K if I decide to go back.
Oh, if you go back. So you're not getting that right now, are you?
No, I'm not doing anything right now, but I applied and got into the Kelly School of Business for an MBA program at Indiana through the NFL program that they have. But when I applied, that was like at the beginning of my career, and I misread the rules, and I wouldn't have been able to do it that year. So I've basically been putting it off. But I've had shit I've been doing.
That's fair. Do you have any strong sports takes for us?
Strong sports takes.
Would you do a boxing match if it was like a celeb boxing thing came out?
After I was done playing, sure. Absolutely. Oh God, there's so many. Yeah, I would love to. Would you sponsor me?
Maybe.
Could I? Who was Tyrion Lannister's bodyguard that he had fight for him?
Dude, I could train you. That'd be so fucking funny. It's me screaming at you while you're doing like push-ups and shit. I could dress up like Mickey from Rocky. Oh my God. Driving my Focus RS around while you're jogging.
We would have to fly Moot in just so he could be a water boy. But I would only make him wear his Hawaiian shirt and lay. Yes.
Dan would have to be like our manager.
Yes. He's the guy smoking cigar during the walkout when I have like, he makes sure I have like the flashiest boxing pants, the shorts, and like bedazzled gloves walking in. He's like, yeah, we're going to sell 1 million tickets, see? Do you think professional athletes should be able to bet on their team?
Probably not. Just even
but
them
bet
pers-
on themselves. Only betting on yourselves. Because who was it? Was that Calvin Ridley, guys, that got popped for that? He somebody's gonna say it.
Oh, I mean, betting on yourself seems like it'd be okay, right? Like, aren't you always betting on yourself?
Like you're literally the only team you're allowed to put money on is your team. Was that Calvin? Yeah, okay, it was. So this guy, like, I think he only bet on his team while he was it his rookie year? Some shit like that. He was like betting on his team and he got caught. But that's like a violation, obviously, because you can't bet on NFL games. But his thing was like, I was betting on my team. Like, I wasn't doing parlays or anything. It was like just flat out Atlanta wins. Like, that was the only bet.
From the South. Okay, I think I'm gonna win this time. I'm feeling it this time, guys. Don't you kind of bet on yourself anyway? If you really think about it,
I mean,
don't you
like-
guys get paid more if you win games?
So if we go to the playoffs, we get paid a shit ton more.
Yeah, so isn't that kind of like betting on yourself a little bit?
Kind of. Let's see. Playoffs. The younger guys in the league can make they can almost double their salary depending on how far they go in the playoffs. I don't know what minimum is, but like let's just say when I got in the league, it was 385 was the minimum for a rookie. So this year, the first round playoff bonus was 42,000. The second round was 42,000. And then I think the third round was 69,000. So that's almost 120 right there. And then if you win the Super Bowl, you get 150. And if you lose, you get 75. So you can almost make 300K. Just from making it and winning the Super Bowl. And then all the coaches actually get extra money too.
Holy shit. Okay, that's not... Didn't bother with snipers? The build that I'm on doesn't have it as part of your build path. It's ever upgrading snipers, so no, I don't have snipers. They seem like they're pretty helpful against these fucking guys, though.
Can somebody explain to me how the fuck anime became cool? Like with kids today. Like, how did that happen? Like, is it really like TikTok aesthetic type shit? Like,
it just depends on everybody's age, I think.
it's
I think that's it.
insane. The kids that like unabashedly love anime now and like aren't afraid to show it and talk about it like with anyone is fucking unreal. Seventh grade was painful, dude. Hot nerds on Instagram because women started.
Wait, fuck up. How old are you?
28, almost 20.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Next month I'm 29. Why? What do you say? You think I was younger?
I keep thinking you're like 23 or something.
No. Anyway, I'm happy for them.
I'm not. Fuck them. They should suffer. Like we had to suffer.
If I told the story about when I got up from the family computer and I left my episode of Death Note up on the screen, and I am not kidding you, I heard a shriek, and I walked in and my mom thought I was like, she thought I was doing like some sort of like suicide cult thing because I was watching an anime called Death Note.
Based. Where do you live at these days?
Michigan, in the off season, and then obviously I just found a place to rent out in California. There any Bay Area DGGers? Who's in the Bay? Fuck no, I don't live in Downriver, Michigan.
Damn. Downriver called the fuck out.
Would I do a meetup? Hell yeah, I'd do a meetup. You go to school in Santa Clara? That's where I live during the season. I live in Santa Clara, guys.
Yikes. Did you see the Cash App CEO got stabbed to death?
Yes.
Why is that funny?
I don't know. Oh, it's funny because I think I saw a fake tweet where a guy was like, interesting. And it was trying to say that the U.S. Department of the Treasury released their own like Cash App today. And he was like, interesting timing. But
Jesus.
I think it was fake and he just fell for it. Sorry. But it is crazy. Like, when you first heard that, were you like, oh, it was planned? Or were you like, well, he was in San Francisco at 2 a.m.?
I have no idea. I just thought of like
I kind of
calling it out over and over again, and I was like, damn.
Oh, I was kind of like, I mean, he was in San Francisco at 2 a.m. I mean, I've heard of people in San Francisco, like, they got their car windows broken in so much that they finally, like, left them rolled down. And then when they walked to their car in the morning, there were, like, 3 homeless people sleeping in there.
Jesus.
Like, I've heard it's that bad. I used to be janitorial at Levi Stadium. I cleaned your piss, buddy. That's fucking awesome. I've yet to see a DGG sign at one of my games. I am actually disappointed in you guys.
Wow, guys.
I know some of you have gone to a game or two, but never a sign.
Wait. Bro, I do not like this.
Yo.
Hi, who's this?
Yo, it's Darius. Have you guys seen John Wick 4 yet?
Nope. Why have you?
I haven't seen 2, 3.
Don't waste your time. It's literally one of the shittiest movies I've ever seen in my life. I thought John Wick was like, it was like cool gun fu. You guys, you seen Atomic Blonde?
Nope.
Fuck. Okay. Well, it's like a gun fu movie, and it's like cool gun scenes where they do like cool stuff with the guns and shit. But this movie, so fucking bad. See it when you can, just so you can like understand. But I didn't realize that like action movies were so shit these days. I unironically think that like this progressive movement shit might be actually like a real meme. Because like I don't want to spoil, but like the movie at the end, they get like the diversity Power Rangers to like I don't want to spoil, but it's like literally every main character is like,
Can you do more cardio so you can fucking talk instead of taking a breath every second word?
I'm what? I'm doing a ton of cardio. I'm at elevation of 2,213. That's like one skyscraper.
Oh,
I think.
he's doing the mask. He's got the mask meme.
Yeah, what is the mask meme?
Oh my god, he's wearing one of those.
He's got the
altitude
masks. Oh yeah, absolutely.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh god, what a fucking.
What are you talking about? What's the mask? I don't wear. You're not allowed to wear.
Whatever, I got
banned
banned in chat for 30 minutes, but whatever, that was worth it.
You just got banned? You said the N-word too?
Unban me. Yeah, you got it. No, I just sent a Google image search.
Did you see that guy stole my fucking bit? Fucking Nick. Nick stole my entire thing. I literally talked to him about the N-word like 2-3 days ago. Goes ahead and says it again. I feel like I'm being siphoned on.
Really?
Thanks, Cake.
Yeah.
Did I really just lose? Dude, I hate this fucking game.
L.
Okay, Darius,
Hey,
anything else
hey,
for us?
No, I'll go.
Okay. Well, do you have anything else for your Tabor before I go deep? I already know it auto-saved. I don't know why I always alt F4 when it always saves automatically all the time.
It's okay, buddy. There's nothing else. Chat, I love you. Steve.
Yeah?
Do the right thing.
Which thing?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. I think I even could have survived this way. My army just wasn't in position. Okay, well, I'm gonna go eat. Have fun, be careful. I'll see you guys later. Rip on. I love you, my rumblers, as well.